NEP. There followed a slow rise in the living standards of the mass of the population, but there was also a growing influence of layers of the population hostile to the revolutionary spirit of 1917, petty capitalists, small NEP men traders, and well-to-do kulak peasants employing others as wage laborers. Industry remained in state hands, but was subject to market pressures, and the recovery of industrial production was accompanied by a relatively high level of unemployment. Whereas in 1922, some 65% of managing personnel in industry were officially classified as workers, by 1923, only 36% were. If the regime was still in some way socialist at the time of Lenin's death, this was not because of its social base, but because those who made decisions at the top still had socialist aspirations. As Lenin wrote, "The party's proletarian policy is determined at present not by its rank and file, but by the immense and undivided authority of the tiny sections of what might be called the party's old guard." But as Lenin lay dying, the old guard was being corroded by the influences eating away at the rest of the party. Lenin's last political act was to write a testament which argued for Stalin's removal as party secretary because of his crudely bureaucratic treatment of other party members. The dominant group in the party leadership of Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, and Stalin chose to ignore this testament and keep it secret. The circumstances in which they found themselves were increasingly dragging them away from the principles of 1917. They relied on a bureaucratic apparatus to run the country, and the personnel of this apparatus relied in turn on making concessions to the better-off peasants, the mass of NEP men, and the new layer of red industrialists. They were more concerned with placating these groups than with the interests of the workers who had made the revolution. This provoked dissent within the party, and even within the party leadership. Already in 1920 to 1921, a group calling itself the Workers' Opposition had argued at conferences, in party publications, which were still open to it, and in 250,000 copies of a pamphlet, printed on party presses, that workers were losing out, but it was unable to put forward any practical proposals for dealing with the general impoverishment of the country. In 1923 to 1924, wider opposition arose, with an open letter from 46 old Bolsheviks, critical of the bureaucratization of the party. This left opposition coalesced around Trotsky, president of the St. Petersburg Soviet of 1905, organizer of the October insurrection, and founder of the Red Army. It argued that the only way forward lay in three connected sets of measures: the expansion of industry, so as to increase the social weight of the working class, an increase in workers' democracy, and an end to bureaucratic tendencies within the party and the state. These alone could preserve the health of the workers' state until the revolution spread internationally. There was a torrent of abuse against the opposition, such as the party had never known before. For every article putting the left opposition's point of view in the party press, there were 10 by the leadership denouncing them. There was diatribe after diatribe against Trotskyism, and Trotsky himself was demoted from the key position of head of the Red Army to a secondary role as Minister for Science and Technology, while Stalin accumulated increasing power in his own hands. How bureaucratized the party had become was shown in 1926, when Stalin and Bukharin fell out with Zinoviev. The Petrograd District Organization, which had until then virtually unanimously backed Zinoviev, now just as unanimously denounced him. Zinoviev and his supporters were subject to the same sort of attacks that had previously been directed at Trotsky and the left opposition. It was at this point that Stalin and Bukharin gave expression to the bureaucratic conservatism of much of the party by embracing a completely new doctrine known as socialism in one country. Previously, all the leaders of Bolshevism had been agreed that while workers could establish a state of their own in a single country, they could not advance to full socialism on that basis. Overcoming the heritage of 5,000 years of class society would only be possible by utilizing all the means of production created by modern industrial capitalism. And these existed on a world scale, not in one country, and certainly not in a backward country like Russia. Eventually, the revolution had to spread or die. Not only had Lenin reiterated this on numerous occasions, but Stalin himself had insisted in his book Lenin and Leninism, published in 1924. The main task of socialism, the organization of socialist production, still remains ahead. Can the task be accomplished? Can the final victory of socialism in one country be achieved without the joint efforts of the proletariat of several advanced countries? No, this is impossible. For the final victory of socialism, for the organization of socialist production, the efforts of one country, particularly of such a peasant country as Russia, are insufficient. Such was the importance Stalin attached to Marxist theory and scientific rigor, however, that in the next edition of the book, he simply removed the no and the insufficient. Stalin and Bukharin represented a ruling group which feared and fought anything that might disturb its position of bureaucratic privilege. Its chief characteristics were inertia and complacency. The idea that Russia could simply ignore the outside world, rely on its resources, and, as Bukharin famously put it, build socialism at a snail's pace, fitted such a mood. That was why every party functionary involved in daily compromises with industrial managers, better-off peasants, or get-rich-quick traders, rushed to support Stalin and Bukharin in their attacks on those who tried to remind them of workers' democracy and world revolution. This enabled the ruling group to resort to ever more repressive measures against the opposition, using police to break up a demonstration in support of the opposition by some Petrograd workers on the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, expelling the opposition from the party, exiling them to remote areas, and finally, deporting Trotsky from the USSR. Even so, until 1928, the atmosphere in Russia was still very different from that which characterized the 1930s, something that is ignored by many works on Stalin's gulag of concentration camps. The Red Terror had been wound down after the Civil War. There were only 30,000 prisoners in the camps in 1928, and they were not compelled to work. This was still not a totalitarian regime. As Michael Ryman has written, on the basis of a study of archives from the period, although repression, especially political repression, continued to be widespread, the technique of mass preventive terrorism was virtually abandoned. A normal peacetime framework of legality and the observance of legal procedures was established. Everyday civilian life had re-emerged. The NEP era's distinctive culture came into its own, with its restaurants, confectionaries, and places of entertainment. A richer artistic and ideological life also developed. Workers actually experienced the positive aspects of the new trade union laws, labor's new rights, and the freer conditions of the supervision in the factory. Stalin's authority was still limited. Although his power was great, it was not unlimited. But the whole structure defended by Stalin and Bukharin had inbuilt weaknesses which came to a head just as they banished the opposition. Its stability depended on the peasantry continuing to deliver grain to the city. even though the level of output of industrial goods was not high enough to satisfy their needs, and on Western capitalist powers abandoning any dreams of rolling back the revolution by military force. In fact, neither condition could last. As some sections of the peasants grew richer, they demanded more from the state and took action to get it. And the major capitalist powers, still driven to divide the world between them, had not lost their desire to carve up Russia. Both issues came to a head in the middle of 1928. The peasants began refusing to sell their grain to the cities, and Britain, until then Russia's biggest trading partner, broke off diplomatic relations and imposed a virtual ban on trade. A political crisis convulsed the Kremlin. As Harman explains, the changed international situation critically affected internal relations in the USSR. The authority of the party leadership was severely undermined. Confusion and disorientation were felt in political circles. The party leadership was beset by increasing nervousness and anxiety. The ruling group split down the middle. Bukharin desperately wanted to continue as before, but that would have meant the bureaucracy surrendering some of its power at home to placate the peasants, and abandoning any real hope of resisting future foreign demands. At first, Stalin was at a loss to know what to do, but then moved to a policy which offered the bureaucracy a possibility of strengthening itself at home and abroad, enforced industrialization, to be paid for by seizing grain from the peasants by force. Such a policy suited those running the industrial plants. The drive for further expansion, one study of the period reports, came as much from officials and managers, many of them now party members, as from party leaders. It also provided the means to produce tanks, battleships, aircraft, and machine guns on the same scale as the Western states, and to ward off threats of foreign attack. Stalin insisted, to slacken the pace of industrialization would mean to lag behind, and those who lag behind are beaten. We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this lag in 10 years, or they will crush us. The bureaucracy's path of forced industrialization, in order to match the West militarily, had a logic of its own. Production of investment goods, plant, machinery, and raw materials that could be used to produce more plant, machinery, and raw materials rose at the expense of consumer goods. The proportion of investment devoted to producing the means of production rose from 32.8% in 1927 to 1928 to 53.3% in 1932 and 68.8% by 1950. But this meant the goods which the peasants wanted in return for feeding the growing mass of industrial workers were not produced. The only way to obtain the food was by further use of force against the peasants. Stalin followed the logic of this by moving on from seizing grain to seizing land. The collectivization of land, in reality the state expropriation of the peasantry, was the other side of forced industrialization. It led to an increase in the surplus available to feed the towns and sell abroad for foreign machinery. But it also resulted in a fall in total agricultural output. Collectivization caused enormous hardship among the peasants. Millions of small and middle peasants were denounced as kulaks and herded into cattle trucks for deportation. Tens of millions went hungry as their grain was seized. Workers also suffered a fall in living standards, which were cut by an estimated 50% in 6 years. Such pressure on the mass of the population could not be imposed without an unprecedented police regime. Every protest had to be mercilessly crushed. Every channel by which workers or peasants could express themselves had to be closed. The trade unions were subordinated completely to the state. Vast numbers of people were dragged off to the labor camps, so that the number in them was 20 times higher by 1930 than it had been in 1928. Any section of the bureaucratic apparatus which showed signs of sympathy with the workers and peasants also had to be punished, along with any intellectuals who, even inadvertently, produced novels, poems, or music which might act as a focus for discontent. Debate within the party disappeared, to be replaced by ritual condemnation of the latest deviation. The artistic experimentation of the 1920s was replaced by a dull conformism, mislabeled socialist realism. Executions, rare between the Civil War and 1928, now became commonplace. There were 20,201 in 1930, more than twice as many as at the end of the Civil War in 1921. The grisly total peaked in 1937 at 353,074, almost 40 times the 1921 figure. Show trials, which sentenced people to execution or the living death of the labor camps, did not merely serve as a deterrent to others. The depiction of the accused as Trotskyist foreign agents deflected mass bitterness away from the regime towards alleged saboteurs. The climax of the terror in 1936 to 1937 involved the condemning to death of all the remaining members of Lenin's Central Committee of 1917, except for Stalin, Alexandra Kollontai, now Stalin's ambassador in Sweden, and Leon Trotsky, who survived in exile, to be assassinated by one of Stalin's agents in 1940. For decades, supporters of Stalin claimed he was Lenin's heir, fulfilling the aspirations of 1917. It is a claim repeated, although with negative rather than positive connotations, by many supporters of Western capitalism today. Yet Stalin was careful to ensure the Bolsheviks of 1917 were the first to suffer in the terror of the mid-1930s. Only 1 in 14 of the Bolshevik Party members of 1917, and 1 in 6 of those of 1920, were still in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1939. Many of the rest had been executed or sent to the camps. As Leon Trotsky repeatedly emphasized, far from Stalinism being the simple continuation of Leninism, there was a river of blood between the two. Stalin's logic was the same as that of any capitalist who faces competitive pressure from a bigger rival, to tell his workers to make every conceivable sacrifice in order to compete. For Stalin, the way to catch up with the West was to copy all the methods of primitive accumulation employed elsewhere. The British Industrial Revolution had been based on driving the peasants from the land through enclosures and clearances. Stalin smashed peasant control of the land through collectivization, which forced millions to migrate to the cities. British capitalism had accumulated wealth through slavery in the Caribbean and North America. Stalin herded millions of people into the slave camps of the Gulag. Britain had pillaged Ireland, India, and Africa. Stalin took away the rights of the non-Russian republics of the USSR and deported entire peoples thousands of miles. The British Industrial Revolution had involved denying workers the most elementary rights and making men, women, and children work 14 or 16 hours a day. Stalin followed suit, abolishing the independence of the unions and shooting down strikers. The only significant difference was that while Western capitalism took hundreds of years to complete its primitive accumulation, Stalin sought to achieve Russia's in 2 decades. Therefore, the brutality and barbarity were more concentrated. The Stalinist bureaucracy could not catch up by copying the small-scale market capitalism of England during the Industrial Revolution. It could only succeed militarily if its industries were similar in size to those of the West. But there was no time to wait for private firms to grow as they gobbled each other up. The state had to intervene to bring about the necessary scale of production. State capitalist monopolies, not small private firms, were necessary, and the state had to coordinate the whole economy, subordinating the production of everything else to accumulation. Most people saw the resulting system as socialist, and many still do. For Stalinism did break the backbone of private capitalism in Russia, and later did the same in Eastern Europe and China, but its methods were very similar to those of the war economies of the West. It planned, as they planned, so as to hold down the consumption of the masses while building heavy industry and arms production. Westerners who witnessed this in the 1930s were bewitched by the economic success of the USSR, and so were many observers from the Third World, who saw the rapid industrial advance of the USSR in the 1950s and early 1960s. It seemed that whatever its faults, Stalinism had found a way of escaping from the crises which beset the market capitalism of the rest of the world. The British Fabians, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, lifelong opponents of revolution, visited Russia in the mid-1930s. They were so impressed that they wrote a book entitled The Soviet Union, A New Civilization. By the second edition, they were even more impressed, and removed the question mark. Yet the USSR could not escape the world in which it found itself, even in the 1930s. State direction enabled its industries to expand, while those of the rest of the world contracted, but only at an enormous price to its people. Even the world recession had a direct impact. Stalin financed the import of foreign machinery by selling grain from the Ukraine and Kazakhstan. When the price collapsed after 1929, he had to sell twice as much, and at least 3 million peasants starved to death as the state seized their grain. The abandonment of world revolution. Stalinism was not simply a response to isolation. It also perpetuated that isolation. The theory of socialism in one country led to the imposition of policies on communist parties in the rest of the world, which damaged the chances of revolution. During a first phase of the Stalin-Bukharin alliance, the search for respectable allies in the West meant cozying up to the British TUC through an Anglo-Soviet trade union agreement, even as the TUC betrayed the general strike. British trade unionists were encouraged to raise the slogan, "All power to the General Council of the TUC," although the most cursory glance at the record of the British trade union leaders would have revealed how they would use such power. In the same months, the search for allies in the East meant praising Chiang Kai-shek. Even after he had attacked workers' organizations in Canton, Stalin and Bukharin told Chinese communists in Shanghai and elsewhere to put their trust in him. There was a change in the policies expected of foreign communist parties when socialism in one country shifted from being socialism at a snail's pace to forced industrialization. They were suddenly told in 1928 that they were in a new third period of revolutionary advance. The principal enemy was now the same left wing inside the social democratic parties and the trade unions, which the Russian leadership had been praising so highly only a few months earlier. Stalin and his followers declared that these people were now social fascists and as dangerous as the far right. Communists everywhere had to direct most of their fire against them, refuse to ally with them under any circumstances, and, if necessary, form breakaway trade unions. New leaders who would accept such policies were imposed on the foreign communist parties, and nearly everywhere there were expulsions of established leaders who would not go along with them. What was Stalin's motive in performing this 180-degree turn? Part of the rationale was to cover up for the mistakes made in Britain and China. After forbidding the Chinese communists to criticize Chiang Kai-shek in March 1927, as he prepared to butcher them, Stalin and Bukharin then pushed the communists to try and seize power in Canton in November. The balance of forces was completely against them, and the result was a bloodbath. But it created a climate in which it was very difficult to criticize Stalin and Bukharin for being too conservative. The turn fulfilled other functions as well. The sense of a desperate heroic struggle internationally fitted with the desperate scramble to industrialize Russia, regardless of the impact on the lives of the mass of people. The turn also enabled Stalin to weed out anyone in the international movement who might conceivably criticize what was happening in Russia. It ensured the final transformation of foreign communist parties into organs of Russian foreign policy. The third period was disastrous for the foreign parties. The crisis which erupted in 1929 radicalized a substantial minority of workers and created growing sympathy with communist propaganda about the evils of capitalism. But it made many workers cling to the security of the established social democratic parties and unions. It was usually young workers and the unemployed who moved in a radical direction, since demonstrations which ran up against bloody police repression were the only effective means the unemployed had of expressing their anger. By contrast, those workers with jobs were often so terrified of losing them that they listened to calls for moderation from parliamentary and trade union leaders. These workers were bitter too. When employers gave them little choice but to strike, they could do so in the most militant fashion. But usually, their bitterness was bottled up, not finding expression until they felt they had a chance of fighting successfully. The splits in the ruling class, created by the crisis, could suddenly open new possibilities for workers' struggles, as could upturns in the economy, however short-lived, which led to firms employing more workers. So the years after 1929 saw many sudden upsurges of militant forms of struggle. The revolutionary overthrow of the Spanish monarchy and a massive revival of the workers' movement. A revolutionary upheaval in Cuba, a huge upsurge of the French left, leading to the formation of a Popular Front government and the occupation of the major factories, and the birth of mass trade unionism in the US, culminating in an occupation at the world's largest car manufacturer, General Motors. But nowhere did this happen instantaneously with the onset of the crisis. There was a time lag of 2, 4, or 6 years, and nowhere did it simply dissolve the influence of the old social democratic and union organizations overnight. Typically, sections of the social democratic leadership maintained and even increased their influence for a time by adopting much more left-wing language than previously. Those who simply denounced these leaders as social fascists were cut off from the workers who followed them. This was the mistake the communist parties made for almost 6 years under Stalin's influence. They attracted people radicalized by the crisis, but then they led them into battles which, cut off from the wider layers of workers influenced by the trade union and social democratic organizations, they could not win. A battle-hardened minority of party members persisted and fought on despite the odds. But many, often a majority of members, dropped away, beaten into submission by hardship, hunger, and victimization at the hands of the employers. The figures for membership of the communist parties show this. The membership of the Czechoslovakian Party fell from 91,000 in 1928 to 35,000 in 1931. The French Party from 52,000 to 36,000, the US Party from 14,000 to 8,000, and the British Party from 5,500 to 2,500. The party did grow in one country, Germany. The effects of the crisis were even graver there than in the US, since many of those who lost their jobs in the slump had lost their savings in the inflation only 7 years before, while high interest rates hit the middle classes, small businessmen, and farmers very heavily. Amid feelings of insuperable economic and social crisis right across society, party membership grew from 124,000 in 1928 to 206,000 in 1931, and the communist vote grew from 3.2 million in 1928 to 4.6 million in 1930 and 5.9 million in November 1932. But a huge portion of the party membership were unemployed. Some 51% of the Berlin members were jobless in 1930, as against 40% working in factories, and only 17% of the National Party membership were in a position to undertake party activity in their workplaces in 1931. What is more, the turnover of party membership was incredibly high, about 40% in Berlin. Meanwhile, although the Social Democrats lost votes, they still won 7.2 million in November 1932 and took 84% of seats on factory committees, as against only 4% for the Communists. By denouncing the Social Democrats as social fascists, the Communists cut themselves off from the mass of workers who, however confused, wanted to do something about the economic crisis and resist Hitler's Nazis. The consequences of following Stalin's instructions were to be not only damaging to the party, but disastrous for humanity. Hitler's road to power. Social democratic parties of the Labour type dominated the governments of Europe's two biggest countries at the time of the Wall Street crash in October 1929. In Britain, Labour's Ramsay MacDonald had formed a minority government dependent on Liberal support earlier in the year, while the German Social Democrat Müller headed a grand coalition formed with the moderate bourgeois parties the year before. Neither government had any idea of how to cope with the crisis which engulfed them by 1930. Increased unemployment meant increased expenditure on benefits. Reduced industrial production meant less tax revenue. Government budgets began to run into deficit. Financial instability hit both countries. US bankers demanded repayment of the Dawes Plan loans, which had boosted the German economy in the mid-1920s, and financiers began to gamble against the international exchange rate of sterling. The heads of the national banks, Schacht in Germany, appointed 5 years before as a representative of the liberal wing of the ruling class, and Montague Norman in Britain, a member of the Baring banking family, told their governments to reduce the cost of the insurance funds providing unemployment benefits. The governments fell apart under the pressure. In Germany, the finance minister, the one-time Austro-Marxist economist and former independent Social Democrat Rudolf Hilferding, could not cope, and the government fell early in 1930. In Britain, MacDonald and his Chancellor Philip Snowden opted to abandon the Labour Party and join the Conservatives in a national government. The economic crisis was less severe in Britain than in Germany and the US. British industry still had privileged access to huge markets because of the empire. Prices fell more rapidly than wages and salaries, and the middle class prospered even while unemployed workers suffered in the old industrial areas of the North, Scotland, and South Wales. The national government cut the dole and salaries in the public sector, provoking riots among the unemployed, a brief mutiny in the Navy, and a wave of anger among groups like schoolteachers. But it easily survived the crisis, thrashed a demoralized Labour Party in general elections in 1931 and 1935, and convinced the major section of British capitalism that there was a way out of the crisis. Those members of the ruling class who were prepared to endorse Oswald Mosley's British variant of fascism in 1933 and 1934, for instance the Rothermere family, whose Daily Mail infamously declared, "Hurrah for the black shirts," had generally abandoned it by 1936. Things were very different in Germany. Unemployment rose to about 50% higher than in Britain, and much of the middle class suffered extreme impoverishment. The crisis led to a surge in support for Adolf Hitler's National Socialist, or Nazi, Party. Its vote shot up from 810,000 to more than 6 million in 1930, and then doubled to 37.3% of the total poll in July 1932. But the Nazis were not simply, or even mainly, an electoral party. At the core of their organization were paramilitary street fighters, the SA, or stormtroopers, numbering 100,000 at the end of 1930, and 400,000 by mid-1932. These armed thugs were dedicated to battling against those they blamed for the social crisis, attacking supposedly Jewish finance capital on the one hand, and a supposedly Jewish, Marxist working-class movement on the other. It was the existence of this armed force, prepared to battle for control of the streets and conquer all other social organizations, which distinguished Nazism and fascism from the established bourgeois parties. The first successful organization of this kind was that created by Mussolini in Italy after 1920. Its members were bound together by an intense nationalist, rather than anti-Jewish ideology. Some leading fascists, such as the mayor of Rome in the mid-1920s, were Jewish, and anti-Semitism did not feature in fascist ideology until after the alliance with Hitler in the late 1930s. But in other respects, Mussolini blazed the trail that Hitler was to follow. Hitler's party had first come to prominence in the crisis year of 1923, with the French occupation of the Ruhr and the Great Inflation. It was at the center of a circle of right-wing terror organizations, anti-Semitic groups, and former Freikorps members who gathered in the Bavarian city of Munich. But an attempt to seize power in the city in November 1923 failed dismally, and the party went into decline as the crisis conditions disappeared. By 1927 to 1928, Hitler's party was a marginal force electorally, its membership only a few thousand, and its leaders perpetually quarreling. Then the outbreak of the world economic crisis gave it an enormous boost. Ever greater numbers of people flocked to Hitler from the moderate bourgeois parties, for these supported governments presiding over a crisis which was driving not just workers, but many of their own middle-class supporters into poverty and bankruptcy. In the small town of Talburg, for example, the Nazi vote leapt in 3 years from 123 to 4,200 at the expense of the other bourgeois parties. Like the Italian fascists, the Nazis were a party of the middle classes. A large proportion of their members before Hitler took power were self-employed, 17.3%, white-collar employees, 20.6%, or civil servants, 6.5%. All of these groups were represented in the Nazi Party at rates between 50 and 80% higher than in the population as a whole, and all were regarded as much more socially privileged than would be the case today. There were workers who joined the Nazis, but at a rate about 50% less than their proportion in the population as a whole. The Nazis did pick up some working-class votes, but many of these were the votes of agricultural workers in areas like Eastern Prussia, where attempts at unionization immediately after the war had been broken, and traditions of working-class politics hardly existed. The votes of workers in small towns, where the influence of the middle classes was greatest, or the votes of the unemployed, who were atomized, and sometimes attracted by the benefits of Nazi, and especially stormtrooper membership. This makes a nonsense of attempts to deny the middle-class character of Nazism, as Michael Mann does, for instance, when he claims that studies show only a low correlation between Nazi voting and class. But why were the middle classes attracted to the Nazis and not to the left? Partly, this had to do with decades of anti-socialist indoctrination. The self-employed and white-collar workers had been brought up to believe that they were superior to manual workers, and tried to cling on to what separated them from the mass of workers as the crisis deepened. Their bitterness against governments and financiers was matched by their fear of the mass of workers just below them, yet this had not prevented many of them acquiescing in the idea that some sort of socialist change was inevitable in the revolutionary period of 1918 to 1920. The other factor in the situation was the behavior of the left itself. The German Social Democrats learned nothing from the experience of their Italian predecessors. Instead, they repeated ad nauseum that Germany is not Italy. Kautsky insisted on this in 1927, claiming that in an advanced industrial country, fascism could never repeat its Italian success of dredging up large numbers of lumpen elements ready to serve capitalist ends. Hilferding was still repeating the same message a matter of days before Hitler took office in January 1933. By sticking to the German constitution, he said, the Social Democrats had forced the Nazis onto the terrain of legality, which would defeat them, as shown by President Hindenburg's refusal of Hitler's request to form a government the previous summer. After the Italian tragedy comes the German farce. It marks the downfall of fascism, he argued. The stress on constitutionalism led the Social Democratic leaders to follow a policy of toleration towards the successive governments which presided over the worsening crisis after they themselves abandoned office in 1930. These governments, led first by Brüning, then von Papen, and finally von Schleicher, ruled without majority parliamentary support, dependent on the power to govern by decree open to the president. Their measures led to successive attacks on the conditions of workers and the lower middle classes. One decree from Brüning imposed a 10% cut in wages, but could not stop the deterioration of the economy and the hardship which accompanied it. Through their toleration policy, the Social Democrats were saying, in effect, that all they could offer was hardship and hunger. They left the field open to the Nazis to pick up the support of those who abandoned the old bourgeois parties. The Social Democrats seemed to go out of their way to make things easy for Hitler. They built a self-defense organization of sorts, the Reichsbanner, made up of militants and members of socialist sports associations and youth organizations. It had the potential to mobilize hundreds of thousands, yet they insisted it was for defensive purposes only, for use only if the Nazis broke the constitution, a moment which never came. They also controlled the Prussian state government, and with it, a large, well-armed police force. They had used the police to shoot down communist-led demonstrators on May Day in Berlin in 1929, killing 25, and they banned Nazi demonstrations throughout Prussia in 1930 and 1931. But their very constitutionalism led them to abandon this weapon as the Nazi menace reached a high point in the summer of 1932. In the presidential elections of that year, they did not stand a candidate of their own, but urged their supporters to vote for the aged Hindenburg, who then repaid them by agreeing with von Papen, who was secretly negotiating with Hitler, to issue a decree overthrowing the Social Democratic government in Prussia. The Social Democrats meekly obeyed, abandoning what they had claimed was the strongest bulwark against Nazism. The SS stormtroopers were now free to parade openly, creating the impression of a dynamic, all-powerful movement which might somehow get rid of the conditions which were making life so difficult, and drive the opposition from the streets. There could hardly have been a greater contrast to the Social Democrats' paralysis in the face of the worst slump people had ever known. No wonder there was bewilderment among Social Democrat activists. As the historian of the rise of Nazism in the town of Talburg writes of the Social Democrats, by the beginning of 1933, many expected a Nazi takeover. They planned to fight, but it was no longer clear what they were fighting for the Republic of General von Schleicher, or von Papen, for democracy under rule by presidential decree. During the grey January of 1933, Talburg's SPD held no meetings, sponsored no speeches. What was there to say? The immobility of the Social Democrats left the field clear for the Nazis. But the Nazis could not have come to power merely on the back of their electoral support. Their highest vote in free elections was 37.1%, and they actually lost 2 million votes between July and November 1932. Even with Hitler as Chancellor, and mass intimidation of the opposition, they won only 43.9% of the vote in March 1933. Late in 1932, Goebbels complained in his diary that the Nazis' failure to take power was causing demoralization in the ranks, with thousands leaving. What gave the Nazis power was the decision by key representatives of the German ruling class to hand it to them. There had long been sections of big business which gave money to the Nazis, seeing them as a useful counterweight to the left and the unions. The newspaper magnate Hugenborg had relieved Hitler's financial dilemmas in his early years. By 1931, Fritz Thyssen, a leading Ruhr industrialist, was a keen Nazi supporter, and the former National Bank chief, Schacht, was increasingly sympathetic. But until 1932, the main sections of German capitalism had supported two parties more or less under their direct control. The big industrialists backed the German People's Party, successor of the pre-war National Liberal Party, and Hugenborg and the big landowners backed the German National Party. They distrusted the Nazi Party because many of the impoverished middle-class people in its ranks, and some of its leaders, not only attacked the Marxist organizations of the workers, but also called for a national revolution directed against big business. As the world slump hit their profits, the views of sections of capital began to change. Even the majority of industrialists, who did not finance Hitler and distrusted a movement that had grown up independently of them among the impoverished middle class, began to feel they could use the Nazis for their own ends. As one study concludes, the increasing severity of the Depression convinced most of the leaders of the upper class that the Treaty of Versailles had to be eliminated, that reparations had to be cancelled, and that the power of labor had to be broken before the Depression could be overcome. In the summer of 1931, leaders of big business adopted the characterization of the Weimar Republic as a system of dishonor, and called for national dictatorship. Such views were shared by the Ruhr industrialists, the big landowners, and the bulk of the officer corps in the armed forces. They were also close in many respects to the policy Hitler put forward. The proximity increased when Hitler purged Otto Strasser, the most outspoken proponent of the National Revolution approach, took part in a joint conference with the National Party, the People's Party, industrialists and landowning groups at Harzburg in September 1931, and then addressed captains of the Ruhr industry in January 1932. The industrialists were increasingly reassured that Hitler would not damage their interests, while some saw his stormtroopers as a useful tool in smashing the workers' movement. By the autumn of 1932, most industrialists believed the Nazis had to be in the government if it was to be powerful enough to pursue the policies they wanted and weaken working-class resistance. They were still divided on exactly how important the Nazi presence was to be. The majority wanted the key posts to be in the hands of politicians they trusted from the old bourgeois parties, like von Papen. Only a minority were pushing at that time for Hitler to be put in charge. Their attitude was that they needed Hitler as a guard dog to protect their property, and, like any guard dog, he should be kept on a tight chain. But Hitler would not accept this, and the mood of big business began to shift as the government of military chief von Schleicher proved incapable of meeting their requirements. Even if many elite industrialists were not keen on the jumped-up former corporal with his wild talk, they began to accept that he alone commanded the forces necessary to restore bourgeois stability. Von Papen himself held a meeting with Hitler at the home of a banker. He told the British ambassador a few days later, "It would be a disaster if the Hitler movement collapsed or was crushed, for, after all, the Nazis were the last remaining bulwark against communism." The big landowners, the established business backers of Hitler like Schacht and Thyssen, and sections of the military high command, were already pressuring the president, Hindenburg, to resolve the political crisis by appointing Hitler Chancellor. Von Papen threw his weight, and that of the heavy industrial interest which relied on him, behind that pressure. There were still important sections of industry which had their doubts, but they put up no resistance to this solution. And once Hitler was in power, they were quite willing to finance the election he called in order to boost his parliamentary fortunes and overcome the crisis within the Nazi ranks. Hitler would not have got anywhere had he not been able to organize a mass movement of the middle classes, to some extent in opposition to the immediate political preferences of major sections of German big business. But at the end of the day, they regarded him coming to power as better than continued political instability, and certainly as much better than his collapse and a shift of German politics to the left. Hitler took office on the 31st of January, 1933. Many social democratic supporters wanted to fight. Braunthal tells of the most impressive demonstrations of the German workers' will to resist. On the afternoon and evening of the 30th of January, spontaneous and violent mass demonstrations of workers took place in German cities. Delegations from the factories, from all parts of the country, arrived on the same day in Berlin, in expectation of battle orders. Yet the SPD leaders decided Hitler had come to power constitutionally, and their followers should do nothing. Its daily paper, Vorwärts, boasted, "In the face of the government and its threats of a coup d'etat, the Social Democrats and the Iron Front stand foursquare on the grounds of the Constitution and legality." The party devoted its efforts to preventing premature resistance to the new regime. The desire for resistance from rank-and-file Social Democrats was a feeling the Communist Party could have tapped throughout the preceding 3 years. But from 1929 all the way through to 1933, its leaders had refused to demand that the Social Democratic leaders join a united front to stop the Nazis, either out of stupidity or out of deference to Stalin. Individuals who began to have doubts about the policy were removed from positions of influence. The ultimate absurdity had come in the summer of 1931. The Nazis had organized a referendum to remove the Social Democratic government in Prussia, and the communist leaders, on orders from Stalin, had declared this a red referendum, and told their members to campaign for a yes vote. It is difficult to imagine a gesture more calculated to stop rank-and-file Social Democrats looking to the Communists for a way to resist the Nazis. This does not mean the Communists were any sort of allies of the Nazis, as is sometimes claimed. In places such as Berlin, Communist groups fought desperate street battles day after day to drive back the Nazis. But they did so cut off from a wider base of support. Like the cowardice of the Social Democrats, the lunacy of the Communist leaders persisted even after Hitler took office. They did not learn from what had happened in Italy, and believed the Nazis would act like any other bourgeois government in power. They insisted the Nazi dictatorship was fundamentally unstable and likely to be short-lived. Their slogan was, "After Hitler, us." In Moscow, the party paper Pravda spoke of the rousing success of the German Communist Party, while Radek, a former left oppositionist, now completely under Stalin's thumb, wrote in Izvestia of a defeat like the defeat on the Marne for the Nazis. In line with this perspective, communist activists in Germany were told to keep on the offensive, with mass leafleting and petitioning directed against the new government. But Hitlerism differed from other bourgeois governments precisely because it had a mass of supporters prepared to crack down on any element of working-class resistance, hunting out militants, ensuring employers sacked union activists, and joining the secret police to smash centers of opposition to the regime. Anyone who signed a petition was likely to be beaten up by the SA and picked up by the police. Within a few days, the paramilitary forces of the Nazis were being integrated into the state machine. The SA stormtroopers and the police worked together to harass the working-class parties. Then, on the 27th of February, the Nazis used a fire in the Reichstag as an excuse to ban the Communist Party, suppress its press, and drag off 10,000 of its members to concentration camps. The cowardly stupidity of the Social Democrat leaders persisted to the end. They believed the repression directed at the Communists would barely touch them, and they expelled members who talked about underground resistance. The trade union leaders even promised to cooperate with the Nazis in turning the 1st of May into a day of national labor. On the 2nd of May, the Nazis carted these leaders off to concentration camps as well. Between the accession of Hitler and the outbreak of war in 1939, around 225,000 people were sentenced to prison for political offenses, and it is estimated that as many as 1 million Germans suffered, for a longer or shorter time, the tortures and indignities of the concentration camps. Workers' organizations were not the only ones to suffer. Having won the support of the parties of big business, the National Party and the People's Party, for his onslaught on the Communists, the Social Democrats and the unions, Hitler turned on them, forcing them to dissolve and accept a Nazi one-party state. He used state terror to destroy the independence of all sorts of organizations, however respectable and middle class, lawyers' groups, professional associations. Even the Boy Scouts suffered. If any put up resistance, the political police, the Gestapo, would cart off some of the more active members to the concentration camps. Fear silenced any overt disagreement with totalitarian policies. Nazi rule remained, however, based upon a direct agreement with big business and the officer corps of the army. These were left relatively untouched by Nazi violence, free to make profits or expand their military capacity, while the Nazis were given control over the means of repression and the whole of political life. The alliance was sealed in blood a year later by the Night of the Long Knives, when Hitler used his own bodyguard, the SS, to murder leaders of the SA stormtroopers, whose talk of a Second Revolution worried the generals and industrialists. In return, these allowed Hitler to take over the presidency and concentrate all political power in his hands. Chapter 7. Strangled Hope, 1934 to 1936. The scale of the Nazi victory in Germany caused shockwaves across Europe. It had dismantled the world's most powerful working-class movement virtually overnight. It was a lesson that right-wing forces elsewhere were quick to learn, and one which workers' organizations had to try and digest, however unpalatable that was to leaders who had insisted on the inviolability of a constitutionalist approach or the imminence of a communist victory. Vienna, 1934. The first concerted moves by the right to copy some of Hitler's methods came in 1934 in Austria, France, and Spain. Austria's ruling class had tolerated the Social Democrats presiding over coalition governments in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of its empire in 1918 to 1919, since there was continued revolutionary upheaval in neighboring states, and vigorous workers' and soldiers' councils in Austria itself, which only the Social Democrats could hold back from bidding for power. As one Austrian Social Democrat later wrote, the Austrian middle-class parties were almost impotent, and the task of defending Austrian democracy fell to the Social Democrats. Once the upheavals had died down, the Social Democrats left the government and concentrated on using their control of the city council in Vienna to improve workers' living conditions. Vienna was a bastion of the party, which had 600,000 members in a country with a total adult urban population of only 3 million, and won 42% of the poll in national elections. But right-wing Catholic politicians dominated the countryside and had a majority in parliament. Inspired by Mussolini's success in Italy, by the late 1920s they had established a paramilitary force, the Heimwehr, which clashed increasingly with the defense force of the Social Democrats, the Republikanischer Schutzbund. Hitler's victory in Germany boosted the confidence of Austria's fascists, even though it also split them in two, between those who wanted Austria to merge with Germany and those wanting a Catholic state allied with Italy. The leader of this second group, Dollfuss, took advantage of the situation in early March 1933 to dispense with Parliament and rule by emergency decree. Dollfuss took token action against the pro-German Nazis, but his main target was the workers' movement. The Socialist Defense Corps was dissolved. Socialist-governed Vienna was arbitrarily deprived of a considerable part of its income. Socialist workers were ordered under threat of losing their jobs to join Dollfuss's new party, the Patriotic Front. Dollfuss officially announced his plan to abolish parliamentary democracy forever and to rebuild Austria as a Christian, corporate, and federal state. The Austrian Social Democrats had boasted after 1919 that they were more left-wing and more willing to fight the right than the German Social Democrats. They also boasted that because of this, the Communists had barely been able to grow in Austria, and the country's working-class movement was weakened by division like Germany's. But their response to Dollfuss's coup was to do nothing. They were in a strong position. The strength of the working class had been shown only a few days earlier, when railway workers had won a clear victory in an all-out strike. Instead, the Social Democrats hoped that Dollfuss would somehow form an anti-Nazi front with them. They told their members to be prepared for action, but not to do anything premature. The situation dragged on like this for 11 months, with Dollfuss making piecemeal but systematic attacks, and the Social Democrats continuing to tell their supporters to be patient. At a meeting of 1,000 factory delegates in Vienna, a Social Democrat leader rejected calls for immediate action, saying, "So long as there is the slightest chance of averting the horror of civil war, we are bound by honor and conscience to take it. As the Social Democrat Braunthal recalled, the Austrian workers felt profoundly disappointed and discouraged. This feeling of desolation grew all the deeper by the evasive tactics of the party executive towards the rising tide of Austrian fascism. Dollfuss was left a free hand to move decisively against the socialists at the moment of his own choosing. He did so on the 12th of February 1934, after his deputy had declared, "We are going to start cleaning up Austria. We shall make a complete job of it." Early in the morning, police searched for arms in the socialist headquarters in Linz. Workers in the house resisted, and firing began. 3 hours later, the Viennese electrical workers struck, the prearranged signal for a general strike. Then firing began in Vienna. The Civil War had come. It lasted 4 days. All possible bad fortune seemed to be in store for the workers. A small minority of socialist workers, mainly members of the Republican Defense Corps, the Schutzbund, took up arms, as far as arms were available. No official call for a general strike could be sent out, since it had been forgotten to make arrangements with the electrical workers for use of the socialist printing presses. The mass of workers sympathized with the fighting members of the Republican Defense Corps, but they did not strike. Discouraged, demoralized, they worked, while close by, small socialist groups were overwhelmed by cannon and machine guns. By the 16th of February, the fighting was over. 11 men were hanged. The Austrian labor movement was driven underground. Despite the defeat, the fact that the Austrian workers' movement eventually fought back against fascism and did not simply surrender, as in Germany, proved an inspiration to anti-fascists in other countries. "Better Vienna than Berlin" became a slogan around which a new left wing crystallized in many social democratic parties. In Austria itself, Dollfuss's followers hung on to power for 4 years, with a regime sometimes described as clerico-fascist. Then, in 1938, Mussolini made a deal with Hitler. German troops took over the country to cheers from middle-class crowds, and there was full Nazification. Events in Germany had demonstrated that the workers' movement could not stop fascism unless it was prepared to fight in a united manner. Austria showed that unity alone was not enough. There had to be a preparedness to fight. France and the Popular Front. Paris also seemed close to civil war in February 1934. Successive governments of the Centre Radical Party had responded to the world economic crisis with deflationary policies, which cut the pay of public sector employees and the incomes of the peasants, who still made up a majority of the population. At the same time, a series of banking scandals had implicated leading figures in the governing party. Popular bitterness led to a growing atmosphere of disorder, with protests by civil servants, demonstrations by small shopkeepers and small businessmen, and violent mass action by peasants. The far right, organized around various paramilitary leagues, was able to take advantage of this, parading through the streets and attracting growing middle-class support for its combination of nationalism, ultra-Catholicism, denunciation of corrupt financiers, and anti-Semitism. By the beginning of 1934, the far right had hopes of emulating Hitler's victory of a year before. On the 6th of February, its organizations called a huge demonstration in Paris against the recently formed left-of-center government of the radical party's Edouard Daladier. Their aim was to invade the Chamber of Deputies and force Daladier's replacement by a right-wing government, so opening the door to power for themselves. A night of vicious fighting followed, as demonstrators and police shot at one another, with a total of 15 deaths and 1,435 wounded. Daladier resigned the next day, fearing he could no longer keep order, and a right-of-center radical replaced him. The far right had shown it had the strength to unmake a government by force, and France seemed set to follow the path of Italy and Germany. The French left had previously seemed as incapable of responding as the left elsewhere. The Socialist Party, SFIO, tolerated the Radical Party in government, much as the German Social Democrats had tolerated Brüning. The Communists repeated the third period nonsense that the Socialist Party were social fascists. On the 3rd of February, as the right-wing mobilization became more violent, the communist paper, L'Humanité, carried the headline, "No Panic," while on the 5th of February it declared that the choice between the fascists and the government was between plague and cholera. When it called a protest on the 9th of February, which led to bitter fighting with the police and 9 dead, it did so on its own, and claimed the demonstration was against both the fascist and the killers in Daladier's fallen government. The major union federation, the CGT, called for a general strike on the 12th of February, and the Socialist Party separately called for a demonstration. Only at the last minute did the Communist Party decide to demonstrate as well, but separately from the other organizations. It was far from certain what would happen when the demonstrations met. People feared they would end up fighting each other, as had happened in the past. Instead, as they drew close together, people began chanting the same anti-fascist slogans and melted into a single demonstration. According to one account, this encounter triggered off a delirious enthusiasm, an explosion of shouts of joy, applause, chants, cries of "Unity! Unity!" The success of the general strike and the united demonstration halted the right's advance. A formal agreement between the communists and socialists led to gains for both in elections at the expense of the radicals. At the same time, a merger between the CGT and a communist-led breakaway brought some growth in union membership. Anti-fascist committees mushroomed across the country to challenge the right for control of the streets. Then the Communist Party went even further in its policy shift. It called for a pact not just with the socialists, but with the Radical Party as well, on the grounds that although it was a bourgeois party, it stood for preserving the Republic. When the Popular Front of the Socialists, Communists and Radicals gained a clear majority in the elections of May 1936, it claimed this as definitive proof that its approach was correct. Certainly, the left did well electorally. For the first time, the Socialists were the biggest party in the Assembly, while Communist representation shot up from 10 to 76. The Socialist leader, Léon Blum, was able to form a government containing 18 Socialists and 13 Radicals. The Communists were not in the government, but voted for it in the Assembly. However, the mood in the streets and workplaces was much more impressive than the Socialist Radical government. After all, the two parties had held enough seats in Parliament to have formed such a government at any point in the previous 4 years. A series of huge left-wing demonstrations culminated in a 600,000-strong commemoration of the Paris Commune. The biggest wave of strikes France had ever known was beginning, even before Blum's government took office. What started as a scattering of short and isolated but victorious strikes in different parts of France, Le Havre, Toulouse, Courbevoie, suddenly turned into a powerful movement on the 26th of May, when workers in engineering factories in the Paris suburbs struck and occupied their plants. On the 28th of May, workers staged a strike and occupation at the huge Renault plant at Billancourt in Paris. By the end of the week, 70,000 workers were involved. After a lull for the Whitsun bank holiday, the occupation spread beyond engineering to all sorts of industries and to virtually every part of the country. Chocolate factories, print works, building sites, locksmiths, even to department stores in Paris, where there were no unions, and workers had previously been afraid to talk to one another. In the Nord Departement alone, 1,144 workplaces were occupied, involving 254,000 workers. The British ambassador compared the situation to Russia in 1917, with Blum in the position of Kerensky. The employers, who had been willing to look favorably on the advance of the far right only 2 years before, were now desperate for Blum to settle the strikes, even if it meant making enormous concessions to the workers. At a special meeting in the Prime Minister's residence on the 7th of June, they signed an agreement for the immediate establishment of labour contracts, substantial wage increases, and the election of workers' delegates in all factories employing more than 10 workers. 3 days later, the government presented bills to Parliament introducing 2 weeks' paid holiday and limiting the working week to 40 hours. The bills passed in a record 7 days. Even the Senate, elected on an undemocratic basis, which gave the right built-in strength, did not dare oppose them. Among many workers, there was a feeling they wanted more than just wage increases, a shorter working week and holidays. They wanted somehow to change society in its entirety. The strikes continued until the 11th of June, when the Communist Party intervened with a speech by its leader, Maurice Thorez. He claimed that since to seize power now is out of the question, the only thing to do was to return to work. "It is necessary to know how to end a strike," he said. The most militant strikers, who looked upon the communists as the far left, reluctantly began to accept a return to work on the conditions offered. This gave them material gains, although inflation was soon to eat into their wage increases. But it left power in the hands of the old police, generals, and top civil servants, who had shown their sympathy with the far right over the previous years. And it left control over industry and finance in the hands of capitalists, who would try to grab back the concessions made in June, the moment the balance of forces changed. Thorez was right. The conditions were not yet ripe for workers to take power, any more than they had been ripe in February or even July 1917. But they were such that the communists could have put into effect the slogan they had ritually raised until only 2 years before, for the creation of Soviets, structures of workers' delegates which could oversee and challenge the power of the state and big business. However, Thorez did not even mention this, although the mood of workers would have ensured a favorable reception for such a call. The omission was not an accident. The abandonment of the absurd third period policy had depended on changes in Comintern, Communist International thinking in Moscow, as had the adoption of the policy of Popular Front alliance with the bourgeois pro-capitalist party. Stalin wanted foreign policy allies to cement the defense pact with the USSR signed by the right-of-center Laval government in 1935. Communist support for a liberal capitalist government seemed to make such an alliance easier. The Comintern accordingly argued that it was the only practical way of blocking the path of fascism, although its central arguments were no different to those used by people like Bernstein 40 years before. The communists could not ally with parties like the radicals without dropping any concrete revolutionary alternative to the crisis hitting the world system. Talk of revolutionary change became something to be projected into the distant future, while they tolerated governments committed to keeping capitalism intact, in the hope that this would stop the capitalists being attracted to the options of the far right. But toleration meant holding back the workers' movement until it was demoralized and the capitalists had enough confidence to take the offensive. There was a celebration of the Popular Front movement in France on the 14th of July, 1936. A demonstration of up to 1 million people commemorated the anniversary of the French Revolution in Paris, while there were other demonstrations, thousands strong, in towns across France. People dressed in the costumes of the revolutionary years. There were giant pictures of revolutionary and Enlightenment heroes, Robespierre, Voltaire, Marat, Victor Hugo. The Radical Party leader Daladier stood on the speaker's platform in Paris alongside Thorez and Blum. A banner, carried by Renault workers, bore the emblem of the Radical Party, alongside those of the Socialist and Communist parties. The whole affair was designed to convince people that if only they stood together, regardless of party or class, and identified with a single French Republican tradition, then the nightmare of fascism would go away. Here were the practical politics of Popular Front unity. 3 days later, events took place across the Pyrenees, which put this practical politics to the test. Inspired by the victories of the fascists in Italy, Germany, and Austria, generals staged an uprising against the Republican government of Spain, which immediately requested arms from France to defend itself. Léon Blum wanted to provide the arms, but leading radical politicians were vehemently opposed. On the 30th of July, Blum assured the Chamber of Deputies that no arms were being sent, and had soon agreed a non-intervention policy, even though this meant abandoning the elected Republican government to the attacks by fascist-inspired forces armed by Germany and Italy. The Communist Party in France objected strongly to Blum's stance. It even abstained in a no-confidence vote in the Chamber in December 1936. Yet it had no alternative to offer, since it too preferred a coalition with the Liberals to building a movement to confront French capitalism. It was a policy which could no more work domestically than in international affairs. The Radicals were only prepared to go along with reforms in favor of workers so long as the wave of strikes continued, as it did through much of the second half of 1936, although in a more subdued manner than in late May and June. As the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, and the CGT leaders succeeded in cooling things down, the Radicals began to revert to demanding deflation to deal with the symptoms of economic crisis. After experimenting with reflationary policies designed to create jobs, such as the shorter working week, Blum began to concur with the Radicals early in 1937, announcing a pause in his program of expansion and reform. It was not enough. In July 1937, he resigned after the Senate rejected his finance bill, amid a financial crisis caused by a flight of capital. In the meantime, the state had shown how little it had been changed by the spell of Popular Front government. The police had opened fire on an anti-fascist demonstration in a Paris suburb in March 1937, killing 6 demonstrators. Radical Party governments with Socialist Party participation ruled France for the next 9 months. A new world depression began in the US even before the previous one had finished, and the government reacted with the old radical policy of cutting expenditure, a policy that could only demoralize those who had placed hope in the Popular Front. A crisis caused by Hitler's march into Austria and the collapse of French foreign policy in Eastern Europe brought Blum back to office for 26 days, before he was replaced by Daladier. The employers now felt strong enough to take on the workers, and the Daladier government set out to reverse one of the most important reforms of 2 years before, the reduction of the working week to 40 hours. The police intervened to suppress the strikes and occupations which followed. At Renault, a 20-hour battle followed after 1,500 armed police invaded the factory. The police forced the defeated workers to march out of the factory, making the fascist salute and shouting, "Long live the police!" As Julian Jackson observes in his History of the Period, the Popular Front born out of the general strike of the 12th of February 1934, finally died of that on the 30th of November 1938. Ironically, the 12th of February strike had originally been conceived to protest against the forced resignation of Daladier, and the strike of the 30th of November was called to protest against the labor policy of the same Daladier. The first phase of the Popular Front had seemed to offer hope, and the left parties and the unions grew rapidly. Communist Party membership increased from 29,000 in 1933 to 90,000 in February 1936, and 288,000 in December 1936, and that of the Communist Youth from 3,500 to 25,000, and then 100,000. The Socialist Party grew from 131,000 in 1933 to 202,000 in 1936. The Young Socialists from 11,320 in 1934 to 56,640 in 1937, and the CGT Union Federation from 785,700 in 1935 to around 4 million in 1937. But by 1938, disillusionment with the record of the Popular Front was having the opposite effect, and the left parties were beginning to lose members and support. Thousands of sackings and victimizations after the defeated strike of late 1938 devastated the parties and the unions, and their memberships sank. By the outbreak of the Second World War the following August, the French ruling class was in a powerful enough position to get the same parliament that had been elected on a wave of exhilaration only 3 years before to outlaw the Communist Party and expel its deputies. 9 months later, the same parliament, including the majority of the Socialist Party deputies, voted to give dictatorial powers to Marshal Pétain, who formed a government containing French fascists to collaborate with the German Nazis in occupation of the northern half of the country. There are still historians, such as Erich Hobsbawm, who invoke the Popular Front as an example of how the left can withstand an onslaught by the right. The French experience certainly does not bear this out. The fighting unity French workers displayed in 1934 certainly threw the far right onto the defensive. But the attempt to establish unity with a mainstream pro-capitalist party in 1936 had the same effect as the Social Democrats' toleration policy in Germany, enabling the right to regain the initiative after a brief lull. Tragically, this was also to be the experience in the third great example of resistance to fascism in the 1930s, in Spain. Spain. Fascism, revolution, and civil war. English writer George Orwell wrote of Barcelona in November 1936. It was the first time I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle. Practically any building of any size had been seized by the workers. Every shop and cafe had an inscription saying it was collectivized. Even the bootblacks had been collectivized, and their boxes painted red and black. Waiters and shop walkers looked you in the face and treated you as equals. Servile and even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. There were no private cars. They had all been commandeered. It was the aspect of the crowds that was the queerest thing of all. In outward appearance, it was a town in which the wealthy classes had practically ceased to exist. Above all, there was belief in the revolution and the future, a feeling of having suddenly emerged into an era of equality and freedom. Human beings were trying to behave as human beings, and not as cogs in a capitalist machine. Barely 4 months earlier, Spain's military, headed by General Franco, had attempted to seize power. Their efforts had been thwarted in more than half the country by workers' uprisings. Civil war followed, the culmination of 6 years of increasingly bitter class struggle. The defeat of the workers' movement in the early 1920s had allowed a dictator, Primo de Rivera, to rule Spain for the rest of the decade. He relied on the military to crush opposition and was able to prevent militant workers organizing. Most anarcho-syndicalist and communist leaders went into exile, but de Rivera had no great social base of his own and had to balance between different social groups, even collaborating with the socialist trade union leader, Largo Caballero. His weak dictatorship collapsed in 1930, unable to cope with the effects of the world crisis. A few months later, the left won an overwhelming victory in local elections. The king abdicated, and enthusiastic crowds proclaimed the Republic, first in Barcelona and then in Madrid. A bourgeois Republican government ruled for the next 2 years, with Caballero as Minister of Labor. It was a government which promised much in the way of reform and delivered little. For example, its land reform benefited only 2,000 peasants out of 2 million. There was open disillusionment as police shot down peasants occupying the land in the village of Casas Viejas in the south, and broke strikes in cities like Barcelona. However, the mere talk of reform was enough to antagonize the upper classes. A section of bourgeois Republicans split away to form an alliance with a new party, CEDA, backed by the great landowners, certain big business interests, leading army officers, monarchists, open admirers of Mussolini, and the bishops of the Catholic Church. CEDA leader, Gil Robles, wanted to graft fascist methods onto Catholic dogma, as Dollfuss was doing in Austria, and held rallies reminiscent of those of Mussolini and Hitler. Electoral victory for the right seemed to put a CEDA government on the cards. Even the leaders of the Socialist Party and its UGT union saw this as a grave threat, agreed to oppose it physically, and united with some smaller working-class organizations to form a united workers' alliance. The hostility to CEDA came from the industrial workers of the major cities and the vast numbers of semi-employed rural laborers on the great estates of the south. But it was also shared by a section of the middle class, especially in Catalonia, where they feared a right-wing onslaught on their autonomous government and language. Yet when CEDA finally took office in October 1934, only the miners of Asturias, in the north of the country, rose up, arming themselves with dynamite and taking control of the area. The anarcho-syndicalists, who dominated much of the working-class movement, refused to take part in a national rising out of distrust for all politicians. The Catalan nationalists stood aside at the last minute, and the Socialist Party and union leaders restricted protests to a short general strike in Madrid. The government was able to smash the Asturian miners, using troops from Spanish Morocco under the command of General Franco, and imposed a reign of terror in the area. Elsewhere in Spain, Socialist Party members, including Caballero and trade unionists, were thrown into prison. The left referred to the period that followed as the 2 Black Years. But the defeat of the workers' movement in Spain in 1934 was not like that in Austria the same year. The right-wing government was unable to solve the political crisis and fell apart. Early in 1936, another election was called, in a climate of increasing class polarization and political bitterness. In the meantime, the same Popular Front ideas as in France had come to influence much of the left. The small Communist Party, which prior to October 1934 had opposed unity with socialists and anarcho-syndicalists, now campaigned vigorously for all to unite with the bourgeois Republicans. Such ideas were accepted with enthusiasm by the right wing of the Socialist Party, and a joint list of socialist, communist, and bourgeois Republican candidates contested the elections. Even the anarcho-syndicalists urged their supporters to vote for it, hoping to see their activists freed from prison. The electoral system meant that the Popular Front won an overwhelming majority of seats on a vote that was only marginally up on 1933. The new government was composed of the same Republican politicians who had so disappointed people in 1931 to 1933. But pressure from below caused them to free left-wing political prisoners, and there was general elation on the left. Workers' confidence led to a growing wave of strikes and demonstrations. People flooded into both the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and the socialist UGT unions, while the Socialist Party moved sharply to the left. Caballero claimed he had been won to Marxism in prison and declared, "The revolution we want can only be achieved by violence." The socialist youth referred to him as the Spanish Lenin, as they raised their fists and chanted slogans for a workers' government and a Red Army. There was a growing sense of panic among the country's conservative forces. Seda activists flooded towards an even more overtly fascist organization, the Falange, and upper-class thugs launched violent attacks on the left. There were reports that senior army officers were planning a coup, but the government did nothing except swap their posts around. In just 4 months, 269 people were killed and 1,287 wounded in street fights. 381 buildings were attacked or damaged. 43 newspaper offices were attacked or ransacked, and there were 146 bomb attempts. The right finally made its move on the 17th to 18th of July. The generals tried to seize control of every city in Spain and Spanish Morocco. The Republican government was too terrified to do anything, and even issued a statement denying that a coup was taking place. The Prime Minister, Quiroga, resigned. His replacement, Barrio, tried to reach an accommodation with the rebellion, and then resigned in the face of hostile workers' demonstrations. The military had expected to take power in a matter of hours. The cowardice and confusion of the Popular Front Republican politicians gave them their chance. What upset their calculations was the reaction of workers. The UGT and CNT called for a general strike. But workers did not simply engage in passive stoppages. In most of the cities and towns of mainland Spain, they moved to seize control of the barracks and disarm the army. Militants from the CNT, UGT, and workers' parties grabbed guns from wherever they could. Sometimes they succeeded in winning over sections of the generally pro-Republican assault guard, and even, as in Barcelona, the traditionally anti-working class civil guard. But what mattered was their initiative. Where they moved decisively, without vacillation or conciliation towards the right-wing officers, they were nearly always successful. The coup's successes were mostly in cities where workers' leaders accepted claims by officers to support the Republic. In places like Seville, Cadiz, Saragossa, and Oviedo, these officers waited until the armed workers had dispersed before declaring for the coup and shooting down anyone who resisted. Such was the price workers paid for having faith in those sections of the traditional ruling elite who claimed to be Republicans. It was only because this faith was not universal that Franco's forces won control of less than half of Spain in July 1936, rather than the whole country. In places where the rising was crushed, it was not only Franco's followers who suffered defeat. The state, caught between its insurgent army and the armed masses of the people, had shattered to pieces. Although the official government still held office in Madrid, real authority in the localities was in the hands of a multitude of revolutionary committees. The workers who held power in an area used it in their own interests. Factories were taken over and collectivized. Peasants began to divide the land, knowing that the workers' militias would protect them. Armed workers arrested local dignitaries with a record of hostility to their demands. With the disintegration of the army, the bourgeoisie seemed finished throughout most of the Republican areas, hence the conditions Orwell found in Barcelona. Effective power was in the hands of the workers' organizations, while the official Republican government held office without effective power. This was also true of the autonomous government of Catalonia, the most important industrial region. Its president, Companys, invited the leaders of the most powerful workers' organization in Catalonia, the CNT, to a meeting, at which he told them, "You are the masters of the town and of Catalonia, because you have defeated the fascist soldiers on your own. You have won, and everything is in your power. If you do not need me, if you do not want me to be president, say so now, and I shall become just another soldier in the anti-fascist struggle." A situation of dual power existed, as in the Russian Revolution of 1917, and at points during the German Revolution of 1918 to 1920, with the official government dependent on networks of revolutionary committees and organizations to get things done. However, the Republican government did have one advantage over the revolutionary committees. It had a centralized structure, and they did not. This was a vital matter. The fascist armies were centralized, and so able to pursue a single strategy across the whole country. The anti-fascists needed to be centralized as well. Otherwise the fascists would be able to win the war simply by moving their troops to points on the front where the opposing forces were weakest, knowing the anti-fascists would not be able to respond by concentrating their forces. This anti-fascist centralization could have been achieved by drawing the committees together. There were coordinating committees of anti-fascist militias in many localities, but there was no establishment of an all-Spanish committee of militias and workers' delegates comparable to the Russian Soviets of 1917. The reason for this failing lay in the politics of the workers' organizations. The most powerful, the anarcho-syndicalists, had always insisted that any centralization of power would involve a crushing of the workers by a new state. It would be wrong to follow this path now, they said. In the words of one of their leaders, Santillán, dictatorship was the liquidation of libertarian communism, which could only be achieved by the liberty and spontaneity of the masses. Rather than go along that path, they argued for leaving Companys' government intact and collaborating with it. Even the ablest and most militant of the CNT leaders, Buenaventura Durruti, who had been involved in 2 unsuccessful risings against Republican governments, did not dispute this logic. He had played a decisive role in crushing the fascists in Barcelona, was the hero of the city's workers, and was to lead an impromptu workers' army of tens of thousands, which swept across the Catalan border into Aragon and towards the fascist-held city of Saragossa. But he was not prepared to confront the question of power, and left his CNT colleagues free to share it with Companys' bourgeois government. The Catalan CNT did create a partial counter-power to the government. It formed a central militia committee made up of representatives from itself, the UGT, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, the dissident communist POUM, the Rabassaires peasant organization, and Companys' party. This coordinated the military struggle in the region and was the focus for workers' aspirations. But as it was made up of parties rather than workers, soldiers, and peasants' delegates, it was an imperfect expression of those aspirations. And it consciously left decisions over other important questions, particularly finance and the banks, with Companys' government. The Socialist Party and UGT leaders were the main influence on the workers' movement in Madrid, and the armed militia, owing allegiance to them, was soon as much in control of that city as the CNT was in Barcelona. But for all the talk of Caballero being the Spanish Lenin, his supporters made no moves to establish a structure of workers' power. The entire history of their organization had involved working to exert pressure within the institutions of existing society. They were terrified of any elected delegate structure which might allow the anarchists to exert pressure on the rank and file of their own organizations. The right, inside the Socialist Party, urged immediate compromise with the bourgeois Republicans. The left, led by Caballero, were not happy about this, remembering how unsuccessful their past collaborations with the Republicans had been. But the left had no other answer to the question of how to create a centralized authority to counter the fascist army's coordinated pincer movement towards Madrid. The Communist Party had been founded a decade and a half earlier to counter the lack of politics of the anarcho-syndicalists and the reformism of the Socialist Party. But successive expulsions had driven from the party any leaders who might question the line coming from Stalin in Moscow. And that line was now to promote a popular front with the bourgeois Republicans. While the CNT and the Socialist Party left dithered over what to do about the government, the Communist Party and the Russian ambassador urged them to join a coalition government, abjure talk of revolution, and restrict themselves to purely Republican anti-fascist policies. They argued this would win the support of the middle classes, stop other capitalists and landowners going over to the fascists, and be looked on favorably by the French and British governments. It would also be able to unite the members of the various militias into a single centralized army under the command of those professional officers who had stuck by the Republic. Such a government was eventually formed at the beginning of September. Caballero was Prime Minister, but the majority of its members were Republicans, or right-wing socialists. Its slogan was, "First win the war, then talk about the revolution." It was an approach the CNT leaders could not resist for much longer than the left socialists. Soon, 3 of them had joined Companys' government in Catalonia, to be followed by 4 taking ministerial posts in Madrid. The left socialists and anarcho-syndicalists believed that by postponing completion of the revolution, they would be able both to hang on to the gains workers had already made and win the war by cementing the support of the moderate Republicans. But this was just not possible. What the moderate Republicans wanted most of all was respect for private property and the maintenance, without any revolutionary tampering, of those sections of the state machine which remained on the side of the Republic. They saw rebuilding the prestige of the Republican army officers and police chiefs as their ultimate protection against social revolution. However, respect for private property and maintenance of the old state machine in Spain in the autumn of 1936 did not mean merely restraining workers from struggle. It meant somehow, by persuasion or force, making workers surrender the gains they had made and give up control of the factories and estates they had taken over in July. It meant taking arms away from the workers who had stormed the barracks in July and handing them back to officers who had sat on the fence. The Communist Party functionaries and right-wing socialists argued that any attempts by workers to make social revolution would mean a second civil war within the Republican side. Yet their efforts to force workers to abandon their social conquests created precisely the elements of such a civil war. It was they, not the anarchists, or the extreme left POUM, who withdrew soldiers and arms from the front for internal use. It was they who initiated fighting when workers refused to leave collectivized property or obey the orders of the refurbished bourgeois state. It was they who began armed clashes that cost hundreds of lives in Barcelona in May 1937, when they insisted on trying to seize the city telephone building that the CNT militia had conquered from the fascists 9.5 months earlier. And it was they who unleashed police terror against the left, which involved the murder of leaders like André Nin and the imprisonment of thousands of anti-fascist militants. There was no other way a militant working class could be forced to abandon its revolution and wait for the end of the war. Yet the sacrifices imposed on workers did not win the war, any more than those imposed by social democratic governments in Germany, Austria, or France stopped the advance of fascism. Every concession made to the bourgeois parties in Republican Spain played into Franco's hands. A typical pattern developed when the Republican towns were hard-pressed. The workers, who had everything to lose by Franco taking the towns, were prepared to fight to the end. But the propertied middle classes, if they did not positively welcome the fascist victory, believed they could arrange a compromise for themselves. Thus, when the Basque bourgeoisie abandoned San Sebastián, it ensured militants belonging to the CNT could not continue the struggle. It waged a civil war within a civil war, shooting looters and incendiaries to protect property, and leaving armed guards patrolling the streets to ensure the city was handed over intact to Franco. The same pattern was repeated in Bilbao, Santander, and Gijón. Elsewhere, officers who had been promoted to positions of command by the government went over to the fascists at key moments. In the last days of the war, a junta of Republican generals seized power in Madrid with the hope of discussing a peaceful surrender with Franco, and 2,000 died in the fighting. The concessions to bourgeois respectability took their toll in other ways. Almost the whole of the Spanish fleet had imprisoned its officers and opposed the fascist uprising in July 1936. This presented a difficult obstacle to Franco, who was attempting to move the bulk of his army from Morocco to the Spanish mainland. But, in pursuit of Anglo-French support, the governments of Giral and Caballero ordered the fleet away from Tangiers and ended its interference with Franco's lines of communication. The same reasoning prevented any attempt to foment rebellion behind Franco's lines by giving a guarantee of independence to Morocco. The Spanish army had been battered by anti-colonial risings in the 1920s, and the chances of forging a new struggle were high. Instead, the Popular Front governments preferred to seek Anglo-French favor by offering those powers concessions in a Spanish-ruled Morocco. Yet the attempts to placate the great powers achieved nothing. Britain and France refused to supply the Republic with arms, even though Germany and Italy were giving massive backing to Franco. The search for respectability also meant the Republic had little to offer the small peasants who had misguidedly volunteered to fight for Franco, and the large numbers of workers stranded in his zone, including those in traditionally militant places such as Seville, Oviedo, and Zaragoza. One of the most astonishing features of the war was how little trouble Franco faced from the populations he had subdued, a marked contrast to what had happened behind the front lines of the White Armies in the Russian Civil War. The most energetic force on the left, pushing the anti-revolutionary policy, was the Communist Party. Its core membership did not do this out of a desire to advance an existing society, even if the party did recruit large numbers of middle-class people who were motivated in this way. The core was made up of dedicated and courageous people who identified with Russia and accepted the Stalinist argument that it was impractical to push for revolution. So, while opposing revolutionary demands, they fought with revolutionary enthusiasm in defense of Madrid in the autumn of 1936, using the language of class to mobilize workers. But the enthusiasm and the language were still tied to a policy as fatal as that followed by Social Democrats elsewhere in Europe. By crushing the revolution in its stronghold, Barcelona, in May 1937, they also made it much more difficult to fight fascism. They paid the price when Franco was able to march unopposed into Barcelona in January 1939, and the Republican generals turned against the communists in Madrid a few weeks later. There are those who question the use of the term fascist to describe Franco's forces. Even Erich Hobsbawm claims, General Franco cannot be described as a fascist. They focus on the difference between his movement and the Italian fascists and German Nazis. The attempt to create a totalitarian mass party along fascist lines, the Phalange, was only one component, they point out. The movement also comprised old-style monarchists, generals who merely wanted a kind of coup, pronunciamiento, which had been common in the previous century, conservative landowners, devotees of the church, and the Carlist small farmers of Navarre, whose ideals harked back to the days of the Inquisition. This argument fails because it neglects the process of combined and uneven development explained by Trotsky. Spain in the 1930s was a backward country with a backward landowning class, a backward capitalist class, a backward military, and a backward church. But it was also an integral part of the modern capitalist world, with centers of advanced industry and a powerful, if relatively small, working class, capable of using the most up-to-date and revolutionary forms of struggle. The archaic ruling class and middle class reacted by adopting up-to-date forms of counter-revolutionary struggle. In 1934, this meant attempting to copy the clerico-fascism of Dollfuss, and in the revolutionary year of 1936, it meant a move towards the thoroughgoing fascism of Mussolini and Hitler. The copy was not exact, molding together different traditions and different propertied classes, large and small. But what resulted was a genuine mass movement, capable of doing what no military coup had done before. Not merely defeating the opposition, but destroying the basic organizational networks of the workers' movement. The number of people estimated to have been executed in the wake of Franco's victory is around 500,000. A greater number went into exile. For more than 2 decades, no open expression of liberal, let alone socialist ideas was possible. Not until the early 1960s was there a recovery of the workers' movement. Those who threw up barricades on the 18th to 19th of July 1936 were right to see what they were fighting as fascism. The middle-class politicians who believed conciliation was possible, as it had been with past monarchist governments and military pronunciamientos, were fundamentally mistaken. Chapter 8. Midnight in the Century. Midnight in the Century was the title Victor Serge gave to the novel he published in 1939. It expressed his feelings about what he had seen happen to the hopes of his life, and to those of humanity as a whole. Serge had been imprisoned as an anarchist in France before the First World War, taken part in the rising workers' movement in Barcelona, and then traveled to Russia to put his services at the disposal of the revolutionary government, working for the Communist International in Germany in 1923. On returning to Russia, he had joined the opposition to Stalinism in the mid-1920s, and as a result, spent 3 years in the early Gulag system. He was able to escape Russia just before the bloodletting of the mid-1930s, thanks to the efforts of left-wing intellectuals in France, like André Malraux, but left many friends and comrades behind to face torture and execution. Other friends and comrades were in the hands of Hitler's Gestapo and also faced torture and execution. In Spain, Serge's friend Joaquin Maurin was serving a 20-year sentence in one of Franco's jails, and another, André Nin, also a member of the POUM, was murdered by Stalin's agents in Barcelona. Totalitarianism of one sort or another was spreading right across Europe. Serge was not alone in having to confront this frightful reality. Many thousands of people who had fought for a better world found themselves trapped by the machinations of rival states. German communists were handed over to the Gestapo by Stalin's police in 1940. Polish Jews fled eastwards from advancing German troops in 1939, only to be imprisoned in the Russian Gulag. Refugees from Nazi Germany were interned as possible spies in Britain. Soldiers, escaping from Republican Spain, were thrown into concentration camps in Republican France. Russian advisors to the Spanish Republic were executed on their return to Moscow as fascist agents. As a living reminder of the revolution of 1917, Leon Trotsky epitomized everything that governments of every sort hated. He was exiled to Turkey by Stalin, and expelled from France by a radical government, and from Norway by a social democratic one. His daughter was driven to commit suicide in Berlin in the last weeks before the Nazi takeover. One son died in the Gulag, and another was poisoned by a Stalinist agent in Paris. Trotsky himself was to be murdered by an agent of Stalin in Mexico in 1940. For him, the symmetry between Nazism and Stalinism was all too plain. The monolithic ruling party, the show trials, the secret police, the vast concentration camps, and the denial of any space for independent thought or independent artistic expression. Yet he dissented from the view, fashionable today, that Stalinism and Nazism were essentially the same, a view which can easily slide over into a virtual apology for the Nazis on the grounds that they were no worse than those who fought them on the streets of Germany or Spain. The symmetrical political structures, Trotsky argued, presided over different social contents. He believed the difference lay in the USSR still being somehow a workers' state, albeit bureaucratically degenerated, because industry was nationalized. This part of his argument did not hold water. If workers did not control the political structures, and Trotsky rightly insisted they did not, then they were in no sense the owners of industries run by those structures. They were just as exploited as workers anywhere else in the world. The revolution of 1917 had been murdered politically and economically. However, this does not mean he was wrong to insist on a difference between Stalinism and Nazism. Stalinist state capitalism was constructed by a new ruling class in a backward country, which, desperate to match the economic and military power of its more advanced rivals, concentrated into a short period all the horrors of the primitive capital accumulation which had accompanied the rise of capitalism. That is why it enslaved, executed, imprisoned, deported, and starved people. This was the rational core of Stalin's paranoia and barbarity. Nazism, by contrast, was the product of an already mature industrial capitalism. The German ruling class saw the only way to escape from a deep economic crisis was to hand political power to a totalitarian movement based on the irrational fantasies of a middle class driven mad by the crisis. This process culminated, in the midst of the Second World War, in the final solution, the use of the most advanced industrial techniques to systematically wipe out millions of people simply because of their supposed ethnic identity. Stalin placed millions in labor camps, where about 1 in 10 were worked to death. Hitler had similar camps, but alongside these, and on an even greater scale, he set up death camps in which millions were simply gassed. Both engaged in barbarity, but they were different sorts of barbarity, corresponding to different stages in capitalist development. Millions suffered under the national chauvinism and anti-Semitism to which Stalin resorted to bolster his rule, but the majority survived to talk about it. Few of the millions of Jews and Gypsies who suffered under Hitler survived. The word genocide fits the second case, not the first. Of course, this did not make any difference to those who died. But it did have wider implications, especially for those who supported the rival ideologies elsewhere in the world. The core of the Nazi movement was made up of people who enthused at its barbaric features, its racist and genocidal fantasies, and its worship of blood and honor. The core of the Stalinist movements in the West and the Third World was made up of people who tried to hide from themselves its reliance on totalitarianism and its willingness to resort to chauvinism and anti-Semitism. They identified with Russia because they wanted something better than the inhumanity of capitalism, and were convinced that these things existed in Russia. This point had important practical implications. The various Nazi and fascist movements which arose in the West and the Third World were dedicated to breaking working-class organization. By contrast, the communist movements tried to combine fighting for workers' interests, which is what normally led people to join them, with defending the policy requirements of the rulers of the USSR. Their leaders tried to balance one against the other. Again and again, this had disastrous consequences and led struggles to defeat, just as did the behavior of social democratic leaders. But it was not the same as the systematic attempt to smash the workers' movement, which characterized Nazism. The crisis of the American dream. For liberals, there did seem one sign of hope in the mid-1930s. This was in the U.S. Elections held at the deepest point of the slump, at the end of 1932, had produced a new Democratic Party Congress and a new president, Franklin D. Roosevelt. These people were certainly not revolutionaries, and were not even social democratic reformists of the European sort. The Democratic Party had been the party of the slave owners, and remained a coalition of Southern segregationist whites, Northern political bosses, and certain major capitalists. But the mood of both U.S. capitalism and the mass of people was one of desperation at the end of 1932. It was expressed in a feeling that something, however unorthodox, had to be done to get the economy moving. Congress even gave serious consideration to a bill to reduce the working week to 30 hours, in a desperate attempt to create more jobs. In the end, Roosevelt pushed through emergency powers, which involved state controls on the operations of capitalism. These included guarantees of the funds of banks through the Federal Reserve System, use of government money to buy up and destroy crops in order to raise their price, a civil construction corps to provide work camps for 2.3 million unemployed young men, a limited form of self-regulation of industry through cartels to control price and production levels, limited amounts of direct state production through the Tennessee Valley Authority, and even measures which made it easier for workers to form unions and raise wages, so increasing consumer demand. The speed and audacity with which these measures were implemented caught the enthusiasm of those suffering from the recession, and of political liberals who wanted an alternative to fascism or socialist revolution. They seemed to stand in sharp contrast to the previous administration. Its response to mass unemployment had been to send in 25,000 troops with bayonets fixed, led by General MacArthur on a white charger, to disperse a protest by unemployed war veterans. At least Roosevelt seemed to be providing some jobs, even if at rock-bottom wage rates and under appalling conditions. However, Roosevelt's measures were neither as innovative nor as effective as many people thought. Roosevelt remained highly orthodox in one respect. He did not use government spending to break out of the crisis. In fact, he cut veterans' pensions and public employment. As Kindleberger writes, fiscal means to expand employment remained limited, since the Democratic administration under Roosevelt remained committed to a balanced budget. He also suggests investment was bound to start rising at some point, from the incredibly low level to which it had fallen, from $16 billion in 1929 to $1 billion in 1932, and it began to do so once the level of bank failures had peaked. In any case, Roosevelt got the credit for a rise in production from 59% of the level of the mid-1920s in March 1933 to 100% in July, and a fall in unemployment from 13.7 million in 1933 to 12.4 million in 1934 and 12 million in 1935. Many people believed his New Deal had worked miracles, a myth that remains prevalent today. Yet 1 person in 7 was still jobless in 1937, when output finally reached the level of 8 years earlier. Then, in August 1937, there was the steepest economic decline in the history of the U.S., which lost half the ground gained by many indexes since 1932. Steel output fell by more than 2/3 in 4 months, cotton textile output by about 40%, and farm prices by 1/4. The economic recovery had been short-lived, but, combined with a mild improvement in union rights, it had one very important side effect. It created a new feeling of confidence among sections of workers in their ability to fight. There was an upturn in recruitment to the unions, although workers who struck still faced vicious attacks from employers and the police. In the first 6 months of Roosevelt's New Deal, more than 15 strikers were killed, 200 injured, and hundreds arrested. But 3 strikes in 1934 showed how such confidence could fuse with the sense of bitterness created by the slump, to explode into a level of militancy not known since the defeat of the steel strike in 1919. Auto-light car component workers at Toledo, Teamsters in Minneapolis, and waterfront workers in San Francisco struck in a militant fashion, defied court injunctions, defended themselves physically against scabs and cops, and won resounding victories. Furthermore, it was militant socialists who took the lead in each of these struggles: Trotskyists in Minneapolis, communists in San Francisco, and followers of radical ex-preacher A.J. Muste in Toledo. In the aftermath of the disputes, trade unionists in the increasingly important auto industry began to recruit widely and demanded a union based on the industry as a whole to replace the existing craft unions organized along skill lines. The lesson was not lost on certain mainstream union leaders. They had been losing members for years, with union membership falling from 4 million in 1920 to a little over 2 million in 1933, and with the decline, they had lost influence within government and ruling class circles. Now some saw a way to regain influence. Led by the miners' union leader John L. Lewis, a group of them set up an organizing committee, the CIO, aimed at recruiting millions of mass production workers into industrial unions. The formation of the new organization inspired workers in scores of places to copy the militant methods which had brought the successes of 1934. Workers at the Goodyear and Firestone rubber plants in Akron, Ohio, sat down in the plants to stop the management breaking strikes in December 1935 and January 1936. Mass pickets surrounded the Goodyear plant to stop cops bringing in strikebreakers. There were more than 40 other sit-down strikes that year. The biggest, and most important, began in December at the General Motors, GM plants in Flint, Michigan. By the end of the strike, 140,000 of the company's 150,000 workers were either sitting in or picketing. As in other strikes at the time, they were threatened with injunctions and had to fight off attacks by armed police. But in the end, the U.S.'s biggest manufacturing company was forced to recognize the union. As Art Price, a union activist from the time, recalled, "The floodgates of class struggle were opened, The cry, "Sit down!" echoed from one corner of the land to the other. 1 month after the end of the GM strike, some 193,000 workers engaged in 247 sit-downs. Nearly 500,000 took up this weapon before 1937 ended. The sit-downs spread to every kind of industry and trade. Chrysler auto workers, store saleswomen, Western Union messengers, restaurant and hotel employees, milliners, bindery workers, garbage collectors, glassblowers, and tire builders. Around 1.8 million workers were involved in strikes, backed up by support committees, women's auxiliaries, which supplied sit-ins with food, and bands, which provided entertainment. Total union membership was over 7 million by the end of 1937, up 5 million on 4 years before. The strikes had the potential to change the whole culture of U.S. capitalism by challenging the pervading individualism, the myth of the American dream that anyone could get ahead, and the racism that was the other side of this. Where the unions were successful, they began to create a new culture of collective action among workers, summed up by the union song, "Solidarity Forever," sung in the sit-ins, and began to chip away at the racism in cities like Detroit. The CIO was the only large-scale institution in U.S. society where blacks had a chance of genuine participation alongside whites. One central problem prevented the wholesale fulfillment of this potential: the politics which dominated as the union movement grew. The craft unionism of the years before 1936 had been non-political. The great majority of its leaders accepted U.S. capitalism as the most perfect way of organizing society, and made deals with local politicians of either mainstream party. John L. Lewis, for example, was a Republican in politics, a follower of Adam Smith in economics, and an autocrat in his own union. The new CIO leaders believed that an alliance with Roosevelt and the Democratic Party was the way to advance their cause. Roosevelt liked the idea of the CIO campaigning for him in elections, but he was not prepared to upset capitalists who also supported him. This was shown dramatically late in 1937, when Lewis undertook the biggest organizing drive yet, in the steel industry. The CIO appointed 433 full-time and part-time organizers, working from 35 regional offices. In the aftermath of the GM strike, many steel companies recognized the Steel Organizing Committee as a union, without much participation by the new union members. But the big firms refused to do so, and in late May, the Organizing Committee called a strike involving 75,000 workers. The companies responded with all the ferocity they had shown in the 1919 steel strike. They attacked the picket lines with company thugs, deputies, police, and the National Guard. There were 18 strikers slaughtered, scores wounded, hundreds arrested. The Organizing Committee had not prepared workers for such an onslaught, because it had put its faith in Democratic Party governors and mayors showing sympathy to the organizing drive. It told workers that all the New Deal public officials were labor's friends, and that the strikers should welcome the National Guards, state troopers, and police sent to keep order. The workers were thoroughly demoralized when these friends attacked them with clubs and bullets. In Pennsylvania, the first Democratic governor for 44 years declared martial law in the steel town of Johnstown. State troopers reopened the factory, restricting the number of pickets to 6, and herded ever greater numbers of scabs into the plant. In Youngstown, Ohio, where there was also a Democratic governor, deputies shot 2 pickets dead. In Chicago, police sent in by the Democratic mayor killed 10 strikers. When CIO leaders looked to Roosevelt for help, he declared, "A plague on both your houses." The biggest organizing drive was broken just as the economy began to plunge downwards into renewed slump. In the following 2 years, the CIO added just 400,000 members to those gained in its first 22 months. In 1939, the number of strikes was only half that of 1937. What is more, the union leaders increasingly reverted to collaboration with the employers and to restricting agitation by the membership. In the auto union, there was an attempt to ban any publication not approved by the leadership, while there were to be no elections in the newly formed steel union for 5 years. The spontaneous grassroots militancy of 1934 to 1936 gave way to tight control from above. Many activists tried to resist this trend, but, as in France and Spain, their efforts were made much more difficult by the behavior of the Communist Party. It had played a leading role in the militancy of 1934 to 1937, with many of its activists taking positions as organizers in the CIO union drive, and by their courage and daring had attracted large numbers of new recruits. Until 1935, the Communist Party insisted that Roosevelt was a capitalist politician and the New Deal a fraud. Then it made a U-turn and welcomed Roosevelt and the New Deal Democrats with its own version of Popular Front politics. The party worked with the union leaders to spread illusions about the role of these politicians and to discipline rank-and-file trade unionists who might disrupt cozy relations with the Democrats. This continued for the next 10 years, except for a brief interlude during the Hitler-Stalin Pact at the beginning of the Second World War. It helped the union leaders establish bureaucratic control over most unions, a control which they would use in the 1940s to destroy any communist influence. Such behavior had important ideological consequences. Writers, artists, filmmakers, and musicians had suddenly found themselves in a society which was shaken to its core by the Wall Street crash and the slump. All the old values were thrown into question as the ruling class temporarily lost its sense of direction, and the mass of people, including wide sections of the middle class, lost their trust in the ruling class. From 1934 onwards, a whole set of new values were thrown up by the strike movement and the upsurge of trade unionism. The impact was not only on highbrow art and literature, but also on the mass culture of popular music and the Hollywood Dream Factory, and just as they were beginning to exercise global dominance. This was reflected in the work of writers such as John Dos Passos, Richard Wright, Ralph Ellison, Dashiell Hammett, and John Steinbeck, of filmmakers such as Charlie Chaplin, Joseph Losey, Nicholas Ray, Elia Kazan, and the young Orson Welles, and of musicians like Aaron Copland, Woody Guthrie, Paul Robeson, Dizzy Gillespie, and even the young Frank Sinatra. But with the New Deal, there were openings for such dissident currents to return to the mainstream. It could provide jobs on federal projects, space in news magazines and radio shows, and openings in Hollywood. The New Deal Democrats saw intellectuals, as it saw the bureaucrats running the new CIO unions, as a layer that could help impose a new pattern of exploitation on society as a whole. Until 1936, much of the intellectual left resisted such temptations, making a clear distinction between their aims and those of Roosevelt. The stress was on proletarian art, which, for all its faults in theory and execution, meant trying to relate to working-class struggle and a working-class audience. This changed once the Communist Party began to back Roosevelt. It no longer tried to direct the spontaneous radicalization of intellectuals towards the overthrow of society, but to exerting pressure within society. One aspect of this was the adoption of the language of Americanism, traditionally used by the right. The party's slogan became, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." Another was encouraging sympathetic writers and filmmakers to adopt a moderate stance so as to advance their careers and gain influence within the Hollywood studios. This weakened the impulse towards the left of many radicalized artists. It encouraged them to take the easy option of making concessions to mainstream Hollywood, or Tin Pan Alley. James T. Farrell, one of the ablest novelists of the early 1930s, pointed out, "The New Deal cultural climate, which evolved in America during the 1930s, and which was patently exemplified in many motion pictures, radio plays, and novels of the war period, helped produce a pseudo-populist literature of the common man. This neo-populist art and literature emphasizes the concept of Americanism as the means of unifying all races, creeds, and classes. Instead of a literature which penetratingly describes class differences, this literature has generally stressed and sentimentalized the theme that the common man is human. It has also used the theme that the rich are Americans too, and that they are like the common man." The Communist Party's embrace of Roosevelt could also lead to reactions like that of the black hero of Ralph Ellison's novel, Invisible Man. He becomes disillusioned with socialism when the party, thinly disguised as the Brotherhood, tells him to hold back the struggle of blacks in Harlem because "we are making temporary alliances with other political groups, and the interests of one group of brothers must be sacrificed to that of the whole." The disillusionment of writers such as Ellison and Richard Wright encouraged many subsequent black activists to think that socialists were just another group of whites out to use them. Meanwhile, white intellectuals who experienced disillusionment of their own often came to believe that socialists were as manipulative as any other political group. Some became cynical enough to flip over into supporting the anti-communist witch hunts of the 1940s and 1950s. In any case, the growth of an ideological trend which challenged the myth of the American dream, just as that dream was beginning to bewitch the world through popular music and film, was cut short in much the same way as the growth of the U.S. workers' movement. From slump to war. The slump led to tensions between states as well as between classes. The rulers of each country sought to ease the pressure on themselves at the expense of their rivals abroad. One after another, they tried to expand the sales of domestically produced goods by devaluing their currencies and raising tariff barriers. The widespread tendency was towards autarky, the production of as many goods as possible within the boundaries of the national state. The state was also more involved than ever before, except during the First World War, in direct economic activities, rationalizing some industries by forcing the closing of inefficient firms, and establishing direct state ownership of some sectors, so as to enhance the prospects of others. Even the conservative national government in Britain nationalized the electricity supply, the national airlines, and coal mining rights. In some of the less industrially advanced countries of Latin America and Europe, the process went considerably further. Populist governments, like that of Vargas in Brazil, and later Perón in Argentina, established large state-owned sectors. A right-wing government in Poland laid down a long-term economic plan, and Mussolini in Italy set up state-run companies in an attempt to dampen the impact of the world economic crisis. However, there was a contradiction between the use of the state to try and bolster each national group of capitalists and the desire of all capitalists for access to resources beyond the narrow boundaries of the individual state. The only way to reconcile this contradiction was to expand the area which the state controlled. Formal empires and informal spheres of influence became all-important. The autarky was that of currency blocks, dominated by the major powers, the dollar bloc, the sterling area, the gold bloc, centered on France and its empire, the mark bloc, and the USSR. As the economist Alvin Hansen pointed out in 1932, each country strives to develop spheres of influence where the encroachment of capitalists of other nations is resented. At times, the US has prevented the European powers collecting their debts in Latin America by naval blockades. Similarly, the long struggle not yet terminated between European powers over domination of Africa, the Near East, and, indirectly, by economic, financial and military patronage to control the Balkan states, is a record of international strife and friction that the penetration of foreign capital has entailed. The spheres of influence were not symmetrical. The rulers of Britain, France, the US and the USSR each controlled vast areas. Germany, the most powerful industrial country in continental Europe, had no colonies, and was constrained by the narrow borders imposed on it by the other powers in the Treaty of Versailles at the end of the First World War. The effect of the crisis, as we have seen, was to swing German big business to campaign vigorously to break the restraints imposed by Versailles. It wanted to recover German territory lost to Poland at the end of the war, absorb the German-speaking Austrian state and Czech borderlands, the Sudetenland, and resume the drive for hegemony in Southeast Europe. Hitler's victory was not only a victory of capital over workers, it was also a victory for those forces which wanted to solve the crisis of German capitalism by a policy of military expansion at the expense of the other great powers. Germany's major industrial groups agreed, more or less willingly, to coordinate their efforts and accept increasing central allocation of investment, state control of foreign trade, and state rationing of raw materials. The one major capitalist who objected strongly, Thyssen, who had been one of the first to finance Hitler, was expropriated by the Nazi Party and forced to flee abroad. The others continued a highly profitable collaboration with the Nazis right through until Germany's military collapse in 1945. The establishment of an autarkic economy based on military-state capitalism encouraged, in turn, the drive to armed expansion. The arms industries needed raw materials and resources. The Nazi regime, with recent memories of the revolutionary upsurge of 1918 to 1920, was reluctant to pressurize German workers too much. It extended working hours and intensified workloads, but it also tried to increase the output of consumer goods so as to contain the level of discontent among workers and the lower middle classes. The only way to obtain the resources it needed was to grab extra territory. The agricultural output of Austria, the arms industry of the Czech lands, the iron and steel capacity of Alsace-Lorraine, the coal of Poland, and the oil of Romania could fill the gaps in the German economy, as could workers from these lands, paid at much lower rates than German workers, and often subject to slave labor conditions. There was a convergence between the requirements of big business and Nazi ideology, with its concepts of Lebensraum, living space, and non-Germans as Untermenschen, subhumans. The German approach was matched in East Asia by Japan. It had already taken Taiwan and Korea as colonies, and controlled substantial concessions in northern China. In 1931, it reacted to the world economic crisis by seizing the North Chinese region of Manchuria. Then, in the late 1930s, the government, formed after a military coup in Tokyo, invaded China and began to cast its eye over bits of the Western empires in Southeast Asia. The Dutch East Indies, the British colonies in Malaya, Borneo, and Singapore, the French colonies in Indochina, and the US-run Philippines. On a smaller scale, Mussolini's Italy sought to expand its colonial empire by grabbing Ethiopia to add to Somaliland, Eritrea, and Libya, and hoped for an opportunity to grab Albania and the Adriatic coast of Yugoslavia. The established imperial powers, Britain, France, Holland, Belgium, and the US, were confused as to how to respond. They had divergent interests. Britain and France were jostling for hegemony in the Middle East. A section of the US ruling class was keen to displace Britain as the predominant international power and had already established a decisive influence in oil-rich Saudi Arabia. And France was mainly concerned to hold together a patchwork of allies in Eastern Europe, so as to divert Germany from any movement against its borders. There were powerful groups in all of them which regarded Nazism as a positive ally in an international onslaught on working-class organizations and the left. Insofar as they saw themselves as having a foreign enemy, it was Russia rather than Germany, Italy, or Japan. This was shown clearly during the Spanish Civil War, when the rulers of the Western democracies were content for Hitler and Mussolini to flout a non-intervention pact, since Franco was no danger to their empires. Italy was able to take advantage of these feelings when it attacked Ethiopia in 1935, and Japan did the same when it occupied Manchuria and attacked China. Then, in 1938, it was Hitler's turn, when he annexed Austria in March, and then demanded the German-inhabited border areas of Czechoslovakia in the summer. The dominant sections of the British and French ruling classes did not see any reason to risk war by opposing him. Hitler was a racist psychopath with ambitions to establish an ethnically cleansed Germany as the central force in Europe and a dominant world power. But his strategy in the late 1930s was rational from the point of view of German capitalism. Pragmatically, he tested the extent to which the other imperial powers would allow him to expand Germany's sphere of influence. He showed the same rationality when he threatened Poland in the summer of 1939, after secretly agreeing to divide the country with Stalin in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. He knew Germany did not have the resources for an all-out military campaign lasting more than a couple of months, but he assumed that Britain and France would not support Poland any more than they had supported the Czechs. After all, the British government had accepted as recently as December 1938 that Poland should be a German satellite, and the British General Staff had recognized that Poland could not be defended. Hitler knew he could conquer the country in a matter of days. He also believed that if France and Britain did intervene, he would be able to defeat France very quickly, and then both its and Britain's rulers would come to terms with him if he promised not to touch their empires. He was mistaken about one thing. A group had emerged in the British ruling class around two hardened imperialists, Winston Churchill and Anthony Eden, which believed German dominance in continental Europe was a threat to the British Empire. For instance, the old German dream of hegemony, extending through the Balkans towards the Middle East, threatened the oil fields and the Suez Canal connecting Britain to its empire in India. Hitler's move led others to begin to share their fears, creating sufficient pressure to bring about a declaration of war by both Britain and France after the German attack on Poland, and then, 9 months later, to prevent the British government accepting Germany's conquests in Europe. Hitler's other calculations were correct. The French ruling class, and an important section of the British ruling class, entered the war reluctantly. They did nothing to help the Poles, although they did evacuate a section of the Polish army to serve their own purposes later on. Britain then spent the vital winter of 1939 to 1940 backing a German-supported Finnish government in a war against Russia. Germany was able to use this phony war period to prepare for a blitzkrieg offensive on France through Holland and Belgium, with the aim of defeating its army before Germany's own limited resources ran out. Hitler was also right in his expectation of a quick victory against France. A German attack broke the back of the Allied armies in Belgium and northern France in a fortnight in May 1940. forcing the British Army's evacuation from Dunkirk at the end of the month. The German army entered Paris on the 14th of June. This victory was the spur Mussolini needed to come into the war on Germany's side, and left Hitler in undisputed control of Western and Central Europe. He was able to bide his time before deciding on his next move, even if his air force came off worse in aerial combat over southern England, the Battle of Britain, so making an invasion of Britain difficult. A year after his victory over France, he decided on a different option. A lightning strike with overwhelming force against Russia, with the expectation of an easy victory before the winter. The nature of the war. Left-wing and liberal opinion in Europe and North America saw the war as one between democracy and fascism. This view was propagated in Britain by newspapers like the Daily Herald, half owned by the trade unions, the Daily Mirror, the Evening Standard, owned by the ardent imperialist Beaverbrook, but soon to be edited for him by the Labour left-winger Michael Foot, the left-liberal News Chronicle, and the most popular of the photo magazines, Picture Post. It is still very much the orthodox view today. So, for instance, Eric Hobsbawm, in his History of the 20th Century, calls it a war between what in the 19th century would have been called progress and reaction. Yet this was not what motivated the leading figures on the Allied side. The Churchill, who demanded a no-holds-barred prosecution of the war, was the same Churchill who had been present during the butchery at Omdurman, sent troops to shoot down striking miners in 1910, ordered the RAF to use poison gas against Kurdish rebels in British-ruled Iraq, and praised Mussolini. He had attacked a conservative government in the 1930s for granting a minimal amount of local self-government to India, and throughout the war he remained adamant that no concessions could be made to anti-colonial movements in Britain's colonies, although this could have helped the war effort. "I have not become the King's First Minister," he declared, "to oversee the dismemberment of the British Empire." He told Roosevelt and Stalin at Yalta, "While there is life in my body, no transfer of British sovereignty will be permitted." The leader of the second great power to join the anti-fascist alliance, Joseph Stalin, was no more a Democrat or a liberal than Churchill. He had already butchered most of the generation of Bolsheviks who had made the revolution, and had overseen the horrors of collectivization, with the famines in the Ukraine and Kazakhstan. In 1939, he had made the deal with Hitler to partition Poland and retake control of the Baltic republics, to which the Bolsheviks had granted independence in 1917. This was no mere diplomatic buying of time. It involved both handing over to the Gestapo German communists who had gone into exile in Russia, and supplying Germany with war materials. Stalin was forced into the war by the German invasion in June 1941, after ignoring warnings of Hitler's intentions from intelligence agents and the embassy in Berlin. His response to the terrible defeats of the first weeks of the invasion was to panic, and then to bolster his position ideologically by turning back to the great Russian chauvinism of the period before 1917. He lauded the Russian generals who had conquered the non-Russian peoples of the Tsarist Empire, and baptized the war against Hitler the Great Patriotic War, not the Great Anti-Fascist War. Many non-Russian nationalities paid a terrible price for his turn to chauvinism. Stalin deported whole peoples, such as the Crimean Tatars, the Chechens, and the Volga Germans, thousands of miles to Central and Eastern Asia. The third of the anti-fascist leaders was Roosevelt. Before joining the war, the U.S. administration followed a policy of using the opportunity to build an informal U.S. empire to overshadow the formal European empires. As historian A.J.P. Taylor explains, in March 1941, Roosevelt instituted Lend-Lease, perhaps the most dramatic political stroke of the war. The United States became the arsenal of democracy and did not ask for payment. There was a heavy price to be paid all the same. The American authorities stripped Great Britain of her gold reserves and her overseas investments. They restricted her exports, and American businessmen moved into markets that had hitherto been British. Anthony Eden, the British foreign minister, later complained bluntly that Roosevelt hoped former colonial territories, once free of their masters, would become politically and economically dependent on the United States. It was a squabble between colonial empires in the Far East that brought the U.S. directly into the war. Japan was keen to expand its empire at the expense of other colonial powers, which were immeasurably weakened by the war, and began to advance south from China into French Indochina. But the U.S. had its own interests in the region. It controlled the Philippines and looked upon Chiang Kai-shek, who was still holding out against Japan in western China, as favorable to U.S. capital. After an attempt to broker a deal for a division of influence with Japan fell apart, the U.S. blockaded Japan's access to desperately needed raw materials. Japan responded with its attack on the U.S. fleet in Pearl Harbor, removing the major obstacle to the advance of its forces south to grab French, Dutch, and British colonies in Southeast Asia. What motivated many ordinary people to fight against Nazism was very different to the motives of Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt. There was a genuine hatred of fascism, especially as sections of the popular media explained what it was really like, often for the first time. The Big Three leaders could not avoid playing on these popular attitudes. The Churchill wing of the ruling class was desperate in the summer of 1940. The British Army had lost most of its military equipment. It mistakenly expected an invasion that would be difficult to resist, and a good half of the ruling class was in favor of an agreement with Hitler on terms which the Churchill wing saw as humiliating. The only way the group around Churchill could survive politically was by leaning on the Labour Party and the bureaucracy of the trade union movement. It brought in Labour's leader, Clement Attlee, as Deputy Prime Minister, and the most important trade union leader, Ernest Bevin, to oversee the labour requirements of the war economy. It could not hold such a government together without abandoning the imperialist class war rhetoric of the pre-war Tory party. Instead, it spoke of freedom, democracy, and the self-determination of nations. It also had to make a play of sharing out scarce food supplies through a rationing system, which did lead to an improved diet for the poorer sections of workers, although the rich could still eat luxuriously, and promise a massively improved welfare system after the end of the war. As rising Conservative star Quintin Hogg, later Lord Hailsham, recognized, if the government did not give people reform, it risked revolution. Similar considerations applied in the U.S., where the government employed the language of anti-fascism and anti-imperialism, with Eleanor Roosevelt fronting all sorts of liberal causes, and Hollywood forgot its pre-war aversion to anti-Nazi films, like Chaplin's The Great Dictator. Even in the Soviet Union, the war years saw a certain easing of the terror, despite the mass deportations of national minorities. In intellectual circles, at least, there was a brief feeling that the post-war years would be different, a feeling that comes across, for instance, in Wassily Grossman's brilliant novel, Life and Fate, about Stalingrad and Hitler's death camps. Nevertheless, the motives of the rulers remained very different from those of their peoples. This was shown in the conduct of the war. Between the fall of France in the spring of 1940 and the Allied landings in southern Italy in 1943, most of the fighting by British armies was in northern Africa. Why? Because Churchill was determined to hang on to the area with the Suez Canal and the oil fields. His worries were not just about Germany, but also about the US, as was shown by a bitter diplomatic tussle between him and Roosevelt over Saudi Arabia. The invasion of Italy was itself a consequence of Churchill's obsession with re-establishing British hegemony in the Mediterranean. He refused pleas from both Russia and the US to open a second front in France at the time when the most vital battles of the war were being fought in Western Russia. Instead, he claimed that Italy and the Balkans constituted the soft underbelly of Europe, despite mountainous terrain, which was bound to mean bloody battles and a very slow pace of advance. Churchill's refusal to concede the principle of independence for India meant that in 1942, while the decisive Battle of Stalingrad was taking place, thousands of British-led troops were brutally crushing demonstrations in India instead of fighting the Nazis, and that an Indian Liberation Army was formed to fight on the side of Japan. It also led to a famine which killed 3 million people in Bengal. Stalin's desire to partition part of Eastern Europe with Hitler had led him to ignore the German threat to the USSR, so his armies were utterly unprepared when the onslaught came in 1941. The same concern with adding territory to the Russian sphere of influence led him in 1944 to order Russian troops to stand back, while German troops smashed a rising by the Polish resistance in Warsaw. Only after the city had been destroyed did Russian troops cross the Vistula River to take control. In the same way, the US government dropped its atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the last days of the war, despite previous signs that the Japanese government was ready to surrender. This ensured that the surrender took place before Russian troops, advancing rapidly across Japanese-occupied Manchuria, could give Russia any real say in what happened in post-war Japan. Hiroshima and Nagasaki also brought home, in the most horrific manner, the US's capacity to exercise global dominance. All three powers had made it easier for Hitler to maintain his grip on Germany. They treated all Germans, not just the Nazis, as the enemy. A senior British civil servant, Van Sittert, drew up plans to destroy all Germany's industry and turn it into an impoverished agricultural country. The British and US Air Forces followed a policy of carpet-bombing civilian areas, causing huge firestorms which burned and asphyxiated over 100,000 civilians in places such as Hamburg, Cologne, and Dresden, a city with no military or strategic importance. In Russia, propaganda broadcasts by the novelist Ilya Ehrenburg called on people to kill Germans, kill Germans, kill Germans. Such an approach provided no incentive for German workers to turn against their rulers, and made it easier for Hitler to hold his armies together to the last. The ultimate barbarity. There is no questioning the barbarity of Germany's rulers. Their occupation of Western Europe was brutal, their behavior in occupied Poland and Russia barbaric, and their treatment of Europe's Jews the ultimate horror of the 20th century. But it is still necessary to understand how this happened. Nazi policy in Western and much of Eastern Europe was motivated by two main considerations: to keep control of the occupied countries with as few troops as possible, and to transport the maximum amount of food and war materials to Germany. The easiest way to achieve these aims was through collaborationist local regimes prepared to work under German direction, and using local police to root out opposition and oversee the dispatch of food and goods. It was not difficult to achieve, since much of the ruling class across Europe saw German occupation as a lesser evil compared with revolution, or the destruction of property from continued war. Even those sections which opposed Germany in principle saw the practical advantages in making profits by working for them. Looting the occupied countries enabled German capitalism to exploit the workforce of most of Europe and maintain both its war expenditures and its profits. This also enabled it to avoid hitting too hard the workers it feared most, the German working class, which had threatened a revolution in 1918 to 1923, although German workers could hardly be described as privileged, since their living standards fell during the war, and they could be conscripted to the Russian front, where the death toll was horrendous. German capitalism could rely on the collaborationist politicians and businessmen of the occupied lands to keep their own workers in order, without the need for expensive German policing, even if their argument had to be, do this to placate the Germans, or they will come in and things will be much worse. It was a perfect strategy of divide and rule. But problems developed over time. The burden of delivering goods to Germany fell disproportionately on the workers of the occupied countries. Eventually, they could only obtain enough food to provide about half the daily calories they needed. They grew increasingly resentful, especially since they also risked being conscripted to work as slave labor in Germany, while their rulers lived it up with the occupying forces. By the third year of occupation, there were strikes, the flight of workers to remote areas to avoid conscription, and growing organized resistance. The German response was to supplement the military occupation authorities, which were not necessarily made up of committed Nazis, with Nazi organizations such as the Gestapo, which showed no restraint in their use of terror. In countries like France, Slovakia, Croatia, and Hungary, Hitler increasingly relied on local fascist and Nazi groups, which pursued policies such as deporting Jews with fervor. By playing on local anti-Semitic traditions, the Nazis could divert some people's bitterness at their suffering onto scapegoats, and offer Jewish homes and goods as bribes to local collaborators. The occupation of Poland followed a different and even nastier pattern. The Nazi aim was to obliterate the country, integrating the western region of Silesia into Germany and driving out its non-Germanic population, while keeping central Poland under military control as a labor reserve. Eastern Poland was under Russian rule from 1939 to 1941. This meant liquidating the traditional leaders of the old Polish state. There were many thousands of Polish collaborators, but they worked as functionaries under German superiors. The Nazi police had the power of life and death, and used it. As Kolko puts it, the Nazi terror in Poland was from its inception overwhelming and capricious, with total lack of predictability and imminent dangers in the cities. Some 5.7 million people, 16% of the population, lost their lives. Half of these were Jews, who were herded into overcrowded, starving ghettos in 1939, and then, from 1942, dispatched to death camps. The ghetto fitted the capitalist goal of ruling Poland in order to loot it, while Poles, and later Lithuanians, Belarusians, and Ukrainians, suffered to ensure that Germany was provisioned with food and labor. Pre-war prejudices were used to divert some of their bitterness onto a Jewish minority, which was suffering even more than them. It followed the old logic of divide and rule, but it also fitted the murderous racist mythology of the Nazi Party. The German occupying forces were told they were the Aryan elect, the Poles were Untermenschen, and the Jews were the lowest of the low, an alien group which had to be expunged from Europe. The German attack on Russia, codenamed Barbarossa, in the summer of 1941, raised the horror to a higher degree. The advancing German forces set out to destroy the structure of the enemy state as they had in Poland, but on a much greater scale and over a much greater area. This was to be accomplished by SS units operating behind the front, killing all communist commissars and Jewish Bolshevik elements. For the first time, mass murder became an integral part of the war effort. But it was still mass murder with an allegedly military function, to stop pro-Russian forces regrouping to engage in guerrilla warfare and sabotage. So at first, the Jews who were killed were males of fighting age. The German army did not succeed in reaching Moscow and conquering Russia in the way Hitler had expected. It became stranded on the icy wastes of the Central European plain, and thereafter faced the biggest and bloodiest battles in world history at Stalingrad and Kursk. The original Barbarossa army numbered 3 million. By 1945, German casualties on the Eastern Front totaled 6 million, and the total number of Russian dead reached 13 million soldiers and 7 million civilians. German troops faced conditions which their commanders had never planned for. The war involved unbelievable brutality, and the brutalized soldiers were prepared to tolerate, if not join in, the mass murder of Russian and Jewish civilians, with the excuse that they might provide support for resistance activities. Capitalist war had created the context in which such events could occur, and they remained rational by its monstrous standards. It enabled the Nazi leadership to implement a policy which was not rational even in these terms: the attempt to exterminate all of Europe's Jewish and Roma Gypsy population in secret. Special SS Einsatzgruppen detachments began to kill Jewish women and children as well as men, notably at the Babi Yar Gorge near Kiev, where they massacred 43,000 in September 1941, while German generals still expected a quick victory. The project was formalized at the Wannsee Conference in January 1942, which brought together 14 key figures from the hierarchies of the Nazi Party and the state. They set in motion elaborate mechanisms for identifying every single person of Jewish descent in German-controlled Europe, some 5 or 6 million, detaining them in batches, transporting them hundreds of miles to special camps under the guise of resettlement, persuading them to enter special buildings where they were gassed, and then disposing of their bodies as if they were all part of an industrial assembly line. In terms of the economic or war needs of German capitalism, none of it made sense. Many of those murdered were skilled workers or members of professions who could have contributed to profit-making or the war economy. Instead, when their labor was used before they were killed, it was as slave laborers, performing tasks ill-suited to their skills. The movement of millions of people from one end of Europe to another clogged up railway lines and used rolling stock that was desperately needed for troops, weapons, and industrial components. Bureaucratic personnel, who could have been much more fruitfully employed, were involved in planning the operation. Yet it continued day after day, week after week, right up to the end of the war. It did not even make sense in crude ideological terms, as a way of diverting the bitterness of the mass of German people towards scapegoats. For the mass of German people were not told about it. It was a secret operation. Thousands of people must have known some details of the Holocaust. Many more suspected something unpleasant was happening, and deliberately turned their thoughts away from it. But that did not make it a means for winning mass support for the regime. This is hardly surprising. The Nazi leaders had discovered over the years that although they could take advantage of the widespread anti-Semitism which existed in German society, there were also limits to it. For example, when they unleashed SA stormtrooper violence against Jewish shops and businesses on Kristallnacht in November 1938, they found it provoked popular hostility. Many people who were prepared to blame Jews in general for the world's problems were not happy to see individuals they knew suffer. Diffuse anti-Semitism existed alongside, and in competition with, a range of other ideas which challenged it. That was why Social Democrat and communist leaders from a Jewish background, from Karl Marx to Rosa Luxemburg, had been able to gain the allegiance of very large numbers of German workers, although some of these workers would have been influenced by anti-Semitic traditions and propaganda. It is also why an examination of Nazi propaganda in the last years of the Weimar Republic shows that Hitler could not rely on anti-Semitism alone, and, on occasion, had to tone it down in order to gain support. Even after the Nazis had taken power and suppressed the expression of views which openly challenged anti-Semitism, they found they got a better reception by focusing on falling unemployment, revoking the Treaty of Versailles, and building Hitler's image as an international figure. Where anti-Semitism was crucially important was in holding together and motivating the inner core of the Nazi Party, the SA and the SS, and stopping them relapsing into passivity, conservatism, and inertia. It was this irrational ideology that motivated them to risk confronting the forces of the left in the Weimar period, and to implement Hitler's orders once the Third Reich was established. For them, Jews were the ultimate enemy behind every mishap Germany had suffered. Elimination of the Jews was seen as the only way to safeguard conquered territory as the German army advanced eastward. And even when defeat was close at hand, in late 1944 and in early 1945, killing off the Jews could seem like a victory. The German ruling class had needed people with such deranged views to deal with the crisis in the early 1930s. Their derangement provided it with a force which could conquer working-class organizations and then sustain its drive towards European supremacy. In return, the Nazis were allowed to act out their deranged fantasies by exterminating over 6 million Jews, gypsies, and disabled people. Major firms, Krupps, IG Farben, and others were happy to help in the organization of the death camps, using slave labor from them, even if the extermination program made no sense in economic terms. Nazism was the grisly fulfillment of Rosa Luxemburg's prophecy that the alternative to socialism is barbarism. Hope Reborn. A young captain in the British Army, Dennis Healy, could tell the 1945 Labour Party conference that he had just returned from parts of Europe where socialist revolution was underway. The upper classes in every country are selfish, depraved, dissolute, and decadent. These upper classes are looking to the British Army and the British people to protect them against the just wrath of the people who have been fighting underground against them for the past 4 years. We must see that this does not happen. The war had not simply led to horror and despair. It had produced a reaction among those who had been defeated and demoralized in the interwar years. Resistance movements had emerged, which seemed to be a foretaste of revolutionary change in much of Europe. Greece had suffered more than any other country in the war, apart from Poland and Russia. Italian and then German occupation had led to the deaths of 1 in 10 people, half of them from starvation. Resistance groups emerged spontaneously at first, but were pulled together into a loose national organization, Iam Elas, which exercised increasingly effective control over rural areas, threatened the German army's lines of communication, and tied down thousands of German troops. When the German army prepared to withdraw north in late 1944, the liberation movement seemed destined to take control of the country. A right-wing dictatorship, sustained by the monarchy, had followed a pro-Nazi policy until the Italian invasion in 1940. The major forces of the resistance wanted an end to the monarchy and the old ruling class, and were happy to see the Greek Communist Party play a central role within Iam Hellas. In Italy, the industrialists and landowners had helped put Mussolini in power in the 1920s, and were happy with his regime until the summer of 1943, when the Italian army suffered serious defeats and they lost their overseas empire. For almost 2 decades, the only underground opposition had come from scattered groups of communists, and to a lesser extent, Socialist Party supporters, who had attempted to maintain some sort of national organization. Ignazio Sillone's novel, Bread and Wine, about the desperate attempts of an underground socialist to establish a network of contacts, gives a sense of the harshness of those years. The first overt resistance came in March 1943, when a wave of strikes began in Turin and spread, despite arrests, across northern Italy, involving 100,000 workers. The immediate cause was the immense hardship from soaring prices and the effects of bombing. But a small number of communist militants, with memories of the struggles of 1918 to 1920, were in the forefront of the agitation. Mussolini told fascist leaders that the strike had set his movement back 20 years, and Hitler asked how such disobedience could be permitted. In fact, the strikes showed that the war was creating such a social crisis, as it impoverished great swathes of the lower and middle classes, and that repression alone could not sustain the regime for long. By the time US and British troops landed in Sicily early in July and began, very slowly, to push north, most of the upper class were worried that the crisis of the regime might engulf them as well. The only way to keep their power, they thought, was to ditch Mussolini and come to terms with Britain and the US. Their attitude was shared by Mussolini's closest collaborators in the fascist Grand Council. At a special meeting a fortnight after the landings, it voted for Mussolini to surrender power. The next day, the same king who had handed power to Mussolini in 1922 replaced him with General Badoglio, the commander of the Italian troops in the rape of Ethiopia in 1935, and put Mussolini under house arrest. People poured onto the streets of Rome, overjoyed that the nightmare of fascism was over. Their joy was premature. The Badoglio government maintained its alliance with Germany for another month, while it undertook secret negotiations with the Allies. In the meantime, it used force to crush demonstrations, shooting 23 people dead in a Bari square. Its behavior gave the German army time to pour troops into Italy. When Badoglio finally announced an agreement with the Allies, Germany was able to occupy the country north of Naples and force his government to flee Rome. German paratroops rescued Mussolini and set up a puppet government known as the Republic of Salò in northern Italy. The German occupation provoked the growth of a massive resistance movement. It had 3 components. There were groups of armed partisans in the countryside, 9,000 at the end of 1943, more than 20,000 by the spring of 1944, and 100,000 a year later. There were underground armed patriotic groups in the cities, which assassinated officials and blew up German troops. And there was a growing movement of resistance in the factories, with a major strike in Genoa after the shooting of political prisoners in January 1944, and a strike by 300,000 in Milan in March, which spread to the Veneto, Bologna, and Florence. Lower-paid and women workers were in the forefront of these strikes, to which the German forces responded with arrests and mass deportations. The 3 strands came together in August 1944, when the resistance seized most of Florence from the German army before the Allies arrived. They came together again, spectacularly, 8 months later, to take control of the country's 3 major industrial cities, Genoa, Turin, and Milan. In Genoa, a rising led by the armed urban groups seized the city's public buildings, surrounded the German troops, captured a barracks, and then, aided by partisans from the countryside, forced the surrender of the German general and 15,000 troops. In Turin, the city population and the factory workers in particular had to assume the full brunt of the fighting. The battle raged around the factories occupied by the workers: Lancia, Spa, Grandi Motori, Fiat Mirafiori, Ferriere, and many others. The workers resisted with determination until the armed urban groups counterattacked, mopping up the remnants of the fascist forces. In Milan, the armed groups stormed the fascist barracks. There was fighting around the major factories, especially Pirelli, and then the armed groups, the partisans, and the workers took over the city, moving in from the outskirts. The first resistance groups had often arisen spontaneously, their growth fueled by the brutality of the German occupation and the hardship which followed it. Many young men took to the mountains to escape conscription or avoid forced labor in Germany. But the sheer fact of resistance drove them to left-wing politics. Everyone in Italy knew that the ruling class had backed Mussolini. Everyone knew that the industrialists were collaborating, to a greater or lesser extent, with the German occupation, and everyone had witnessed the failure of the king and Badoglio to do anything to prevent the German occupation in the summer of 1943. There was a near-unanimous feeling among those who chose to fight back that Italian society had to undergo fundamental change. This was common to the forces which dominated the resistance politically. The Communist Party grew from 5,000 members in June 1943 to 410,000 in March 1945, attracting vast numbers of people who knew little detail of the party's line, but wanted revolutionary change in Italy, and identified with the success of the Russian armies after Stalingrad. Alongside it was the old Socialist Party, smaller, less well organized, and still containing groups of timid reformists, but, as in 1918 to 1920, using revolutionary language. Finally, there was the Party of Action, led by members of the middle class and with a heterogeneous membership, but insistent that there had to be a radical break with the past. It was hardly surprising that Winston Churchill was worried about rampant Bolshevism and saw the king and Badoglio as the sole barriers against it. France differed from Greece and Italy in one respect. The first call to build underground resistance had not come from the left, for the majority of Socialist Party MPs had voted for the Pétain government. And the Communist Party, following orders from Moscow during the period of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, opposed resistance until the summer of 1941. The call came from a representative of the old ruling class, a middle-ranking army officer, Charles de Gaulle, who had escaped to Britain. But de Gaulle's British-based Free French forces were small, and the US would not recognize him, trying right through to the end of 1943 to do a deal with the pro-German Vichy government. Once Germany had invaded Russia, the Communist Party set up its own resistance organization, the FTP. It soon outgrew the Gaullists, since resistance had a class character for most people. The old ruling class had half-welcomed the German forces in 1940, and was collaborating wholeheartedly with them. As in Greece and Italy, it was the lower classes who bore the suffering of the occupation. Some 88% of those arrested in the Pas-de-Calais and Nord were from working-class backgrounds, while railway workers made up only 1% of Brittany's population. They provided 7% of its resistance members. When the resistance seized Paris from the German army in advance of the Allies in 1944, everyone knew that the key controlling force was the Communist Party. The only question as in Greece and Italy, was whether it was going to use its position to push for revolutionary change, or do a deal with de Gaulle to keep capitalism going. Hope strangled again. In a famous passage, Winston Churchill recalled how he met Stalin in Moscow in October 1944, and said to him, "So far as Britain and Russia are concerned, how would it do for you to have 90% predominance in Romania, for us to have 90% in Greece, and go 50-50 about Yugoslavia?" Churchill wrote down a list of countries with the appropriate percentages next to them, and Stalin wrote a large tick on it. At length I said, "Might it not be thought rather cynical if it seemed we had disposed of these issues, so fateful to millions of people, in such an offhand manner? Let us burn the paper." "No, you keep it," said Stalin. It was not the resistance fighters in Greece, Italy, and France who decided Europe's destiny, but meetings such as this. At conferences in Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam, Stalin agreed with Churchill and Roosevelt to divide Europe into spheres of influence. The US was not happy with this division at first. It hoped to use its massive industrial superiority to transform the whole world into a single US sphere of influence, free trade providing it with open markets everywhere. Churchill, committed as ever to maintaining an empire run exclusively from London, would not countenance this, and neither would Stalin, who had the sheer size of Russia's army to counter US economic power. Between them, they persuaded Roosevelt to accept the division they wanted. The deals were a death blow to the hopes of the resistance movements. They gave Stalin's armies a free hand in Eastern Europe. Stalin was not going to let communists elsewhere upset the arrangement by attempting to lead revolutions, however favorable the mass of people might be. His former foreign minister, Litvinov, spelt it out bluntly to US representatives in Italy in September 1944. "We do not want revolutions in the West." This was not just a matter of words. In the spring of 1944, the Italian communist leader, Togliatti, had returned to Italy from Moscow. He announced that his party was joining the despised Badoglio government, and was prepared to leave the monarchy untouched until the war was over. The French leader, Maurice Thorez, insisted from Moscow that the biggest resistance group, the communist-led Francs-Tireurs et Partisans, FTP, should integrate into and accept the leadership of de Gaulle's smaller French Forces of the Interior, FFI. After his return to Paris in January 1945, Thorez called for militants to abandon all resistance to the institutions of the old state. He insisted that there had to be one state, one army, one police. In Italy and France, the restoration of the old order occurred more or less peacefully. In Greece, the eventual outcome was civil war, although this did not result from any serious attempt by the resistance leaders to carry through revolutionary change. The retreat of the German army at the end of 1944 left Hellas in control of virtually the whole country. It would have required minimal movement on the part of its forces to occupy Athens. They knew that Britain's intention was to impose the old monarchy and a government run by politicians from the old discredited ruling class. Britain had already used force to break an attempted mutiny against this arrangement by thousands of exiled Greek troops in Egypt. Yet it allowed British troops and the new government to take over the city. The only forces the government could rely on were the police and right-wing groups which had collaborated with the Nazis and were intent on humiliating the resistance. Early in December, the government demanded the immediate disarming of the resistance throughout the country, and its forces opened fire with machine guns on a huge protest in Athens, killing 28 and wounding many others. Hellas had no choice but to fight back, and the British generals found themselves hard-pressed. Field Marshal Alexander warned Churchill that he would not be able to reconquer more than the Athens-Piraeus area. Churchill had already told Anthony Eden, "I hope the Greek brigade will not hesitate to shoot when possible," and he ordered the British commander on the spot, Scobie, "Do not hesitate to act as if you are in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in process." At this point, Churchill flew to Athens to announce that the British operation had the full approval of President Roosevelt and Marshal Stalin. The EMLS forces withdrew from the capital and formally disbanded a month later in return for an agreement which the government had no intention of keeping. On the 8th of March, Stalin told Churchill at Yalta, "I have every confidence in British policy in Greece." Some government forces were hunting down anyone who had been part of the resistance. At least 50,000 EMLS supporters were imprisoned and interned during 1945, while right-wing paramilitary groups operated with government protection. C.M. Woodhouse, a British representative who was to become a Tory Member of Parliament, later wrote, "Up to the end of 1945, the blame for bloodshed lay primarily on right-wing forces." Many historians argue even today that the leaders of the resistance organizations in all three countries had no choice but to accept the restoration of the pre-war ruling classes. If they had tried to overthrow these, it is argued, they would have been crushed by the might of the British and US armies. Paul Ginsborg accepts this in the case of Italy, and Erich Hobsbawm insists more generally, the Communists were in no position anywhere west of Trieste to establish revolutionary regimes. Yet as Gabriel Kolko rightly argues, such judgments entirely disregard the larger context of the war with Germany, the purely military problems involved, as well as the formidable political difficulties the sustained counter-revolutionary wars would have encountered in England and the US. The popular mood in Britain and the US in 1944 to 1945 made it difficult for them to mount massive repression. The British actions in Greece caused major political storms both in Britain and the US, and there was massive desire in the ranks of their armies to return home as soon as possible, a mood which was to find expression in mutinies among British forces stationed in Egypt. Above all, it is highly unlikely that a revolutionary movement would have been confined to a single country. Churchill's great fear was that revolution in Greece would inspire moves in the same direction in Italy, and if that had happened, it is hard to imagine France would not have been affected. Indeed, even in Germany, the collapse of the Nazi regime in May 1945 saw workers flocking to their old socialist and communist allegiances, setting up popular anti-Nazi committees, and taking over the running of factories from which pro-Nazi managers had fled, until the occupation armies restored order with the help of politicians who had returned from exile with them. The re-establishment of the old order in Greece, Italy, and France meant that those who had prospered under the fascist and collaborationist regimes were soon back to their old ways. In Greece, the truce between the government and the resistance fighters was soon forgotten. Fascist sympathizers and former collaborators were to be found at every level of the army and police, and they began systematic persecution of the left until open civil war broke out. US arms ensured that the right won the Civil War, governing via rigged elections through the 1950s and early 1960s. Then, in 1967, the fascist sympathizers and former collaborators in the army seized power through a military coup, rather than risk an electoral victory by left-of-center politicians. Not until after the military regime collapsed in the mid-1970s did anything like a normal capitalist democracy exist in Greece. In Italy, genuine parliamentary institutions were established, but beneath them, the composition of the state machine remained very much as before. This was shown vividly in the early 1970s, when sections of the secret services and the armed forces worked with fascists to plant bombs in the hope of providing a pretext for a coup. In France, the continuity of the state machine was exposed in the mid-1990s by the trial of the former Vichy police chief in Bordeaux, Papon, for deporting thousands of Jews to the death camps. After the war, he had been able to rise to the position of police chief in Paris and order a police attack on an Algerian demonstration which killed more than 100. However, the real horror to arise from the continuity of the French state came outside France. On VE Day, marking the defeat of Germany, Arabs took to the streets of Sétif in Algeria, waving the green and white flag of resistance to French rule. French police opened fire, and in the subsequent fighting, at least 500 Algerians and 100 French settlers were killed. The French state's determination to keep the colony was to cost 1 million lives over the next 20 years. In Vietnam, the communist-led nationalist resistance movement, the Viet Minh, had taken control of the country when Japan surrendered. British troops, commanded by Lord Mountbatten, landed in the southern city of Saigon, armed Japanese prisoners of war, and used them to disarm the Viet Minh, and then handed the city to the French colonial authorities. After a brief lull, during which the communists tried to implement Stalin's general line by cooperating with the French, a war broke out which was to last for almost 30 years and cost more than 2 million Vietnamese lives. The fate of the liberation movements in Western and Southern Europe was matched by what happened in the Russian sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. The Western powers agreed to incorporate Eastern Poland into the USSR as Western Ukraine, stood back while Stalin allowed the German army to crush the Warsaw Rising, and then accepted the People's Government he appointed as rulers of the country. In the same way, they allowed him a free hand in Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. They made plenty of propaganda about the ills that Stalin inflicted on these countries, just as Stalin made propaganda about the crimes of the West. But they did nothing to stop him having his way. Both sides kept to the main points of their wartime agreements until 1989, when the Russian bloc collapsed from its own internal difficulties. There was one important country in Europe which did not fall into either camp. This was Yugoslavia, where the communists, led by Tito, himself of mixed Croat and Slovenian ancestry, had succeeded in building a multi-ethnic resistance movement against both the German occupation and the Croat Ustaše fascists, and had obtained arms from the Allies because of its willingness to fight the Germans, while the royalist Serb Chetniks refused to do so. The partisans were able to take control of the country and set up a regime which, although initially it slavishly copied Stalin's regime in the USSR, had a strong independent base of its own. This was demonstrated in 1948, when Tito suddenly broke with Stalin to follow a policy of neutrality which lasted for the next 40 years. The agreements between the Western powers and Russia were not confined to Europe. Britain and Russia had divided Iran into two spheres of influence during the war, and maintained their forces there for a couple of years. The Russian and US division of Korea in the summer of 1945 was more permanent, along a line drawn by the US's General MacArthur. Each picked a dictator to rule its half. On one side, a small-scale guerrilla leader, Kim Il-sung, who had spent the war in the USSR. On the other, right-wing nationalist Syngman Rhee, who could be relied upon to do what the US wanted. The division of Korea was the last great act of cooperation between the wartime allies. Within 5 years, it was to be the cause of the biggest collision between them. Chapter 9. The Cold War. The Big Three Powers celebrated their victory over Germany and Japan by establishing a new international organization, the United Nations. Its founding conference in San Francisco in May 1945 promised the peoples of the world a new order of peace and cooperation which would vanquish war forever. It was claimed that this was going to be very different from its interwar predecessor, the League of Nations, which had not been able to do anything to stop the Second World War. The claim struck a chord among people who had suffered and fought for what they genuinely thought was going to be a better world. However, the failure of the League of Nations had not been accidental. It followed from an intrinsic fault. It was set up by the victorious powers after 1918 as part of the Treaty of Versailles, by which they parceled out the world among themselves. Lenin described it as a thieves' kitchen, and, as the saying goes, thieves fall out. The United Nations was no different, even if it had a soup kitchen annex in Geneva, comprising the Children's Fund, UNICEF, the World Health Organization, and so on. Decision-making lay with 4 permanent Security Council members: Britain, the US, France, and Russia. And between them, these dominated, oppressed, and exploited the rest of the world. They were already falling out behind the scenes by the time of San Francisco. Churchill discussed drawing up plans for the elimination of Russia, arming defeated German troops for a surprise attack to impose on Russia the will of the United States and the British Empire, a suggestion which, it seems, his own generals would not take seriously. The US did more than just talk. Its decision to use the nuclear bomb against Japan in August 1945 was clearly motivated, at least in part, by a desire to show Stalin the enormity of the destructive power at its disposal. Tension festered below the surface for more than a year, while each of the powers consolidated its position, reorganizing industry now the war was over, overseeing the parts of the world it had recently occupied, and dampening domestic expectations. Britain's Labour government sought to placate the wave of radicalism of 1945, with plans to improve welfare provision and nationalize the railways and mines. The US experienced a level of strikes even higher than in 1936 to 1937. The Russian occupying forces in Eastern Europe oversaw the transformation of what had been small communist parties into mass bureaucratic organizations. The rulers of each needed a sense of international harmony as a cover for consolidating structures of control. In France, Italy, and even Britain, governments still benefited from Communist Party opposition to strikes. In Eastern Europe, it suited Stalin that the states occupied by Russian troops should be run by coalition governments involving figures from the pre-war right, center, and social democratic parties. The quarrels between the powers became public in 1946 to 1947. Churchill, now in opposition in Britain, opened fire with his speech in Fulton, Missouri, in March 1946, declaring, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended on the continent." Of course, he did not mention his own role in bringing this about, through his cynical deal with Stalin in Moscow only 18 months before. Nor did he see any contradiction in repeating his declamation about freedom and democracy 2 days later, in the segregated Jim Crow state of Virginia. A year later, Truman translated Churchill's words into action, taking over from Britain the role of sustaining the repressive regime in Greece, which had been responsible for the assassination of 1,300 E.M. Ellis supporters in the previous year. The Marshall Plan, the scheme to revive the economies of Europe under U.S. hegemony, soon followed. It was presented as an offer of aid to all of Europe, including those areas under Russian occupation, But W. Rostow, an economist who worked on implementing it, and who later played a key role in the US's war against Vietnam, reveals that the plan was part of an offensive which aimed to strengthen the area still outside Stalin's grasp. Within weeks of the announcement of the plan, and prompted by the US, the parties of the right and center had forced the communists out of the governments in France and Italy. This was Torres's and Togliatti's reward for their 3 years of work opposing strikes, including a major strike at Renault in Paris, at precisely the time the government crisis erupted. In the spring of 1948, the US poured funds into Italy to try and prevent a joint list of communist and socialist candidates winning the general election, and began to recruit ex-fascists to an armed underground organization, Gladio, later to come under NATO's wing, in case they did win. Stalin was taking similar measures to clamp down on potential dissent in Russian-occupied Eastern Europe. The Russian army had ensured the police and secret police were in the hands of its appointees. Now a series of moves were used to destroy resistance to Russian dictates. First, non-communist ministers were forced out of office. The social democratic parties were forced to merge with communist parties regardless of the feelings of their members. Then communist party leaders, who might show any degree of independence from Stalin, including virtually anyone who had fought in Spain, were put on trial, imprisoned, and often executed. Kostov in Bulgaria, Roik in Hungary, and Slansky in Czechoslovakia were all executed. Gomulka in Poland and Kadar in Hungary were merely thrown into prison. Stalin was not only keen to remove pro-Western supporters of market capitalism, he was terrified of independent communist-led regimes emerging, especially after the break with Tito's Yugoslavia in 1948. A wave of show trials of Eastern European communist leaders followed, accused, like Tito, of being imperialist agents and fascists. The most visible expression of what soon became known as the Cold War came in the summer of 1948. Germany had been divided into 4 occupation zones, and so had its capital, Berlin. Now the US, Britain, and France merged their zones and introduced a new currency, which had the effect of cutting them off from the Russian zone. Russia reacted by imposing a blockade on the movement of goods and food by road and rail to West Berlin, which was an isolated enclave in the midst of the Russian zone. A huge US and British airlift succeeded in keeping the supplies flowing, and became part of an Anglo-US propaganda campaign about the defense of freedom. The campaign provided the background for a campaign against communist and left-wing activists in the West. In the US, the Taft-Hartley law required trade unions to purge communist officials. Government employees, including teachers and college lecturers, were sacked for refusing to sign loyalty oaths, and directors and writers who would not denounce alleged communist contacts were banned from working in Hollywood by Senator Joe McCarthy's House Un-American Activities Committee. Writer Dashiell Hammett was among the many alleged communists imprisoned. Charlie Chaplin was banned from entering the country, and Paul Robeson from leaving it. In a grisly climax, Ethel and Julius Rosenberg were sent to the electric chair for allegedly passing atomic secrets to Russia. In France and Italy, anti-communist splits tore the trade union movement apart. In Britain, several major unions banned communists from holding office. While this was happening in the West, the most sterile form of Stalinist ideology was imposed in Eastern Europe, with prisons and labor camps for anyone who objected. The two blocs were quickly organized into rival military alliances, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and to a large extent cut off from one another economically. The US banned a massive range of strategic exports to the Eastern Bloc, while within it, Russia insisted on the unreserved subordination of politics, economics, and ideological activity to the needs of the bloc as a whole. Military expenditure on both sides leapt to heights unprecedented in peacetime, reaching about 20% of U.S. national output and up to 40% of Russia's smaller output. Russia built secret cities to develop an atom bomb to rival the U.S., while the U.S. developed the H-bomb, 100 times more destructive than the atom bomb, and maintained a fleet of armed nuclear bombers permanently in flight. It was not long before the combined arsenals of the two superpowers were enough to destroy the world many times over. Yet generals on both sides played war games which assumed the use of these weapons. As ideological conformity was imposed on either side of the Iron Curtain, a generation grew up under the shadow of the bomb. Anyone in either camp who dared to oppose this monstrosity could expect to be labeled a supporter, or even an agent of the other. All too often, this labeling was accepted by those in opposition. Many socialists in the West and the Third World were misled into believing the rulers of the USSR were on their side, while many dissidents in the Eastern Bloc believed Western leaders who claimed to stand for freedom and democracy. Those who stood out against this nonsense at the beginning of the 1950s were tiny in number. The Cold War never became hot on a world scale. If it had, few of us would be around. But it did become hot in Korea. The rival dictators established north and south of the partition line in 1945 each sought to gain legitimacy by unifying the country, and there were clashes from the spring of 1949 onwards. The northern dictator, Kim Il-sung, decided to act before his southern rival, Syngman Rhee, got the chance. He launched an attack in June 1950, after receiving the go-ahead from Stalin, expecting it to cause an immediate collapse of the southern regime. Neither he nor Stalin thought the U.S. would intervene. But the army of the South did not collapse, although it retreated to the southern tip of the country, and the U.S. rushed to intervene. It was worried about the impact that an Eastern Bloc victory in Korea would have on a still devastated and impoverished Japan, where a powerful Communist Party was using revolutionary rhetoric. U.S. President Truman also saw war in Korea as an excuse for persuading a previously reluctant Congress to approve a massive increase in military spending. The war lasted 3 years. The human cost was enormous. There were 500,000 Western casualties, and 3 times that number on the other side. 2 million Korean civilians died, and half the southern population lost their homes or became refugees. The mass of the Korean people gained nothing at all. The final demarcation line was the same as at the beginning, and millions of people were precluded from ever seeing friends and relatives on the other side. There had been considerable support for Kim Il-sung in the South when the war began, and some guerrilla activity to back his armies. Those Southern leftists who stayed behind in the South remained in prison for decades. Those who retreated north with Kim Il-sung's armies were imprisoned or executed as unreliable elements. Meanwhile, a succession of dictators ruled South Korea, and it would be almost 40 years before its population had a chance to exercise even the most limited democracy for which the war was supposedly fought. This futile and barbaric war summed up the Cold War. The massive technological advances of the previous 2 centuries were marshaled to threaten humanity with destruction by rival ruling classes. Each used the language of the Enlightenment to subjugate as much of the world as possible, and each succeeded in convincing large numbers of people it was right to do so. The shortest golden age. Poverty and insecurity are in the process of disappearing. Living standards are rising rapidly. The fear of unemployment is steadily weakening, and the ordinary young worker has hopes that would never have entered his father's head. These were the words of British right-wing Social Democrat Anthony Crosland in 1956. His conclusion, like Bernstein's 60 years earlier, was that capitalism had overcome its crises and that we stand on the threshold of mass abundance. Subsequent events proved him wrong, but there was no challenging the statistics he marshaled. World capitalism went through the most sustained boom it had ever experienced. By 1970, the U.S. economy was turning out 3 times as much as in 1940. German industrial output was up 5-fold on 1949, and French output up 4-fold. Italy was transformed from a peasant country into a major industrial power, and Japan leapt ahead to take second position behind the U.S. No wonder many economic historians today describe the period as a golden age. The lives of vast numbers of people were transformed. Unemployment fell to levels only known before in brief periods of boom. 3% in the US in the early 1950s, 1.5% in Britain, and 1% in West Germany by 1960. There was a gradual and more or less uninterrupted rise in real wages in the US, Britain, and Scandinavia in the 1950s, and in France and Italy in the 1960s. Workers were living better than their parents, and expected their children to live better still. It was not just a question of higher incomes. Wages could be spent on a range of consumer goods: vacuum cleaners, washing machines, refrigerators, televisions, instant hot water systems. There was a qualitative leap in the working-class standard of living. Housework remained a chore for women, but no longer entailed endless hours of boiling and kneeling and scrubbing. Food could be purchased weekly rather than daily, opening the door for the supermarket to replace the corner shop. Entertainment of sorts was on tap in the home, even for those who could not afford the cinema, theatre, or dance hall. There were other changes as well. Employers conceded the 5-day rather than the 5.5-day week, and more than a 1-week annual holiday. Concessions which had seemed a great gain for workers in France in 1936 became commonplace in Western Europe and North America. Holidays for the masses came to mean more than a couple of days in the country or a week at the seaside. Workers, whose ambition in the past had been restricted to buying a bicycle, could now save up for a second-hand car. For the first time, young workers had incomes high enough to constitute a market in their own right. Youth culture was born in the mid-1950s, out of the seemingly insatiable demand for pop songs and fashions fueled by teenage dreams and adolescent insecurities. The changes in consumption and lifestyle were matched by changes in production. New techniques from the interwar years came into their own. New or expanded factories with new workforces turned out washing machines, refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, televisions, and, above all, cars. There were more than 70 million manufacturing workers in the US, and more than 8 million in Britain, concentrated in plants employing hundreds, thousands, or, in the case of some car and aerospace plants, tens of thousands of workers. Over time, the mass production factory became the model for many other sorts of employment. Its pattern of regimentation spread to employees of the burgeoning supermarket chains, its time and motion studies to typing pools and data processing centers, its payment system to coal mining, and its managerial methods to dock work and construction. So widespread were such factory-inspired approaches that some industrial sociologists used the word Fordism to characterize the period. But just as the factory of the Industrial Revolution had provided workers with the potential to fight to improve their conditions, so, on an even greater scale, did the spread of factory-like employment in the long boom. The car plants of Detroit, Turin, Coventry, Dagenham, Cologne, and Billancourt, the aerospace plants of Seattle, and the arms plants of California joined the great steel plants, coal fields, and shipbuilding yards to offer centers of potential resistance to the owners of capital. Under conditions of full employment, this was something capital itself had to take into account. In North America and most of Western Europe, it relied upon politicians who preached consensus to stabilize society. The years of the long boom were years in which the old poor laws were finally transformed into the welfare state. From the point of view of capital, this was partly a question of using trade union or political intermediaries, social democratic politicians in Europe, liberal Democrats in the US, to buy the consent of a workforce which was potentially much stronger than it had been before the war. It was also a way of making sure that expensive labor power was reproduced efficiently through measures to improve child health and education. In either case, reform of welfare meant improvement, not, as it meant in the 19th century and means today, cutting welfare so as to compel people to sell their labor power more cheaply. The long boom brought other changes of immense importance in the advanced countries. A shortage of labor caused capital to scour the world for fresh supplies of workers. Migrant workers from rural Italy were soon laboring in Belgian mines and Swiss factories, as well as adding to the growing populations of Milan and Turin. The flow of black former sharecroppers to Los Angeles, Detroit, and Chicago became a torrent. German firms welcomed refugees from the East and organized the arrival of millions of guest workers from Turkey and Yugoslavia. French firms recruited labor from North Africa. Britain's health service sought workers in the Caribbean, and its textile plants workers in the Punjab. Capitalism had long since drawn together the labor of people in all continents through the world market. Now, it was drawing together many of the peoples in its great cities. This led to more or less spontaneous fusions of the distinct cultures from which people came. But it also led to racist attempts to turn ethnic groups against one another. Finally, the boom led to historic changes in relations between the sexes. Desperate for new sources of labor power, capital turned to women to supply it, as in the early days of the Industrial Revolution. There had always been some industries which depended on women, especially textiles, and there had been continual growth in the number of women in the industrial labor force since at least the time of the First World War. But the great majority of married women, 80% in Britain in 1950, did not have paid employment. Concerned to ensure the reproduction of the labor force, the state encouraged married women to stay at home, look after their children, and cater for their husbands. And most married women did not find the low wages they could earn gave a sufficient incentive to carry the double burden of paid employment and domestic labor. A massive change occurred with the long boom. The new domestic appliances reduced the burden of housework, making it easier to do paid work as well. Employers were keen to take on women, on a part-time basis, compatible with childcare if necessary, and the need for extra money to buy domestic appliances provided an incentive for women to take the jobs. The new arrangements were a result of economic pressures, but they had much wider implications. Women who were drawn into employment welcomed the independence that a wage gave them. It made them more prepared to stand up for themselves. Women had largely been denied a public role ever since the rise of class society 5,000 years before. Now, a majority of women were being drawn out of the private sphere of the home into the public sphere of industry. The double burden persisted. One reason many employers welcomed women workers was that they could get away with paying them low wages. The labor market was still structured round the notion that a man's income mattered more than a woman's. A mass of ideological stereotypes supported this, meaning women were usually left literally holding the baby. But in its drive for profits and accumulation, capital was creating conditions in which women would gain the confidence to challenge this setup. It was laying the ground for an unparalleled demand for women's liberation, even if it could never satisfy that demand. Colonial freedom. On the 15th of August 1947, Jawaharlal Nehru raised the Indian national flag above the Red Fort in Delhi. Britain was leaving the jewel in the crown of its empire. The age of empire was coming to an end, a mere 60 years after the scramble for Africa, although its death throes were to last through to the final abandonment of white minority rule in South Africa in the 1990s. Britain's rulers had not given up their hold on India willingly. Their attempts to avoid doing so left a divided subcontinent awash with the blood of communal fighting. The Indian national movement had gained new momentum in the 1930s. The world slump had impoverished the countryside. Agrarian radicalism was found everywhere, from the princely state of Kashmir far in the north to Andhra and Travancore in the south. The number of workers involved in strikes rose from 128,000 in 1932 to 220,000 in 1934. The influence of Congress grew, as did that of its left wing, led by figures like Nehru and Subhas Chandra Bose. Congress candidates, who campaigned on a program including reductions in rents and taxes, swept the board in elections for provincial assemblies in 1937. Of the seats reserved for Muslims, the Muslim League took only a quarter. But the real power within Congress remained with the right, and with a coterie of Indian capitalists close to Gandhi. Congress-run provincial governments were soon passing anti-strike laws, stalling the class-based agitation. The way was open for a revival of communal conflicts, as Muslim separatists blamed all Hindus for the behavior of Hindu landowners, and Hindu chauvinists blamed all Muslims for the misdeeds of Muslim landowners. Hostility towards Britain grew when it announced that India was at war with Germany without consulting any Indians, and then refused even to consider giving India a government of its own, while claiming to fight for freedom. Even Gandhi agreed to a mass Quit India campaign in 1942. There were strikes, mass demonstrations by students and workers, and repeated clashes in which police beat people off the streets. Police fired on unarmed demonstrations on hundreds of occasions. There were guerrilla attacks on British installations. Police stations were burned down, telegraph wires cut, and railway lines blocked. Repression eventually broke the movement. There were 2,000 casualties, and 2,500 sentenced to whipping in Bombay alone. Villages were burned, and even machine-gunned from the air. But the British Viceroy, General Archibald Wavell, told Churchill late in 1943 that the repressive force necessary to hold India after the war would exceed Britain's means. The imperial authorities had one last card to play. They turned to the Muslim League as a counterweight to Congress. They claimed it represented all Muslims and gave it control of several provinces, despite its poor performance in the 1937 elections. Its best-known leader, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, now embraced the demand for a separate Muslim state, one he had previously opposed, even though it was impossible to draw the boundaries of such a state without including within it very large numbers of Hindus and Sikhs, and excluding the very large number of Muslims who lived in Hindu-majority areas. The Communist Party, which had opposed communal division in the past, went along with this demand as part of its support for the British war effort, claiming that Muslims and Hindus were two different nations. There was still enormous potential for the national movement to break through the communal divide. In February 1946, Indian ratings in the British Navy in Bombay began protests against racial insults and being paid less than white sailors. The protests escalated into mutinies on 78 ships and 20 shore stations, backed up by demonstrations and strikes by students and workers. The mutineers carried Hindu, Muslim, and red flags. It was the first time the military forces, established to defend the empire, had turned against it in mass since 1857, and they had done so in a way that opened the possibility of forging Muslim-Hindu-Sikh unity from below and undercutting communalism. But the leaders of Congress were not prepared to countenance this. Gandhi opposed the mutiny, and Nehru tried to quieten it down. Communalism was able to revive, even though the mutiny sank any British hopes of hanging on to power. Jinnah's Muslim League took the bulk of the Muslim seats in elections, the only time it ever did so, and treated this as a mandate to press for a separate state through communal agitation. In Bengal, the Muslim League head of the provincial government, Surawadi, a man who had made millions through black market deals in grain during the Great Famine of 1942 to 1943, unleashed a wave of mob violence against Hindus. Hindu chauvinists seized the opportunity to organize counter-pogroms against Muslims, and 5,000 died. There were communal riots in city after city in the days that followed, laying the ground for the final horror a year later. Congress leaders and their business backers were desperate to get their hands on a state of their own, even if it was a truncated one, and agreed to partition the subcontinent with Jinnah. An English civil servant, Radcliffe, who knew nothing about India, drew a line of partition which chopped Bengal and the Punjab in half. There were completely intermixed Hindu, Muslim and Sikh populations on either side of the Punjab border, including the neighboring cities of Lahore and Amritsar. Now bands of right-wing Muslim thugs on one side of the line, and right-wing Hindu and Sikh thugs on the other, set out to secure the territory allocated them by massacring, terrorizing, and driving out those belonging to the wrong religion. Somewhere between 250,000 and 1 million people died. At the same time, mobs attacked the substantial Muslim minorities in cities such as Delhi and Lucknow, persuading them to migrate to Pakistan. The horror of partition was followed by a final disaster, war between the two new states. Both claimed Kashmir, which had a Muslim majority, a Hindu prince, and an imprisoned Muslim opposition leader who supported Congress. Pakistan and India both made armed grabs for it. The Indian army reached the capital, Srinagar, first. There was a year of intermittent fighting before a truce left the rival armies staring at each other across a demarcation line hundreds of miles long. Partition had a devastating effect on both countries. It strengthened the hands of the Hindu chauvinists in India, encouraging the trend for Indian party politics to be based on shifting coalitions of bosses of different local castes, linguistic and religious groups. Military confrontation with Pakistan also absorbed resources desperately needed for improving people's lives. The effects on Pakistan were even worse. Religion was the only thing its peoples had in common, and even then there were clashes between the Sunni and Shiite versions of Islam. The country was divided in two, separated by several hundred miles of Indian territory. In the eastern part, most people spoke Bengali, and in the west, Punjabi. But the national language was Urdu, spoken only by the minority of the population who had migrated from central North India. Moreover, vast areas of the western part were dominated by landowners who exercised almost feudal power. The outcome was continual political instability, a succession of military dictatorships, the breakaway of eastern Pakistan in 1971 to form Bangladesh, following the bloody repression of a popular revolt, further military coups in western Pakistan, the execution of its former prime minister, and a state of near-civil war in its main industrial city, Karachi, in the 1990s. However, the disaster of partition could not prevent Britain's withdrawal, having an enormous impact elsewhere. The imperialists were on the retreat, and there were people in every colony prepared to learn the lessons. People's China. In the summer of 1949, just 2 years after the departure of Britain from India, a People's Liberation Army led by old communists like Mao Zedong, Zhu De, and Liu Shaoqi occupied Beijing. As it marched south to unify all of China, except for the large island of Taiwan and the British city colony of Hong Kong, the days of the foreign concessions and foreign warships, which had imposed themselves on the country for a century, were over for good. Mao's army had started life as a group of communists and dissident soldiers from the nationalist armies, who had escaped the massacres at the hands of Chiang Kai-shek in the late 1920s, by establishing a base on the border of Jiangxi province in the south. They had recruited local peasants to an army which must have resembled the rebel peasant armies thrown up periodically in Chinese history. When pressed by Chiang's troops, they embarked on a circuitous 7,000-mile-long march through South and West China to Yan'an in the remote northwest. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the 100,000 who set off arrived. But this rump was able to build new support, particularly after the Japanese attack on China in 1937. Chiang Kai-shek's army was driven far inland by Japan and was no longer in any condition to fight the communist forces. He had little choice but to agree that the rival Chinese forces should tolerate one another while fighting Japan. But his own army seemed incapable of fighting anyone. Most of its generals were motivated only by the desire to grow rich at the expense of their soldiers and the peasants whose lands they passed through. The People's Liberation Army, by contrast, steadily built up its strength. It gained prestige among the educated middle classes by fighting Japan, peasant support by a policy of reducing rents, and even a degree of backing from some Chinese capitalists by providing stable conditions for their operations. The Japanese collapse in 1945 found Chiang with much the bigger army and in receipt of vast sums of aid from the US, and lesser sums from Russia, for Stalin at this stage gave no backing to the communists. But Mao had an army with higher morale and better discipline. When civil war broke out between the two, Chiang's army began to disintegrate, with whole sections, including their generals, changing sides. By the end of 1949, Chiang Kai-shek had fled the mainland for Taiwan, where the Kuomintang still dominates the government today. Mao's victory was a terrible shock for the US, which had come to see China as part of its informal empire, as it poured funds into the pockets of Chiang Kai-shek's generals. It reasoned that Mao was a communist and Stalin was a communist, and so it had suffered this setback as a result of a world communist conspiracy, ignoring the fact that Stalin had provided aid to Chiang and advised Mao not to take power. US military operations in the Korean War, which broke out only months after Mao's victory, involved troops sweeping right through North Korea to the Chinese border, virtually forcing China to come in on the North Korean side, and driving Mao into Stalin's arms, although their alliance was only to last a dozen years. At the same time, the US came to see propping up French colonialism in Vietnam as part of its defense of the free world against communism, and it provided the funds and arms which allowed France to keep fighting until 1954. Much of the left internationally drew a similar conclusion to the US, but put the opposite interpretation on it. China and Russia were now jointly the bloc of peace and socialism. What is more, some argued, China showed how easy it was to take power through rural guerrilla warfare. They ignored the special circumstances of China in the second half of the 1930s and the first half of the 1940s, the vast distances, the Japanese invasion, the extreme corruption in Chiang's army. They also failed to see that, for all Mao's dependence on peasant recruits for his army, its cadre and the administrative structure in his liberated areas were made up of radicalized members of the educated middle classes from the cities. The Empire's Last Stand. Mao's victory, coming so soon after the British evacuation of India, added to the feeling in the colonies everywhere that imperialism could be beaten. There had already been stirrings of revolt in French Algeria, and an attempt to establish an independent government in Vietnam. A nationalist movement had begun to grow in the huge Dutch colony of the East Indies before the war. Its leaders had taken advantage of the Japanese occupation to extend their base of support, half collaborating with the occupying forces and proclaiming themselves the government of a new country, Indonesia, when Japan left. Now, they fought the attempt to reimpose Dutch colonialism, achieving independence in 1949 under President Sukarno. In Malaya, the local Communist Party, which had formed the backbone of the British-backed resistance to Japan, prepared to wage a war for freedom from Britain. Various students from Africa and the West Indies, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and Eric Williams, who had known each other in London in the 1930s, returned home to agitate for independence too. In the Arab capitals of Damascus, Baghdad, and Cairo, a new, young middle-class generation, sometimes strategically positioned within the officer corps of the state, began to plot to achieve real independence and to dream of a united Arab nation from the Atlantic to the Gulf. The instinct of the colonial powers was to react to the liberation movements as they had in the past, with machine guns, bombing raids, and concentration camps. This was the reaction of France in Vietnam, Madagascar, Algeria, and its West African colonies, of Britain in Malaya, Kenya, Cyprus, Aden, and the Rhodesias, and of Portugal in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. But it became clear sooner or later that this approach was counterproductive, serving only to deepen popular hostility to European interests. A growing number of rulers saw that a better policy would be to cultivate local figures who would faithfully serve their interests as heads of independent governments. Britain adopted this approach in much of the Middle East, in West Africa, and in the West Indies. In Malaya, Britain used heavy repression against the communist-led liberation movement. Troops cut off the hands and even the heads of dead terrorists, and forcibly resettled 500,000 people in villages surrounded by barbed wire. But it also promised independence to moderate Malay politicians, who built support by playing on racial distrust of the Chinese minority. Even where Britain did try and stand firm against making concessions to the natives, as in Kenya, where it bombed villages and herded people into concentration camps where many died, and in Cyprus, where troops used torture, it ended up negotiating a peaceful transfer of power to political leaders, Jomo Kenyatta and Archbishop Makarios, whom it had previously imprisoned or exiled. France was eventually forced to adopt this approach in Vietnam and Algeria. But it only did so after spending vast sums and killing huge numbers of people in wars it could not win. The poison infected French politics, as disaffected colonialist generals attempted a succession of military coups in the years 1958 to 1962, resulting in the National Assembly granting near-dictatorial powers to General de Gaulle in 1958. The eventual agreement to Algerian independence led to 1 million Algerian settlers decamping to France and a wave of right-wing bombings by the OAS terrorist group in Paris. Western Europe's most backward capitalism, Portugal, tried to hold on to its colonies, but was eventually forced to abandon them in 1974 to 1975, when the cost of subduing them provoked a revolutionary upheaval in Portugal itself. All that remained were the two white racist settler regimes in southern Africa, Southern Rhodesia, which was eventually forced to accept black majority rule as Zimbabwe in 1980, and South Africa, which finally followed suit in 1994. The retreat of the West European powers from direct rule over half of Asia and almost all of Africa was a process of epochal importance. It marked the end of almost 2 centuries, during which the line of world history passed through London and Paris. However, it did not mark the end of imperialism, in the sense that much of the world remained dominated by interests centered in a few economically advanced countries. Bitter conflicts in the Americas, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East would repeatedly testify to this fact. Oil and blood. The Middle East, with its huge oil reserves, was by far the most important prize for any imperialism in the second half of the 20th century. Britain had extended its Middle East empire during the First World War by collaborating with the ruler of Mecca, Sharif Hussein, in an Arab national revolt, and promising him all the territories ruled by Turkey. But the British government also promised Zionist leaders that it would allocate one of the Arab lands, Palestine, to Jewish settlers from Europe, seeing them as a barrier against any Arab threat to the nearby Suez Canal. As the Israeli political leader, Abba Eban, later explained, "We would help Britain become the ruling power, and Britain would help us to develop the Jewish national home." Such double-dealing worked, up to a point. British firms got their hands on the oil reserves of Iraq and Iran, and Jewish settler volunteers worked with Britain to put down a Palestinian Arab revolt, the most serious rebellion to face the British Empire in the 1930s. But over time, the policy backfired. There was growing Arab antagonism towards the Zionist settlers as they bought land from rich Arab owners and drove off the peasant families who had been cultivating it for centuries. Jews, who had fled oppression in Europe, found they were expected to oppress others in Palestine. Britain then tried to defuse Arab bitterness by restricting Jewish immigration, and ended up under attack from both sides. By 1946, Jewish paramilitary groups, which had been armed to suppress the Arabs, were carrying out attacks on British troops and installations. Britain decided to escape from the problem it had created by withdrawing its troops in 1947, relying for the defense of its oil interests on the puppet Arab monarchies in Iraq, Jordan, and Egypt. The US and Russia were both keen to move in as Britain moved out, jointly backing a United Nations resolution partitioning Palestine and establishing an Israeli settler state, allocating half the land to 1/3 of the population. The settlers received substantial supplies of arms from communist-run Czechoslovakia and backing from the US. As fighting broke out, they terrorized much of the Arab population into fleeing by massacring the inhabitants of the village of Deir Yassin, and then defeated an ill-organized army sent by the Arab monarchies, allegedly to help the Palestinians, an army which ended up grabbing the rump Palestinian area, a mere 20% of the original land, and dividing it between the kings of Jordan and Egypt. Israel was established as a powerful settler state, willing and able to assist Western interests, which usually meant the US, in return for arms and financial aid. This could not bring stability to the region. The bitterness caused by Israel's victory over the Arab armies helped spark a military coup in Egypt, which brought nationalist officers, led by Abdel Nasser, to power and ended the pro-British monarchy. Nasser's move to nationalize the Suez Canal, owned by Britain and France, provoked British imperialism's last great fling in the region. In November 1956, British, French, and Israeli troops launched a joint attack on Egypt. The attack almost succeeded militarily, but completely backfired politically. The US took advantage of Britain's financial problems to pull the plug on the operation and supplant Britain as the dominant power in the Middle East, while a wave of anti-British agitation throughout the region led to the overthrow of the British-backed Iraqi monarchy 2 years later. The US followed Britain's policy of relying both on the Israeli settlers and on Arab client regimes. It provided Israel with more military aid than anywhere else in the world. At the same time, it worked closely with the Saudi Arabian monarchy, encouraged coups which re-established the absolute rule of the Shah of Iran in 1953, and gave power in Iraq to the Ba'ath Party, including a young Saddam Hussein in 1962. The US was highly successful in asserting hegemony over the region and its oil. It could only do so, however, by encouraging antagonisms between states and peoples, which burst into a succession of wars. The Arab-Israeli Wars of 1967 and 1973, the long civil war in Lebanon after 1976, the appalling war between Iraq and Iran throughout the 1980s, Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, and the US-led war against Iraq in 1991. The 20th century was again seeing wealth, on these occasions oil wealth, transmuted into blood. Through the Looking Glass. The form of economic organization established in Russia fascinated many of the newly independent ex-colonial countries. Most had suffered economic stagnation, or even regression, under colonial rule. The food supply per head was no higher in India in the 1950s than it had been at the time of Akbar, 400 years before. Meanwhile, the Russian economy had shown it could grow faster than any other and, it seemed, avoid the periodic downturns which had plagued capitalism in the West. It has been fashionable, since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, to claim that nothing ever worked in the Russia of Stalin or his successors, Khrushchev and Brezhnev. In fact, for 30 years, Stalinist methods produced more rapid rates of economic growth than those experienced anywhere else in the world, except perhaps Japan. What had been an overwhelmingly backward agricultural society in 1928 had become a mainly industrial country capable of challenging the US in Cold War weaponry and beating the US to put a satellite, the Sputnik, and then a man, Yuri Gagarin, into space. Even bitter enemies of the Russian system recognized this at the time. It was possible for the future British Labour Party Prime Minister Harold Wilson to speak in 1953 of Russia's spectacular increase in production and productive capacity. The perception was not false. As a relatively recent economic history of Eastern Europe tells, the average rate of economic growth achieved in the region during the first 2 decades of central planning, 1950 to 1970, was better than the peak rates shown in the best interwar years, 1925 to 1929. Stalinism in Russia arose from the isolation and strangulation of the revolution of 1917. In Eastern Europe, it was imposed from above, except in Yugoslavia, where it was introduced by the leaders of the resistance army which drove out Germany. But in each case, it was not only repression which enabled it to flourish and establish deep roots in its early years. By providing a means of building up industry, it also made wide sections of society's middle layers feel they had an important future. It inspired enthusiasm as well as fear. It also provided vast numbers of people with a degree of upward mobility. The skilled industrial worker stood a chance of becoming a manager, and the peasant could escape from the primitiveness of rural life to the wider horizons of the city. The sense that it was possible to change society, industrialize, urbanize, and educate the masses appealed to sections of the educated middle classes in every non-industrial country in the world, an appeal heightened by the understanding that an expansion of industry meant an expansion in the number of well-salaried positions for themselves. But no expansion was possible simply by waiting for small firms to grow enough to compete with the major corporations based in the advanced countries. The small firms would be driven out of business first. They needed size, and that could only come about by the state fusing them together and ploughing in funds. They also needed protection from direct foreign competition, which only the state could provide. State capitalism, usually misnamed socialism, seemed the answer. Already at the turn of the century, the state had played a central role in the development of large-scale industry in Japan and Tsarist Russia. The First World War and the crisis of the interwar years had massively increased its role in the advanced countries. By the late 1930s, the scale of state control of industry in Nazi Germany was such as to persuade the Austro-Marxist economist and former finance minister Hilferding that capitalism had been replaced by a new mode of production. Even in the most free market of the Western countries, the US, the state built most plants and controlled most economic activity in the years 1941 to 1944. The trend towards state capitalism went furthest where locally controlled industrial development was weakest. So the state played a central role in the attempts to reorganize capitalism and industrialize Brazil under Vargas, the populist president of Brazil in the 1930s, and under Perón, the dictator of Argentina in the 1940s and early 1950s. Against such a background, not only the communists, but also the social democratic and bourgeois politicians who shared government with them in most of Eastern Europe in 1945 to 1947, took it for granted that the state would control most of industry and rely on central planning. In India, even before Congress took power, a group of industrialists had got together in 1944 to approve a Bombay program for state planning, very much on the Russian model, although using private as well as state capital. So India, China, Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Algeria all had powerful state-owned sectors and long-term plans. But this was not a trend confined to states which called themselves socialist. Much of industry had been state-owned in Kuomintang, China, and the pattern continued in Kuomintang, Taiwan, while the South Korean general, Park, who seized power in a coup in 1961, saw state planning and control, although not necessarily ownership, of industry as the only way to overtake North Korea, which was then more advanced. The flip side of economic growth under Stalinist planning, as with that during the industrial revolutions of the West, was the appalling conditions workers had to endure. But those who ran the growing apparatuses of industry and the state were not workers, even if some had been once. In its early years, state capitalism seemed to be effective. India and Egypt in the late 1960s were still overwhelmingly agricultural countries, with most of their people living in deep poverty, and their new industry faced all sorts of problems. But they were visibly different to 20 years earlier, and much more part of the modern world. This was expressed in a certain confidence in their rulers among wide sections of the middle classes, providing stability to the regimes. Where state capitalist development was accompanied, as in China, India, and Egypt, by land reform, which broke up the bigger states to the benefit of the peasants, The rulers also sank strong roots in the countryside, even if the reform benefited the middle and richer peasants, rather than the poorer peasants and landless laborers. But the euphoria began to wear off in time, and even as regimes like that in Egypt began to implement elements of the Stalinist model, signs of its limitations were already appearing in Russia and Eastern Europe. The road to 1956. Stalin died in 1953, after a quarter of a century of near total power. Sometimes, the death of a ruler serves to concentrate the minds of their associates on problems accumulated over the years, and so it was now. Stalin's henchmen were dimly aware that there was enormous discontent beneath the surface. They also feared that one of their number would gain control of Stalin's apparatus of state terror and use it against the rest. Barely was Stalin's funeral over when they enacted limited reforms while quarreling secretly among themselves. The near-psychopathic police chief Beria was taken at gunpoint from a leadership meeting and executed. Then, in February 1956, Khrushchev, the Communist Party General Secretary, decided to reveal some home truths to party activists in order to strengthen his hand in the leadership struggle. He told the 20th Party Congress in Moscow that Stalin had been responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent people and the deportation of millions of members of national minorities. What is more, he said, Stalin had been incompetent and cowardly at the time of the German invasion of Russia in 1941. The impact of these revelations on tens of millions of people across the world who had been taught to regard Stalin as a near god was shattering, even if many tried to close their minds to them. In the meantime, something else had happened that was more important than the words of Khrushchev about his predecessor. The masses beneath the apparatus of state capitalist rule had begun to revolt. The first uprising was in East Germany in June 1953, shortly after Stalin's death. Building workers on a giant construction site in East Berlin walked out on strike when told they would have to work harder for the same pay. Tens of thousands of people joined them as they demonstrated through the center of the city. The next day, every major industrial center in East Germany was strike-bound. Demonstrators broke into prisons and attacked police stations and offices of the ruling party. In the end, only the intervention of Russian troops put down the rising. It was a classic spontaneous workers' revolt, such as Germany had seen again and again in 1918 to 1919, but directed against a state capitalist regime which claimed to rule in the name of the workers. The sections of workers who struck were those who had been the most left-wing during the Weimar Republic of the 1920s. Some 68% of those purged from the Communist Party in East Berlin for taking part in the rising had been members before Hitler's rise to power. They were old militants who saw the rising as a continuation of the struggle for workers' control to which they had dedicated their youth. Shortly after the East German rising, there was a revolt in Russia itself, at the giant slave labor camp in Vorkuta. The 250,000 prisoners who worked the mines there went on strike. The government surrounded the miners with armed troops, offered to negotiate, and then executed the representatives chosen by the strikers, killing 250. But the action showed how explosive the discontent could be, and the regime released 90% of the camp inmates in the next 2 years. As in the US after the Civil War, slave labor gave way to wage labor, the form of exploitation appropriate for primitive accumulation, to that which fitted an industrialized economy. However, it was in 1956, in the months after Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin, that the potential for revolt really showed itself. A strike in the Polish city of Poznanie turned into a virtual uprising. The regime succeeded in crushing the movement before it had time to spread, but could not prevent the shockwaves from it shaking the whole social order. The country seemed on the verge of revolution in October and November, as rival factions fought for control at the top of the regime. Censorship broke down, and workers began to elect their own committees and vow to defend their rights by force. People talked of a spring in October, as Gomulka, one of the party leaders imprisoned in the late 1940s, was brought back to office. He faced down a threat of military intervention by Russian troops, and persuaded the workers to put their trust in him, with the help of the Catholic Church and the U.S. propaganda station, Radio Free Europe. The Polish events acted as a detonator for one of history's great revolutions, in Hungary. A demonstration of students gained the support of tens of thousands of workers as it made its way through Budapest. One section tore down a huge statue of Stalin. Another went to the radio station, only to be fired upon by police agents inside. Workers grabbed guns from sports clubs inside factories, won over soldiers from one of the barracks, and soon took control of much of the city. In every town in the country, similar movements left effective local power in the hands of factory councils and revolutionary committees. Peter Fryer, who was sent to Hungary by the British Communist Party paper, The Daily Worker, commented on the striking resemblance of these committees to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' councils, which were thrown up in Russia in the 1905 revolution and in February 1917. They were at once organs of insurrection, the coming together of delegates elected in the factories and universities, mines and army units, and organs of popular self-government, which the armed people trusted. A section of the regime tried to regain control of the movement, very much as Gomulka was doing in Poland, by putting another disgraced communist, Imre Nagy, at the head of a coalition government. But on the 4th of November, just as Britain, France and Israel were attacking Egypt, Russian tanks swept into Budapest and seized key buildings. They faced bitter armed resistance, which they eventually crushed only by killing thousands, reducing parts of the city to rubble, and driving more than 200,000 to flee across the border into Austria. A general strike paralyzed the city for more than a fortnight, and the Greater Budapest Central Workers' Council fulfilled the role, in effect, of an alternative government to Russia's puppet ruler, János Kádár. But eventually, the workers' councils were crushed too, and their leaders sentenced to years in prison. There were 350 executions, 3/4 of them of workers around 20 years of age. Among those to die were Imre Nagy and 4 other members of his short-lived government. The official communist line was that the revolution was simply a pro-capitalist escapade planned by Western spies. As in so many other cases in the Cold War era, the most common account of the revolution in the West was very similar. It claimed that the revolution simply aimed to establish a free society along Western capitalist lines. In fact, most of those who played a leading role in the revolution had a wider perspective. They remembered the pre-war dictatorship which had ruled Hungary in the name of capitalist freedom, and looked to a different system in which workers' councils would play a key role, even if the speed of events did not give them time to clarify what this system might be. Anyone who doubts this should read the various collections of documents from Hungary 1956, which have been published since. A recent authoritative Hungarian study of the revolution recounts the demands that touched the daily life of the people could be found mainly in the manifestos of the factory and workers' councils. These contain a plenitude of detail about the hated piecework, the unjust work quotas, and low wages, the minimal social accomplishments, and the miserable supply of food. The most active fighters in the revolution struggled not only for freedom and independence, but also for a humane mode of life and such conditions of work, for what many believed to be a genuinely socialist society. The intended economic order would place decision-making in industry, mining, and transport in the hands of producers, workers, technicians, and other staff. We reject any attempt to restore the dominance of large landowners, factory owners, and bankers, was a statement endorsed by representatives of many persuasions. The Hungarian Revolution challenged the ruling ideologies of both sides in the Cold War. It proved, to those who had the courage to look facts in the face, that the USSR had long since ceased to stand in the tradition of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Rosa Luxemburg. It also showed how wrong the liberals and social democrats were, who held that Stalinist totalitarianism could suppress any move for change from within, and, therefore, that it was necessary to support Western imperialism against it. This pessimism had befogged the minds of innumerable intellectuals who had once been on the far left. John Dos Passos, John Steinbeck, Max Schachtmann, Stephen Spender, Albert Camus, James T. Farrell, John Strachey, George Orwell, Saul Bellow. The list was endless. The imagery was of George Orwell's 1984, of a dictatorship so powerful that it could brainwash its opponents into saying 2 + 2 = 5. Hungary showed how quickly such a dictatorship could collapse, and out of it emerge forces pressing for real liberation. If it could happen in Hungary, it could happen one day in the heartland of Stalinist state capitalism, in Russia. Rulers of both blocs hastened to bury the memory of the revolution. For more than a quarter of a century, it was forbidden to mention the event in Hungary, other than as a counter-revolution. As late as 1986, police beat a student demonstration commemorating it off the streets. In the West, it was soon forgotten. By the early 1970s, the butcher, Kadar, was being talked of in the Western media as a liberal reformer. Shared amnesia enabled both sides to forget that the monolith could crack apart. When it did so again, in Czechoslovakia in 1968, they were both taken by surprise. The Cuban Revolution. The United States had its own satellites scattered around the world. In the late 1950s, they were concentrated in Central America, south of the Mexican border, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Panama, and Guatemala. The Caribbean, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti, and East Asia, the Philippines, South Korea, South Vietnam, and Thailand. U.S. troops were based permanently in the central zone which divided Panama, and in South Korea. They had landed several times in Haiti, Nicaragua, and Cuba in the earlier part of the century, had run the Philippines as a colony until 1946, and maintained huge bases both at Guantanamo, on the coast of eastern Cuba, and in the Philippines. These nominally independent states were usually run by small and often extremely fragmented ruling groups, made up of military figures, landed oligarchs, political bosses, and, occasionally, local capitalists. They had narrow bases of support locally, and tried to compensate by mixing the most extreme forms of corruption and the nastiest forms of repression. Their weakness benefited U.S. policy by making them dependent on U.S. aid and military advisors, and ensuring they would not threaten U.S. business interests. But it also meant that they could easily fall apart if the ability of the U.S. to intervene in their support ever seemed in doubt. That the US was willing to make such interventions was shown in 1954, when the CIA organized the overthrow of a mildly reformist government in Guatemala. 5 years later, it registered a failure it could barely cope with. The corrupt and dictatorial Cuban regime of Fulgencio Batista suddenly collapsed, leaving power in the hands of a group of guerrillas led by Fidel Castro, his brother Raúl, and an exiled Argentine doctor, Ernesto Che Guevara. The guerrillas had landed in a remote part of the island barely 2 years earlier. Following their victory, a whole revolutionary mythology developed, ascribing their success to the support of either the mass of peasants or the laborers who worked the island's sugar plantations. In fact, the guerrillas' remoteness cut them off from all but a tiny proportion of the peasantry and all the laborers. Their victory came from their ability to take advantage of the extreme political isolation of the Batista regime. It had alienated the island's two main middle-class parties and upset its capitalist class because of its extreme corruption. Cuba was a center of mafia gangsterism, as shown in the film The Godfather, and known as the whorehouse of the Caribbean. It had also embittered the mass of the population by whittling away social gains made in the 1930s. In the end, even the US stopped providing support for a dictator it feared was going to fall. Under such conditions, it did not require much to bring about that fall. Castro's small band of guerrillas, only 20 survived the initial landing at the end of 1956, and there were only 200 in the summer of 1958, were like the snowball that causes an avalanche. So long as Batista's army was too corrupt and feeble to defeat them, their mere existence proved his weakness, and in time, his own army fell apart. The rebel army which entered Havana on the first day of 1959 had the backing of all social classes in Cuba. But it still faced the objective conditions which had led to Batista's regime having an even narrower base of support. The Cuban economy, dependent on fluctuating world prices for its major export, sugar, and with output per head no higher than in the 1920s, was incapable of meeting the contradictory demands of the different classes. The capitalists and their US business partners wanted to raise their profits and be free to move them abroad. The workers and laborers wanted increased earnings, and the peasants an improvement in their miserable incomes. Members of the young educated middle class, who had provided both the cadres for the guerrilla movement and its large support network in the cities, wanted to develop the Cuban economy so as to provide themselves with both a sense of worth and well-paid careers. Castro could not satisfy one class without antagonizing others. To satisfy the capitalists would be to head down the road taken so disastrously by Batista, and this Castro was not prepared to do. Instead, he opted for a policy of providing certain reforms to gain working class and peasant support: land reform, the provision of welfare benefits and health care, and literacy campaigns, combined with the use of the state to push ambitious schemes of industrialization. It was a choice which inevitably meant a clash with entrenched capitalist interests and US big business, since the Cuban economy was so wedded to the US economy that the country was in many ways an appendage of it. 18 months after Castro took power, the US-owned oil refineries on the island refused to process cheap Russian oil. Castro nationalized them. The US retaliated by ending the arrangement by which it bought the bulk of Cuba's sugar harvest. Cuba nationalized the US-owned sugar companies, factories, and electricity and telephone monopolies, and developed its trade links with Russia. Anti-Castro hysteria swept the US media, while business exiles in Miami raised an ever louder cry about Castro's betrayal of the revolution. Then, in April 1961, the CIA tried to land an army of exiles intent on overthrowing Castro on the island's Bay of Pigs, while unmarked U.S. planes bombed Cuban airfields. The escapade was a miserable failure, as the Cuban population rallied behind the regime. Endorsement of the landing had been one of the first actions of new U.S. President John F. Kennedy. He became a cult figure for many liberals after his assassination in 1963. But he showed no sign of liberalism in his dealings with Cuba. He and his brother Robert developed a deep personal enmity towards Castro, and gave the go-ahead for the CIA to plot with mafia figures against the Cuban leader's life, including such ludicrous schemes as the use of exploding cigars. They also prepared contingency plans for a US-backed invasion of the island. In 1962, their maneuvers led to a direct confrontation with Russia. For many people who lived through it, the week of the 20th to the 27th of October 1962 was the most frightening of their lives, the closest the Cold War came to turning into a nuclear war. US warships had surrounded Cuba, intent on using force to stop any Soviet vessels reaching it. Intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine-based missiles, and 1,400 bombers were on alert. Scores of bombers remained continuously in the air, each armed with several nuclear weapons, and ready to move to targets in the USSR the moment the order came. And in Florida, just 60 miles from Cuba, the US assembled the largest invasion force since the Second World War. 100,000 troops, 90 ships, 68 squadrons of aircraft, and 8 aircraft carriers. Kennedy's government had learned that the USSR under Khrushchev was secretly installing nuclear missiles in Cuba. The US could already hit Russian cities from its bases in Western Europe and Turkey. The Cuban missiles would provide Russia with the same capacity to hit US cities. Castro and Che Guevara welcomed the missiles, assuming they would be a deterrent against a US attack on Cuba. Undoubtedly, this was mistaken, since there was little likelihood of Russia risking the destruction of its own cities in a nuclear exchange merely to please the Cubans. The US government, however, was prepared to risk nuclear war in order to get the missiles removed. How close the world came to nuclear war was later revealed by the president's brother, Robert Kennedy. We all agreed if the Russians were prepared to go to war over Cuba, they were prepared to go to nuclear war, and we might as well have the showdown then as 6 months later. Transcripts of the US presidential discussions show the government of the world's greatest power was indeed prepared to risk nuclear war with Russia. They also show the Kennedy obsession with Cuba was connected to a wider issue: the fear of an erosion of US global hegemony. War was only avoided because Khrushchev backed down at the last minute and agreed to withdraw the missiles, a decision which he only narrowly carried in the Politburo and which antagonized the Cuban leaders. In effect, the Russian leadership decided it could not challenge the existing partition of the world between itself and US imperialism, just as the US had not challenged that partition at the time of the Hungarian Revolution. This had important implications in the years which followed. Both sides continued to accumulate enormous quantities of nuclear weapons, but they did so on the basis of what they called détente, an agreement not to trample too much on each other's toes. This continued right through to 1980, despite huge upheavals in both camps in the interim. The Cuban leaders were distraught at Russia's decision to withdraw the missiles. They had been used as a bargaining chip, and there was little they could do about it, since they were dependent on Russian economic support. What that dependency meant at home was shown by a scaling down of plans for industrialization and a return to the pre-revolutionary reliance on sugar exports. Diversification of agriculture, the message of the early years of the revolution, was replaced by a call for a record sugar harvest. Internationally, there was a brief attempt to break out of the constraints imposed by Russian policy. The Cuban leaders arranged organizations of Latin American solidarity and tricontinental conferences, at which they made half-concealed criticisms of the policies Russia was imposing on Third World communist parties and liberation movements. Che Guevara eventually left Cuba to attempt to put these criticisms into practice through guerrilla struggle in Congo Zaire and Bolivia. But neither the criticisms nor Che Guevara's practice were based on a concrete assessment of the class forces in a particular situation. Instead, Guevara attempted to impose the model of revolutionary struggle which had been successful in the very special circumstances of Cuba. The Congo intervention was a miserable failure, and the Bolivian action stumbled from disaster to disaster until Che was killed, shot after capture by a CIA agent. By 1968, Castro and the Cuban government were back supporting the Russian approach. The Vietnam War. In the early 1960s, the U.S. government saw Vietnam as just one place among many where it was using advisors to organize military actions against opposition forces. "We have 30 Vietnams," Robert Kennedy told a journalist. On the face of it, he had reason to be confident. A U.S. government program designed to stabilize Latin America, the Alliance for Progress, seemed to have been successful in stopping any repetition of the Cuban Revolution, and guerrilla movements in Venezuela, Guatemala, Bolivia, and elsewhere were defeated. In the mid-1960s, the timely deployment of U.S. troops had stopped the advance of Congolese rebels against the capital of the U.S.'s client dictator, Mobutu, and thwarted an attempt at a popular rising in the Dominican Republic. In Indonesia, there was not even the need for U.S. troops. The CIA worked with General Suharto, who used the excuse of an abortive putsch by left-wing generals to murder 500,000 people, destroy the most powerful communist party in the Third World, and replace the populist independence leader, Sukarno. But Robert Kennedy's boast about Vietnam proved misplaced. The country had been partitioned at the time of the settlement of the Korean War in 1954. France's attempt to hold the country as a colony had been dealt a devastating blow when the Viet Minh Liberation Movement inflicted a major defeat on it at Dien Bien Phu. But the Viet Minh had been persuaded by Russia and China to take control of only the northern half of the country, leaving the Vietnamese groups which had backed France to run the south, pending elections for the country as a whole. The U.S., which had been funding most of the French war effort, now sponsored the government that ran the south and helped to ensure the elections never took place. There was increasing repression directed against any opposition in the south. Buddhist monks protested by setting fire to themselves, and former Viet Minh fighters fled to the countryside and took up arms in self-defense. Soon, there was widespread guerrilla warfare, continual unrest in the towns, and a government whose survival depended on increasing amounts of U.S. support. The 400 advisors, when Kennedy took over the presidency, had risen to 18,000 by the time of his assassination. In 1965, Marines landed at Da Nang Naval Base, and there were 33,500 U.S. troops in the country within a month, with 210,000 by the end of the year. Meanwhile, the U.S. Air Force waged the biggest bombing campaign in history, pounding away at both the North and South, day after day, week after week, year after year, in the belief that it could force the liberation forces to abandon the struggle. The Vietnam War was not like the war in Korea, a struggle waged by regular armies, which the rulers of the North could call off at any time. It had grown out of spontaneous struggles against a repressive regime, and the leaders of North Vietnam could not turn their back on these without doing enormous damage to their prestige as the pioneers of the struggle for national independence. The U.S. was trapped in a war of attrition from which there was no easy way out. It could establish a forward base at Hay San, near the partition line with the North, and, at great cost, stop the liberation forces taking it. But it could not use the base to subdue the surrounding countryside, and eventually had to abandon it. It could maintain control of the towns, but it could not avoid being almost overrun by a sudden offensive by the liberation forces at Tet, the Vietnamese New Year, early in 1968. It could not stop the escalating cost of the Vietnam War, increasing its total military outlay by 30%, and causing U.S. big business to protest. Finally, it could not prevent the war causing huge fissures to open in U.S. society, as young people rebelled against the horror of war and being conscripted to fight. China. From the Great Leap Forward to the Market. China's official image in the 1950s and early 1960s was of a land of smiling peasants and overjoyed workers, joint leader of the communist world with the USSR, steadily moving towards a socialism of peace and plenty. It was an image carried in thousands of left-wing papers across the world. The U.S. had its own rival image of China. It was of the biggest red menace of them all, a land of organized hate, a society in which hundreds of millions toiled mindlessly at the command of those at the top, even closer to the nightmare world of George Orwell's 1984 than Russia. This image played a powerful role in U.S. propaganda in support of the war in Vietnam. The U.S. claimed that China was intent upon expanding its influence south and destroying freedom. If it succeeded in Vietnam, the other countries of Southeast Asia would be next, falling like dominoes, until nowhere in the free world was safe. Neither image accorded with the realities of life for the fifth or more of the world's people who lived in China. U.S. propaganda ignored the growing schism between Russia and China from at least the mid-1950s. By the early 1960s, Russia had cut off aid and withdrawn thousands of advisors from China, and the two countries were denouncing each other's policies at international meetings. Official Chinese propaganda glossed over the class divisions in the country and the extreme hardship in which most of its people lived. On taking control of China's great cities in 1949, the leaders of the People's Liberation Army had followed a policy of uniting all classes, including a section of capitalists, behind a program aimed at economic reconstruction. In the early 1950s, this gave way to a program of industrialization, loosely modeled on that pursued by Stalin in Russia, and likewise aimed at accomplishing what capitalism had done in the West. Many industries had been state-owned under the Kuomintang regime, or been confiscated from their former Japanese owners. The state now took over most of the rest, but paid their old owners fixed dividends, so there were still millionaires in Red China. The apparatus of state control was staffed, in the main, by members of the educated middle classes, with most of the officials of the Kuomintang period left in place. There was land reform in regions dominated by landlords, but the better-off peasants were left untouched. The condition of the mass of workers remained much as before. These measures produced considerable economic growth, 12% a year, according to official figures for the years 1954 to 1957. But this did not get anywhere near the official aim of catching up with the advanced industrial countries, and a section of the Chinese leadership around Mao Zedong began to fear that unless desperate steps were taken, China would subside into being one more stagnating third-world country. In 1958, against the opposition of other leaders, such as the President Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, they launched a Great Leap Forward, aimed at ultra-rapid industrialization. Heavy industry was to be made to grow much faster than before, by every district setting out to make its own iron and steel. Millions of new industrial workers were to be fed by removing individual plots from the peasants and forcing people into huge people's communes. In 1958 and 1959, it seemed the leap was being made successfully. The official industrial growth rate was almost 30% a year, and across the world, enthusiasts for Chinese communism hailed the communes as the dawn of a new era. In 1960, reality struck home. China did not have the technical equipment to make the communes viable, and merely herding the peasants together could not overcome centuries-old traditions which set one family against another. Grain output dropped catastrophically, and many millions died in famines. The new locally based industries were of a low technical level, extremely inefficient, and damaged the overall economy by using up resources. The Great Leap Forward turned into a disaster, for which the mass of people paid a terrible price. Willpower alone could not overcome centuries of stagnation and the deindustrialization caused by imperialism. The leadership reacted by shunting Mao away from the levers of power and returning to a more measured approach towards industrialization. But this policy was hardly a great success. Industrial output was lower in 1965 than in 1960. While the labor force grew by 15 million a year, the number of new jobs grew by only 500,000, and the 23 million college graduates found it hard to find meaningful employment. As the problems accumulated, the group in the leadership around Mao Zedong once more felt that only urgent action could break the impasse. This time, they believed they had found an agency to carry it through: the vast numbers of young people whose hopes were frustrated. In 1966, Mao and a coterie of supporters, including his wife Jiang Qing and Defense Minister Lin Biao, proclaimed the Proletarian Cultural Revolution. China, they said, was being held back by the culture of those running the structures of the party and the country. These people had become soft and lazy. Such tendencies had already led Russia down the capitalist road of de-Stalinization, and they could drag China back to its old Confucian ways. It was the task of youth to stop this by mass criticism of those obstructing Mao's policies. The Mao Group shut down all education institutions for 6 months and encouraged 11 million college and high school students to carry the criticism from one region to another on free rail transport. The Proletarian Cultural Revolution was in no sense proletarian and in no sense a revolution. The workers were expected to keep working while the students staged mass rallies and traveled the country. Indeed, part of the message of the Cultural Revolution was that workers should abandon capitalistic worries like bonus rates and health and safety issues, since these were economistic, and Mao Zedong thought was sufficient motivation for anyone. At the same time, the students were instructed not to interfere with the functioning of the military and police apparatus. This was a revolution intended to avoid turning the state upside down. The student Red Guards were encouraged to unleash their frustrations not at institutions, but against individuals who were deemed to have shown insufficient revolutionary zeal. At the top, this meant targeting those who had disagreed with Mao at the time of the Great Leap Forward. Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and others were forced from office. At the local level, it meant scapegoating low-level figures of minimal authority, who were thought somehow to embody old ways: schoolteachers, writers, journalists, clerks, or actors. The atmosphere of irrational persecution is conveyed vividly in the memoirs of former Red Guard Zhong Chang, in Wild Swans, in scenes in the film Farewell My Concubine, about a Beijing opera performer and victim of the Cultural Revolution, and in the novel about a group of intellectuals, Stones of the Wall, by Dai Haoying. But the Cultural Revolution was not just an irrational outburst. The frustrations which Mao exploited were real enough, and, because of this, Mao could not keep control of the movement he had initiated. Rival Red Guard and Red Rebel groups emerged in many towns and many institutions. Some were manipulated by local state and party apparatuses, but others began to attract young workers, to raise questions affecting the lives of the mass of people, and, in Shanghai, to get involved in major strikes. Mao now tried to stop the movement he had initiated only months before, and called upon Lin Biao's army to restore order in each locality. It was a move which prompted some of the students to turn against the whole social system. A group in Hunan denounced the rule of the new bureaucratic bourgeoisie. Others made criticisms which laid the ground for the Democracy Wall movement of the 1970s. Decisive action by the army brought the Red Guard movement to an end, aided by the faith the mass of students still had in Mao himself. Those who had begun to express their feelings through the movement, in however distorted a way, now paid a hard price. Millions were forcibly removed from the cities to undertake back-breaking work in remote rural areas. One estimate suggests 1 in 10 of Shanghai's population was sent out of the city. However, the end of mass participation in the Cultural Revolution was not the end of the turmoil in China. In 1970, Lin Biao, Mao's designated successor, suddenly fled the country for Russia amid talk of a failed coup, only for his aircraft to crash close to the Soviet border. The early part of the 1970s saw central power concentrated in the hands of Zhou Enlai, who brought back the previously disgraced Deng Xiaoping as his designated heir. Mao's wife and 3 collaborators, the Gang of Four, briefly regained control in 1974, purging Deng again, and reverting to the language of the Cultural Revolution. Huge demonstrations to commemorate the death of Zhou Enlai showed how little support they had, and they were overthrown and imprisoned after Mao died in 1976. Much of the left around the world had enthused at the Cultural Revolution. In many countries, opponents of the U.S. war in Vietnam carried portraits of Mao Zedong, as well as the Vietnamese leader Ho Chi Minh. The trite sayings in the Little Red Book of Mao's thoughts were presented as a guide to socialist activity. Yet in 1972, as more U.S. bombers than ever before hit targets in Vietnam, Mao greeted U.S. President Nixon in Beijing, and by 1977, under Deng, China was beginning to embrace the market more furiously than Russia under Stalin's successors. The Western media saw such twists and turns as a result of wild irrationality. By the late 1970s, many of those on the left who had identified with Maoism in the 1960s agreed, and turned their backs on socialism. In France, a whole school of ex-Maoist new philosophers emerged, who taught that revolution automatically leads to tyranny, and that the revolutionary left is as bad as the fascist right. Yet there is a simple, rational explanation for the apparently irrational course of Chinese history over a quarter of a century. China simply did not have the internal resources to pursue the Stalinist path of forced industrialization successfully, however much its rulers starved the peasants and squeezed the workers. But there were no other easy options after a century of imperialist plundering. Unable to find rational solutions, the country's rulers were tempted by irrational ones. Chapter 10. The New World Disorder. Most who looked at the advanced capitalist countries in the mid-1960s believed that the system had shaken off the problems of the interwar years. It was no longer plagued by ever deeper slumps, endless economic uncertainty, and political polarization between revolutionary left and fascist right. U.S. sociologist Daniel Bell proclaimed an end of ideology. Since the means were now available for the organization of production, control of inflation, and maintenance of full employment, he claimed, politics today is not a reflection of any internal class division. Bell wrote for Encounter magazine, which was financed by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. But even those who hated the CIA could come to very similar conclusions. So the German-American Marxist Herbert Marcuse wrote that an overriding interest in the preservation and improvement in the institutional status quo united the former antagonists, bourgeoisie and proletariat, in the most advanced areas of contemporary society. It seemed that history, or at least the history of class struggle, had come to an end, except perhaps in the Third World. It was a notion reformulated without any acknowledgement to Bell or Marcuse 3 decades later by the U.S. State Department official Francis Fukuyama. Yet the period between the mid-1960s and early 1990s was marked by a series of social upheavals, sudden economic crises, bitter strikes, and the collapse of one of the world's great military blocs. Far from coming to an end, history speeded up. There were 3 great turning points in the second half of the 20th century, in 1968, in 1973 to 1975, and in 1989. Together, they demolished the political, ideological, and economic edifice of the Cold War era. 1968. The sound of freedom flashing. The year 1968 is usually referred to as the year of student revolt. It was indeed a year which saw student protests, demonstrations, and occupations across the world. In West Berlin, New York and Harvard, Warsaw and Prague, London and Paris, Mexico City and Rome. But there was much more to the year than this. It witnessed the high point of revolt by black Americans, the biggest ever blow to U.S. military prestige in Vietnam, resistance to Russian troops in Czechoslovakia, the biggest general strike in world history in France, the beginning of a wave of workers' struggles that were to shake Italian society for 7 years, and the start of what became known as the Troubles in Northern Ireland. The student struggles were a symptom of the collision of wider social forces, although they were to feed back into and influence some of these. The eruptions of 1968 were a shock, because the societies in which they occurred had seemed so stable. McCarthyism had destroyed the left which had existed in the U.S. in the 1930s, and the country's trade union leaders were notoriously bureaucratic and conservative. Czechoslovakia was the most prosperous of the Eastern European countries, and had been among the least affected by the upheavals of 1956. France had been firmly under the dictatorial rule of de Gaulle for 10 years. The left was doing badly in elections, and the unions were weak. Governments came and went in Italy, but they were always led by Christian Democrats, who relied on the Catholic Church to herd people to the polls on their behalf. Much of the stability was due to the sustained economic growth these countries had experienced. Yet this very growth created forces that undermined the stability, and these forces split the political and ideological structures wide open in 1968. In the U.S., at the beginning of the long boom, the majority of the black population were where they had been at the end of slavery. They were sharecroppers in the rural South, where the local state and white racists used the gun, the bullwhip, and the noose to compel them to accept their inferior position. The boom speeded up the movement to the cities to seek work in industry. By 1960, 3/4 of blacks were city dwellers. Sheer concentration of numbers began to create the confidence to stand up to the racists and the state. In 1955, the refusal of one woman, Rosa Parks, to sit in the segregated area at the back of a bus ignited a massive bus boycott that shook the old power structures of Montgomery, Alabama. In 1965, 1966, and 1967, there were black uprisings in the northern cities like Los Angeles, Newark, and Detroit. In 1968, virtually every ghetto in the country went up in smoke after the assassination of black leader Martin Luther King, and a large proportion of young blacks began to identify with the Black Panther Party, which called for armed self-defense and preached revolution. The ability of the existing order to stabilize itself in France and Italy in the late 1940s and to sustain itself in fascist Spain and Portugal had depended on the fact that a large proportion of the people of these countries were still small farmers who could be bribed or intimidated into supporting the status quo. The ideological expression of this was the hold the highly conservative Catholic Church exercised in many regions. The long boom changed this. By 1968, very large numbers of men and women from peasant backgrounds were concentrated in factories and other large workplaces across the countries of southern Europe. At first, they tended to bring their rural prejudices with them, opposing unions or supporting conservative Catholic unions. But they faced the same conditions as older groups of workers who remembered the struggles of the 1930s and the great strikes at the end of the war. The relentless pressure to work harder, the bullying of foremen and managers, and the pressure on wages from rising prices. In 1968 and 1969, they were to fuse into a new and powerful force to challenge the system. The stability of Czechoslovakia in the mid-1950s was also the result of a booming economy. Growth of around 7% a year had given a feeling of self-assurance to the ruling bureaucracy, while allowing substantial increases in real wages. The rate of growth slumped in the early 1960s, leading to a build-up of frustrations at every level of society and to splits in the ruling bureaucracy. Leading figures in the party forced the president and party secretary, Novotny, to resign. Intellectuals and students seized the opportunity to express themselves freely for the first time in 20 years. The whole apparatus of censorship collapsed, and the police suddenly appeared powerless to crush dissent. The students formed a Free Students' Union. Workers began to vote out state-appointed union leaders. Ministers were grilled on television about their policies, and there was public discussion about the horrors of the Stalin era. This was too much for Russia's rulers. In August 1968, they sent massive numbers of troops into the country and dragged key government figures off to Moscow under arrest. They expected to be able to crush the dissent overnight, but the immediate effect was to deepen and widen it. There was limited physical resistance to the Russian tanks, but enormous passive opposition. Russia was forced to allow the Czechoslovakian government to return home with a promise to bring the dissent under control. It was 9 months, interspersed with demonstrations and strikes, before this promise was fulfilled. Eventually, Russia succeeded in imposing a puppet government which silenced overt opposition by driving people from their jobs and in some cases imprisoning them. Stalinist state capitalism was to run Czechoslovakia for another 20 years. Yet the ideological damage to the Stalinist system was enormous. Internationally, The events revived the doubts people on the left had felt in 1956. Most of the communist parties of Western Europe condemned the Russian occupation, if only because doing so made it easier to collaborate with social democratic and middle-class political forces at home. Among young people moving to the left, it became common to denounce imperialism East and West. In Eastern Europe, including Czechoslovakia, the membership of the ruling parties became less and less bound by any real ideological commitment. Joining the party was a career move, no more and no less. Even the problems which the US faced in Vietnam were to some extent a product of the long boom. It was the Tet Offensive which pushed the war to the center of the world stage in 1968. But Tet was not an outright defeat for US forces. The US boasted at the time that it had retaken control of the cities, even if, as a general admitted in one case, we had to destroy the city in order to save it. Tet represented the turning point in the war because it persuaded key sections of big business that the US simply could not afford the cost of maintaining control of the country. The US was spending no more on the war than it had in Korea. But the intervening boom had seen the rise of Japanese and West German capitalism, and the US could not afford to meet the challenge of their economic competition, as well as pay the cost of a land war in Vietnam. As it was, the war gutted President Johnson's scheme for a Great Society program of welfare expenditure, which he hoped would make his reputation and provide long-term stability for US society. Finally, in all the advanced capitalist countries, the long boom had led to a massive increase in the number of students. Everywhere, the state sponsored a huge expansion of higher education, as it sought to increase the competitiveness of its national capitalism. In Britain, where there had been only 69,000 students at the outbreak of the Second World War, there were almost 300,000 by 1964. The growth also produced a qualitative change in the makeup of the student population. Whereas in the past it had been drawn overwhelmingly from the ruling class and its hangers-on, it came to be composed mainly of children of the middle class and, to a lesser extent, of workers. The colleges in which the mass of students studied were increasingly large, patterned on uniform designs, and concentrated the students in much the same way as workers were concentrated in workplaces. Student protesters in Berkeley, California, complained of knowledge factories. Students came together in these places for only 3 or 4 years, before moving on to very different class destinations in wider society. But the conditions in which they found themselves could create a community of feeling and interest, capable of driving them to collective action. Something else could have the same effect: the ideological tensions in wider society. These existed in a concentrated form in a milieu in which thousands of young people, as students of sociology, literature, history, or economics, were expected to absorb and articulate ideological themes. It meant that issues raised in wider society could be explosive in the colleges. So, for example, the student struggles in Berlin grew out of the police killing a protester during a visit by the despotic Shah of Iran. In the US, they grew out of horror at the war against Vietnam and in solidarity with black struggles. In Poland, they grew out of protests against the imprisonment of dissidents. In Czechoslovakia, as part of the opposition to the Russian occupation. Struggles which began over student issues rapidly generalized to tackle the whole character of society. This was shown most dramatically in France. The authorities reacted to small-scale student protests over conditions by shutting the whole of Paris University and sending in the police. Growing numbers of students, horrified by the police violence, joined in the protests until the police were temporarily driven from the whole left bank of the city on the Night of the Barricades, the 10th of May. The student movement came to symbolize successful opposition to the whole order over which de Gaulle reigned, with its authoritarianism and willingness to use armed police to break strikes and protests. Responding to pressure from below, the leaders of the rival union federations called for a one-day general strike on the 13th of May, and were astonished by the response. The next day, emboldened by the success of the general strike, young workers initiated an occupation of the Sud aviation plant in Nantes. Other workers copied their example, and within 2 days, the entire country was undergoing a repetition of the occupations of 1936, but on a much bigger scale. For a fortnight, the government was paralyzed, and much of the discussion in those parts of the media which continued to appear was of the revolution that was occurring. In desperation, de Gaulle fled secretly to the generals commanding the French armed forces in Germany, only to be told his job was to bring the agitation to an end. That he was able eventually to do so was only because promises of wage increases and a general election were enough to persuade the unions and, above all, the Communist Party, to push for a return to work. Even before the May events, the spread of student struggles internationally was leading to a new popularity for the language of revolution. But until May, such talk still tended to be framed by the ideas of people like Herbert Marcuse, with their dismissal of workers. The characteristic slogans spoke of student power. May changed that. From then on, there was a growing tendency to make a connection between what was happening and the events of 1848, 1871, 1917, and 1936, and in some cases, with what had happened in 1956. Marxist ideas, marginalized in mainstream intellectual life in the West for 2 decades or more, suddenly became fashionable. And 30 years later, aging intellectuals right across the Western world were still enthusing over or bemoaning the impact of the 60s. It was not only culture in the narrow intellectual sense which felt the influence of 1968. So did many elements of wider mass and youth culture. There was a challenging of the stereotypes with which young people had been brought up. There were radical changes to dress and hairstyles, with the wide-scale adoption of fashions previously associated only with underground minorities. The use of recreational drugs, mainly marijuana, amphetamines, and LSD, became widespread. More importantly, a growing number of Hollywood films challenged rather than propagated the American dream, and some pop music began to take up themes other than sexual desire and romantic love. In the U.S., the initial movements, the civil rights and black liberation movement, the anti-war movement, and the student movement, gave birth to others. They inspired Native Americans to take up the struggle against their oppression, and gays in New York to fight back against raids on their clubs, founding the Gay Liberation Front. The experience of the movements also led thousands of women to challenge the inferior role allotted to them in U.S. society, and, all too frequently, in the movements as well. They founded the Women's Liberation Movement, with demands questioning the oppression women had suffered since the birth of class society, and found an echo among women who had no direct connection with the movement. The fact that the majority of women were beginning to be part of the employed workforce for life, and relished the independence it gave them, was finding an expression. The new impasse. The wave of radicalization did not end with 1968. The biggest student protests in the U.S. came in 1970. Colleges throughout the country were occupied in the week after National Guard troops shot dead students at Kent State University in Ohio for protesting against President Nixon's extension of the Vietnam War into Cambodia. In Greece, the student movement erupted in 1973, with the occupation of the Polytechnic in the center of Athens shaking the military junta which had ruled the country for 6 years, and helped to ensure its collapse 7 months later. In West Germany, the universities continued to stand out for several years as ghettos of left-wing, mainly Maoist agitation, in the midst of a generally apolitical country. However, there was an important shift in several countries after 1968. The students ceased being the center of left-wing opposition. In Italy, the workers' movement became central after the hot autumn of 1969, when metal workers occupied their factories over wage contracts. In Spain, too, the workers' movement played a central role from late 1970 onwards, so weakening the regime in the last years of Franco's life that his heirs rushed through democratic reforms almost the moment he died in 1975. In Britain, activity by trade unionists, much of it in defiance of their union leaders, so damaged the Conservative government of Edward Heath that he called an election on the question of who runs the country early in 1974, and lost. Students had sometimes been able to ignite struggles which involved workers, but how the struggles ended depended on the workers' organizations. This was shown clearly in France in May 1968, when the unions and the Communist Party succeeded in bringing the general strike to an end against the objections of the best-known student leaders. It was shown again in Italy, Britain and Spain during 1975 to 1976. The Christian Democrats in Italy, the Tories in Britain, and Franco in Spain were unable to curtail the workers' struggles by themselves. Governments could only do so by signing agreements with the union leaders and workers' parties, called the Historic Compromise in Italy, the Social Contract in Britain, and the Pact of Moncloa in Spain. The effect in each case was to curtail the action of workers just as the long boom was coming to an end, lowering people's guard just as a knockout punch was about to be directed at them. There was another area of the world where the student radicalism of the late 1960s led to a wave of workers' struggles in the 1970s, the southern cone of Latin America. The late 1960s saw a near uprising in the Argentinian city of Córdoba, and a wave of land occupations which challenged the Christian Democrat president of Chile. In both cases, the drive for change from below was channeled in constitutional directions. In Argentina, it became centered on the demand for the return from exile of the post-war dictator Perón. He had ruled at a time when high world prices for Argentina's agricultural exports had translated into relatively high wages and welfare provision for its workers. People believed that his return would bring back the good times. It was a message repeated by rival Perón supporters of the left and right, and even by a powerful urban guerrilla organization, the Montoneros. In fact, his eventual return resulted in no gains for workers, but unleashed an onslaught by the right and by the military, for which the left was unprepared. After Perón's death, the military felt strong enough to take power directly into its own hands. A whole generation of left-wing activists, numbering tens of thousands, were murdered or disappeared. In Chile, the Parliamentary Socialist Party was the beneficiary of the new militancy. One of its leaders, Salvador Allende, was elected president in 1970, and the right-wing majority in Parliament agreed to him assuming office in return for a constitutional guarantee that he would not disturb the military chain of command. Important U.S. business interests were not happy at this, and 2 years into Allende's term of office, they were joined by major sections of the Chilean ruling class. There was an attempt to drive him from office in the autumn of 1972 through a bosses' strike, spearheaded by lorry owners. It was thwarted by workers seizing their factories and setting up cordones, similar to the workers' councils of 1917 and 1956, to link the factories. An attempted coup in June 1973 failed due to splits in the armed forces and massive street protests. But the Communist Party and main sectors of the Socialist Party told people to wind down the cordones and trust in the constitutional traditions of the army. Allende brought generals, including Augusto Pinochet, into his government, believing this would placate the right and maintain order. In September, Pinochet staged a coup, bombarded Allende in the presidential palace, and murdered thousands of worker activists. While the workers' movement was being lulled to sleep in Europe by its own leaders, it was drowned in blood in southern Latin America. The flame lit in 1968 was to flare up one more time in Europe. Portugal had been a dictatorship with fascist characteristics since the late 1920s, but by the mid-1970s it was losing the war to control its African colonies. In April 1974, a coup overthrew the dictator Caetano, replacing him with a conservative general, Spinola, who was backed by the country's major monopolies and committed to a negotiated settlement to the wars. The collapse of the dictatorship unleashed a wave of struggle. The great shipyards of Lisnave and Setnave were occupied. Bakers, postal workers, and airport workers struck. Many of the army captains, who had taken the risk of organizing the coup, were much more radical than Spinola, and wanted an immediate end to the wars, while Spinola wanted to drag them out until the liberation movements agreed peace terms which would protect Portuguese business interests. The only properly organized underground party was the Communist Party. Its leaders made a deal with Spinola to end the strikes, earning the distrust of some of the most powerful groups of workers in the Lisbon area, joined the government, and attempted to infiltrate middle-class supporters into positions of influence in the armed forces and the media. Its aim was to lift itself up by balancing between the workers and the generals until it could establish a regime along the lines of those in Eastern Europe after the war. It was a maneuver that could not possibly work. The Communist Party could not stop the militancy of the Lisbon workers and disaffection in the armed forces, leading to the growth of forces to its left, any more than it could calm the panic within Western capitalism at the revolutionary events on its doorstep. Two unsuccessful attempts at right-wing coups led Spinola losing office, and to a further radicalization among workers and within the ranks of the army. Backed by the CIA and the social democratic governments of Western Europe, the right organized a series of near-risings in rural northern Portugal. The army captains who exercised effective military power swung from one political option to another. Then, in November 1975, a senior officer with Social Democrat backing succeeded in provoking some of the left-wing officers into a half-hearted attempt to take power, and used it as an excuse to march several hundred disciplined troops on Lisbon to disarm the disaffected regiments. The Communist Party, which had appeared so powerful only a few weeks earlier, when an officer close to it held the premiership, made no attempt to organize working-class resistance. A revolution which had deeply worried the leaders of capitalism in Europe and America in the summer of 1975, accepted defeat in the autumn with barely a murmur. A hard rain. The long boom came to an abrupt end in the autumn of 1973, as Western economies went into recession simultaneously for the first time since the 1930s, and unemployment doubled. This was enough to produce panic in government and business circles everywhere. Mainstream economists had never been able to explain how the slump of the 1930s had happened, and none of them could be sure they were not facing a similar situation. In the 1950s and 1960s, they had convinced themselves that slumps were no longer possible because they could apply the prescriptions of John Maynard Keynes. Business cycles were a thing of the past, the author of the world's best-selling economic textbook, Nobel Prize winner Paul Samuelson, had assured them in 1970. But when they tried to apply Keynesian remedies to the recession, they did not work. The only effect was to increase inflation while leaving unemployment untouched. By 1976, they had abandoned such methods amid panic about the danger of escalating inflation. Economists and political journalists switched overnight to a belief in the completely free market, unconstrained by state intervention, a theory previously preached only by a few isolated prophets such as Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman. Such a mass conversion of intellectuals had not been seen since the days when theologians changed their beliefs on the say-so of princes. The popularity of the prophets of the free market could not, however, restore unemployment levels to those of the long boom. Nor could it prevent another recession at the beginning of the 1980s, doubling unemployment again and affecting even wider areas of the world than that of 1974 to 1976. One popular explanation for the crises of 1974 to 1976 and 1980 to 1982 blamed the sudden increases in the price of oil after the Arab-Israeli War of October 1973 and the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War of 1980. But a fresh crisis broke at the beginning of the 1990s, at a time of falling oil prices. Another explanation claimed that the crisis of 1974 to 1976 resulted from the impact of rising wages on profits. But this could not explain the later crises, since wages in the world's single most important economy, the US, fell steadily after the mid-1970s. Something more fundamental in the system had changed, turning the Golden Age into a leaden age. The US had been able to afford massive arms spending at the time of the Korean War, absorbing perhaps 20% of its total output, and equal to half the surplus available for investment. This had provided markets for its own industries, and for exports from states such as Japan, which spent very little on arms. But by the time of the Vietnam War, competition from such countries meant the US could not afford its old level of military output. It still produced massive quantities of weaponry, but the proportion of output this absorbed was probably about a third of that at the time of the Korean War. This was simply not enough to ward off recurrent and deepening world recessions, even if they were not yet on the scale of the 1930s slump. This did not bring all economic growth to an end in the advanced countries, but growth was much slower and more uneven than previously, and the cycle of boom and slump had returned with a vengeance. Average output per head in the 1980s grew at less than half the rate of the early 1960s. Unemployment reached levels virtually unimaginable in the long boom, commonly staying above 10% for years at a time, and rising close to 20% in places such as Ireland and Spain. Lower rates in the US in the late 1980s and late 1990s were driven by welfare cuts, which forced people to take jobs at poverty wages. The poorest 10% earning 25% less than the equivalent group in Britain. Generalized job insecurity became a feature everywhere. By the 1990s, mainstream politicians were deriding the idea that people could have jobs for life. Yet that phrase had summed up what most people took for granted through the long boom. Of course, people changed jobs as some industries grew and others contracted. But except in a few declining industries, workers usually did so voluntarily, responding to the pull of better prospects, not the push of redundancy. Now the push became the norm, and opinion polls suggested fear of it weighed on the minds of about half the working population. Capitalism is a more dynamic form of class society than any before in history. Its dynamism, its ever-changing character, is as typical of a slump as of a boom. Some firms go out of business while others prosper at their expense. Some industries contract, while others expand. Even in the worst slump, there would be growth sectors, such as pawnbrokers buying up the goods of the most desperate, and security services protecting the wealth of the rich. The dynamism remained in the leaden age, but instead of offering the mass of people improved lives, as in the long boom, it threatened to snatch what they had achieved in the past. Whole industries disappeared, and towns were reduced to wastelands. Welfare benefits were cut to the levels of 50 years earlier, or even abolished in some U.S. states. Meanwhile, a new brand of hard-right politicians, known as Thatcherites, or neoliberals, toasted the unleashing of enterprise, and found an echo among a layer of social democratic politicians who treated a return to the orthodoxies of 19th century politics as evidence of modernity. The shift to the right had its impact on sections of the radical left, demoralized by the defeats of the mid-1970s, and in some cases, by learning the truth about China and the bloody regime established by the pro-Chinese Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. Some drew the conclusion that the whole revolutionary enterprise had been misconceived. Some believed they had been too severe in their criticism of parliamentary reformism. Some simply concluded that the class struggle was a thing of the past. In fact, there were some very big and sometimes violent class confrontations in the 1980s, as workers tried to prevent the disappearance of jobs in old established industries. The struggles by steelworkers in France and Belgium, the year-long strike of over 150,000 miners in Britain, and a strike of similar length by 5,000 British print workers. A 5-day general strike in Denmark, public sector strikes in Holland and British Columbia, and a 1-day general strike in Spain. But, by and large, these struggles were defeated, and one legacy of defeat was a growing belief that old-fashioned methods of class struggle could not win. This led a layer of working-class activists to place their hopes once more in the promises of parliamentary politicians. It also encouraged left-wing intellectuals to question further the very notions of class and class struggle. They embraced an intellectual fashion called postmodernism, which claimed any interpretation of reality was as valid as any other, that there was no objective basis for notions such as class, and that any attempt to change the way society operates would be totalitarian, since it involved trying to impose a total conception of the world on others. Postmodernists rejected notions of struggling to change society, just as the dangerous instability of society became ever more pronounced. The crisis of state capitalism. More governments fell from power in 1989 to 1990 than at any time in Europe since 1917 to 1918, and before that, 1848. The Eastern Bloc was suddenly no more, and by 1991, the pillar which had supported it, the USSR, had crumbled as well. Despite postmodernist and post-Marxist claims that such things were no longer possible, they had been pulled down by a combination of economic crisis and class struggle. If some on the left did not see this, it was because of their own illusions, not material realities. For the entire period since 1968 had been marked by deepening crises and repeated upsurges of struggle in the Eastern Bloc. The Russian occupation had succeeded in normalizing the situation in Czechoslovakia in 1968 to 1969. But events in neighboring Poland soon showed how widespread and deep the malaise had become. The regime had managed to crush the student movement of 1968 and attempted to use the police in a similar way against thousands of workers who occupied the giant shipyards in Gdansk, Danzig before the war, and Stettin in 1970 to 1971 in protest at price rises. The police killed a large number of workers. But solidarity strikes elsewhere forced out the regime's head, Gomulka, and his successor, Gierek, withdrew the price increases. He borrowed from Western banks, the economy boomed, and Western journalists wrote of a Polish miracle. But increasing integration with Western markets meant that Poland was hit by the crisis in those markets in the mid-1970s. The government again tried to raise prices and launched police attacks on protesters. The regime was not able to bury the memory of the workers' actions this time, as it had after 1956 to 1957 and 1970 to 1971. Amid a sense of deepening crisis, a group of intellectuals defied harassment and established a Workers' Defense Committee and an underground paper, Robotnik, Worker, with some 20,000 readers. The once totalitarian regime remained in power, but it could no longer impose totalitarianism. Its weakness eventually showed in the summer of 1980. A renewed attempt to impose price increases led to further strikes and the occupation of the Gdansk shipyards. A movement grew out of the occupation that recalled the Hungarian Workers' Councils of 1956. But it had a life of 16 months, not 3 or 4 weeks. The movement proclaimed itself an independent trade union, Solidarność, solidarity. But in the year and a quarter of its legal existence, it was something more than a trade union. Established by a conference of delegates from 3,500 factories, and soon claiming 10 million members, it represented an alternative power to that of the government. It became the focus for the aspirations of everyone sick of the old society, its very existence a challenge to the regime. Yet its leaders committed themselves deliberately to avoid overthrowing the government. They accepted the view of sympathetic intellectuals that they should aim at a self-limiting revolution. They made an assumption very similar to that of the Allende government in Chile. If the workers' movement promised it would not threaten the state would tolerate the workers' movement. As a consequence, Solidarność suffered a fate similar to the Chilean movement. In mid-December 1981, the military leader Jaruzelski declared martial law, jammed the country's telecommunications systems, arrested the entire Solidarność leadership, and used troops against workers who resisted. Confused and demoralized, the workers' organizations were broken. However, the breaking of the Polish workers' movement could not remove the underlying forces which had given rise to it. Rates of economic growth in the Eastern Bloc were now no higher than in the bigger Western economies. What is more, the Reagan government in the US was embarking on a new arms build-up, with the stationing of cruise and Pershing missiles in Europe, which the Russian government wanted to match. But the resources simply did not exist to meet the demands this put on the economy. The state capitalist regimes had to reform, or risk class confrontation and internal collapse. Russia's ruler in the early 1980s, Andropov, had first-hand knowledge of the challenge a workers' movement could pose. He had been Russian ambassador in Hungary in 1956, and head of the KGB during the rise of Solidarność in 1980 to 1981. He wanted to prevent the possibility of a similar challenge arising in the USSR itself, and began promoting people he thought would reform Russia. Foremost among these was Mikhail Gorbachev. When Gorbachev took over as head of the USSR in 1985, he seemed all-powerful. And, when he spoke in 1987 and 1988 about the need for openness, glasnost, and reform, he seemed popular too. But when he lost power in 1991, he had a popularity rating close to 0. His call for reform had created confusion in the police apparatus of the USSR, and raised people's hopes, so that they began to challenge the exploitation and oppression of the previous 60 years. But his commitment to do no more than restructure the state capitalist organization of production prevented him finding the resources necessary to satisfy these hopes. By the end of the decade, the economic stagnation of the early 1980s had become economic contraction. The spring of 1988 saw the first mass protests since the 1920s, which were not immediately crushed by the police, first in Armenia and then in the Baltic states. Movements of minority nationalities demanding greater rights. Gorbachev did not have the strength to repress them as his predecessors would have done. But he did not have the means to buy them off either. Vicious, but incomplete repression gave way to half-hearted concessions. It was the classic formula by which regimes have often helped ignite revolt. Gorbachev made moves to stabilize his position by reliance on conservative forces in the summer of 1989 and the spring of 1991. On each occasion, he was stopped in his tracks by huge miners' strikes, which came close to shutting off the country's energy supplies. In particular, the strike of summer 1989 showed more than a passing resemblance to the first great workers' protests in Poland. Gorbachev had to make concessions to the various opposition movements if the whole regime was not to risk being engulfed from below. And as he did so, his own power to control events evaporated. The impact was devastating for the regimes installed in Eastern Europe 45 years earlier. The various rulers had lost their ultimate fallback position in the face of revolt, the threat of Russian intervention. Already, a year earlier, the hard man of Poland, Jaruzelski, had settled a series of miners' strikes by agreeing to negotiate with the leaders of Solidarność, although the underground organization was a shadow of what it had been in 1980 to 1981. In the summer of 1989, Kadar's successors in Hungary agreed on similar round-table negotiations with the country's considerably weaker dissident groups. In September and October, a wave of demonstrations swept East Germany, and its government conceded negotiations and began to demolish the Berlin Wall, which cut it off from West Germany as a token of its sincerity. Later in November, it was the turn of Husak in Czechoslovakia to fall, amid enormous street demonstrations and a one-hour general strike. Bulgaria followed suit. An attempt by Romania's dictator to resist the wave of change by shooting down demonstrators led to a spontaneous uprising in the capital, Bucharest, and his execution by a firing squad under the command of his own generals. In 6 months, the political map of half of Europe had been redrawn. The only Stalinist regime left in Eastern Europe was Albania, and this collapsed early in 1991 after a general strike. No imperial power could avoid being scathed by such an upheaval in its empire. The national movements inside the USSR felt increasingly confident, and the divisions within the ruling group grew ever wider, and its control over society ever more precarious. Gorbachev made a last attempt to take a hard line against the opposition currents, only to be thwarted in the spring of 1991 by a second great miners' strike and a huge demonstration in Moscow. That summer, conservative forces in his government attempted to take a hard line without him. They used troops in Moscow to stage a coup and held Gorbachev under house arrest. Other military units refused to back them, and, after a standoff, power fell into the hands of a group of reformers around Boris Yeltsin, President of the Russian Republic and former party boss in the industrial city of Sverdlovsk. Yeltsin agreed on the formal dissolution of the links between the national republics, and the USSR was no more. The upheavals of 1989 to 1991 were on a much greater scale than those which shook Eastern Europe in 1953, 1956, 1968, and 1980 to 1981. Yet there was a sense in which the changes which occurred were not as fundamental as those that began to occur on the previous occasions, especially in 1956 and 1980 to 1981. For the leadership of the movements of 1989 to 1991 went to people determined to avoid any glimmer of workers' power. People who had risen through the old ruling bureaucracies moved, at decisive moments, to align themselves with groups of dissident intellectuals around a program of limited reform, and so preempt the possibility of real revolution. They followed a strategy of what the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci had called passive revolution, pushing through change from above in order to prevent it happening from below. In each case, it involved agreeing with the dissidents on programs which combined various elements: a greater opening to the world market, abandonment of the old command economy, a move to relatively free parliamentary elections, and a new stress on nationalism. As sections of the old official media and former dissidents repeated the same message, the mass of workers were persuaded that the market and democracy were natural twins and could satisfy their aspirations. In the atmosphere of 1989 to 1991, it was difficult for anyone who argued otherwise to gain a hearing, for the preemptive moves from above kept class movements by workers to a minimum. The great political changes which occurred were a result of class struggle, but it was deflected class struggle that did not find expression in the throwing up of mass democratic organizations of the exploited classes on the lines of workers' councils. They were political revolutions, more akin to what happened in France in 1830 than to the great social revolutions of the past, a fact demonstrated by the way the same people ran the major industries and banks after the changes as before. Shock waves from the collapse. The crisis in the Eastern Bloc was part of a much wider crisis affecting all sorts of countries which had adopted the state capitalist model. Nowhere did it seem capable of providing the high growth rates of earlier periods. At the same time, it cut off national industries from the new industrial innovations, especially those connected with microchip technology and computer software, being pioneered on the basis of enormous investment by the industrial giants of the US and Japan. Across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, bureaucrats and politicians who had made their careers sponsoring versions of state capitalism switched over to praise free markets and make deals with Western multinationals. Congress governments in India, the former Maoist movement which won a civil war in Ethiopia, the Algerian regime, and the successors to Nasser in Egypt, all followed this path to a greater or lesser degree. In the vanguard of the new approach was Deng Xiaoping's China, where adoration of the market and profit-making went hand in hand with formal adherence to the cult of Mao. Most Third World governments showed their commitment to the new approach by signing up to the structural adjustment programs of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. There is little evidence that these could overcome the problems of low growth rates and poverty. Some 76 countries implemented adjustment programs designed by the World Bank on free market criteria in the 1980s. Only a handful recorded better growth or inflation rates than in previous decades. Of 19 countries which carried through intense adjustment, only 4 consistently improved their performance in the 1980s. In 1990, some 44% of Latin America's population was living below the poverty line, according to the United Nations Economic Commission for the region, which concluded there had been a tremendous step backwards in the material standard of living of the Latin American and Caribbean population in the 1980s. In Africa, more than 55% of the rural population was considered to be living in absolute poverty by 1987. What happened in Eastern Europe and the former USSR in the 1990s was just as devastating. The economic miracles promised by the reformers did not take place. In 1999, only 2 countries, Poland and Slovenia, had a higher output than in 1989. The Czech Republic and Hungary were both slightly poorer than 10 years before. The economies of Bulgaria, Lithuania, and Russia had shrunk by 40% or more. The cold statistics translated into the destruction of the hopes of millions. Most people in the major Russian cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg became dependent on what they could grow on small allotments and preserve to supplement meager supplies of bread and potatoes. Whole communities in Arctic regions lived in fear of the power failing each winter. Miners and steel workers were not paid for months at a time. Health services fell apart. Diseases like tuberculosis became common, and life expectancy fell. Circumstances were a little better in the northern belt of Eastern Europe. But even in the Czech Republic and Hungary, living standards were lower than in the late 1980s. There were more goods in the shops, but few people with the money to buy them. East Germany, incorporated into the German Federal Republic, continued to have unemployment rates of 20% and higher. In Southeast Europe, in Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania, conditions were as bad as in Russia. In the southern belt of the former USSR, they were much worse. No wonder the optimism among many intellectuals in 1989 had turned to despair by the late 1990s. The famed Czech poet, Miroslav Holub, went so far as to say, "If we knew that this was the price we would have to pay, then we would gladly have put up with not having our work printed and not selling our paintings." The Eastern European country which suffered most was that which had maintained its independence from the USSR all through the Cold War, Yugoslavia. The Western powers no longer considered it worthwhile to provide loans on favorable terms as a counterbalance to Russian influence in the region. The IMF imposed a debt repayment program which halved living standards in 2 years and produced astronomical levels of unemployment in the poorer parts of the country, and a series of bloody civil wars resulted as different political figures tried to maintain their own positions by setting national groups against one another, while Western powers intervened to bolster those most friendly to them. There was one area of the world in which the enthusiasts for the market placed particular pride: East Asia. In its World Development Report of 1991, the World Bank spoke of the remarkable achievements of the East Asian economies and noted various degrees of reform in China, India, Indonesia, and Korea, being followed by improvements in economic performance. Samuel Britton, of the Financial Times in Britain, reassured his readers. Someone who wants to cheer up should look not backwards to the Great Depression, but to the developing countries of Eastern Asia, which have contracted out of the world's slowdown. The hollowness of such optimism hit home in 1997, when an economic crisis which began in Thailand swept through the entire region, pushing Indonesia into a slump on the scale of the 1930s, and forcing South Korea, Malaysia, and Hong Kong into deep recession. In the course of 1998, this ignited a sudden crisis in Russia and destabilized the biggest economy in Latin America, Brazil. Programs drawn up by the IMF to deal with the crisis were bitterly criticized as likely to make things worse by its own former luminaries, such as Jeffrey Sachs. The Chinese economy did experience rapid growth through most of the 1980s and 1990s as a result of reform of the agricultural price system in the late 1970s, which involved a massive one-off transfer of resources from the state to the peasantry. There was a rapid growth in food output for a number of years, which in turn provided the base for a range of light industries to develop, catering for both the domestic and world markets. According to the official figures, total industrial output trebled. But the growth was incredibly uneven. Some coastal regions underwent massive industrialization and urbanization, while vast inland regions stagnated or even regressed. There were tens of millions of new jobs in industry, but 200 million people flooded from the countryside to the towns in the hope of filling them. Rationalization of the old heavy industries involved slashing their workforces and scrapping minimal forms of welfare provision. Wild fluctuations in growth rates saw sharp booms with rapidly rising prices, giving way to periods of stagnation. Attempts to break out of these cyclical downturns by selling more on the world market threatened a classic crisis of overproduction every time the world economy slowed down or slumped. This combination threatened to produce massive social convulsions, as was shown vividly in 1989. Only a few months before the political collapse in Eastern Europe, the Chinese state itself came close to breaking down. Student demands for greater democracy became the focus for the grievances of wide sections of people, culminating in the famous demonstration in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, but also in dozens of other cities and industrial centers. For several days the regime was paralyzed, seeming to have difficulty finding soldiers prepared to bring the demonstrations to an end, before it used tanks to crush the protests. Tiananmen Square was not the first occasion a regime that combined state capitalist characteristics with a market orientation had faced a social explosion. Egypt had experienced a wave of strikes, demonstrations, and revolts in its 13 main cities early in 1977. The biggest wave of social unrest since the nationalist revolt against Britain in 1919. In Algeria in 1988, a wave of strikes turned into a near insurrection as young people fought the police for control of the streets and forced the regime to concede freedom of the press and permission for political opponents to return from exile. In South Korea in 1987, huge militant demonstrations by students and sections of the middle class shook the military regime, forcing it to concede a degree of liberalization, to be followed in 1988 by a series of major strikes, which were settled by double-digit wage increases. All of these social explosions showed certain similarities with the events of 1989 to 1990 in Eastern Europe. They demonstrated that neither state capitalism nor the transition from state capitalism to some sort of market system could prevent the workforces created by industrial growth rebelling and drawing behind them many other layers of society. Islam, Reform, and Revolution. It became a journalistic cliché for a time in the 1990s to say that the clash between communism and capitalism had been replaced by that between Islam and the West. Certainly, two of the great uprisings of recent years had taken place under the banner of Islam: the Iranian Revolution of 1979 and the Afghan resistance to Russian occupation through the 1980s. And these had inspired opposition movements in Egypt, Algeria, occupied Palestine, and elsewhere. But what the cliché ignored was that Islam, as so often before in its history, could give expression to very different social interests, which could end in bloody conflict with each other. The Iranian Revolution was an explosion of bitterness against a despotic ruler, the Shah, and the US government which backed him. His rule had antagonized traditionalist clerics, nationalist intellectuals, sections of capitalism linked to the bazaars, the new working class of expanding industry, the students, the impoverished petty bourgeoisie, the unemployed and semi-employed of the urban slums, the national minorities, and sections of the peasantry. Islamic diatribes against oppression could unite people from all these groups against a common enemy. But once the Shah had been overthrown in a classic uprising, with mass strikes, an armed insurrection, and mutinies within the army, Each group read the Islamic texts in a different way, and drew very different practical conclusions. The first years after the Rising saw not only clashes between certain Islamic and secular groups, but bloody civil wars between different Islamic factions. Eventually, the faction around Ayatollah Khomeini proved victorious, and justified a reign of terror against its defeated opponents in religious terms. This led many liberals to claim its barbarous methods were uniquely Islamic, a product of a mentality supposedly lacking the humanity of the Judeo-Christian tradition. In fact, Khomeini's repression was not qualitatively different from that endorsed by French Roman Catholicism at the time of the crushing of the Commune, from that backed by Prussian Lutheranism in 1919 to 1920, or, for that matter, from that supported by U.S. Christian fundamentalists and Jewish rabbis, as the Israeli army oversaw the wholesale slaughter of Palestinians by phalangists in Lebanon in the early 1980s. The bloodbath was that of a counter-revolution, not the product of a religion. The Russian-sponsored regime in Afghanistan likewise provoked resistance from disparate social groups, as it attempted to impose a Stalinist program of rapid modernization. When Russian troops occupied the country, killing one pro-Russian ruler to replace him with another, Islam seemed to again provide a rallying cry for resistance. But groups with contradictory interests were to end up fighting each other as well as the Russians. A civil war between Islamic groups followed the Russian withdrawal until the Taliban, backed by Saudi Arabia, and bitterly hostile to the Islamic regime in neighboring Iran, conquered most of the country. Meanwhile, many of the Islamists from across the Middle East, whom the American CIA had organized to go and fight in Afghanistan against the Russians, now directed their fire against their pro-US local rulers, and were denounced as terrorists by the US. Far from Islam being a single force opposed to the West, the biggest and bloodiest war of the 1980s raged between the Islamic leaders of Iraq and the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was a war in which both conservative Saudi Arabia and the Islamist regime of Hassan al-Turabi in Sudan backed Iraq, as did the US at decisive moments. The growth of Islamic political movements was a product of the alienation from the world order of tens of millions of people, especially the young and educated, who had little hope of secure employment in societies trapped by their position within the global system. The Quran's vague injunctions against oppression and proclamation of a just society offered a terminology that seemed to provide an outlet for intense feelings of frustration. But the closer the Islamists came to holding power, the more their radical edge was blunted. Islamic governments proved happy to work with Islamic capitalists, who in turn continually made alliances with other parts of the world system, including the Great Satan, the US. In every clash between national states in the Middle East, Islamic governments were to be found on opposing sides. The new imperialism. The old imperialism of direct colonial rule finally died in the last quarter of the 20th century. Portugal's ruling class was forced to abandon its colonies. The white settler regime in Rhodesia gave way to Zimbabwe. The racist regime in South Africa conceded majority rule, and Britain handed Hong Kong back to China. Even what used to be called semi-colonies, weak governments dependent on Western backing for survival, often achieved a certain independence. The puppet became a client, and the client sometimes turned on its former master, as Saddam Hussein of Iraq showed when he marched into Kuwait in 1990. But this did not mean the end of imperialism, the attempt of major capitalist states to impose their will on lesser states. In the mid-1990s, many journalists, academics, and politicians claimed that states were unimportant in the new global economy. But it did not seem like that to the heads of the multinational corporations or the governments which worked with them. Studies showed that the owners and directors of such corporations remained very much rooted in particular national states, using them as bases from which to advance and protect their interests elsewhere. As one study concluded, the rivalry between states and the rivalry between firms for a secure place in the world economy has become much fiercer, much more intense. As a result, firms have become more involved with governments, and governments have come to recognize their increased dependence on the scarce resources controlled by firms. The huge multinationals centered in the U.S. depended on the U.S. state to help impose their policies on the rest of the world. The two major schemes for dealing with Third World debt were, appropriately, named after members of the U.S. government: the Baker Plan and the Brady Plan. Behind the IMF and World Bank talk of new paradigms for development lay the reality of ensuring the banks were paid off handsomely. Similarly, world trade negotiations were about U.S. attempts to impose its own free trade hegemony on other governments, equally eager to protect the sometimes divergent interests of their own capitalists. But financial diplomatic pressures were not always enough to ensure the ruling classes of the most powerful countries got their way. There were points when governments felt military force alone could maintain their global dominance. The two Gulf Wars were important examples of what could happen. Iraq waged a long and bloody war against Iran throughout the 1980s, aiming both to attract the support of the U.S. and the wealthy Gulf states, and to cement its relations with important multinationals. When it did not gain as much financially as it had hoped from its backers in the war, it invaded one of them, Kuwait, in 1990, miscalculating the response of the great powers, especially the U.S. America, Britain, and other states reacted with a massive military build-up, a devastating bombing campaign, a land invasion, and the massacre of 100,000 Iraqis as they streamed back along the road from Kuwait to Basra. They followed this with a decade of economic sanctions, which are estimated by the United Nations to have killed 50,000 Iraqis a year. The aim of the operation was not simply to discipline Iraq, or even to act as a warning to other nationalist governments and movements in the Middle East who might challenge the U.S. oil companies. It was also intended to show the world's other powers that they had to accept the global goals of the U.S., since only the U.S. was powerful enough to be the world policeman. Already in the 1980s, Republican administrations had set out to overcome the hangover from defeat in Vietnam, the Vietnam Syndrome, by demonstrating the continued ability of the U.S. to dominate the Western Hemisphere. This was the thinking behind its invasions of Grenada and of Panama, and of its sponsorship of the right-wing Contra guerrillas who wreaked havoc in Nicaragua. The Bush administration subsequently showed that the U.S. could carry out similar policing operations on a much bigger scale in the Middle East. Under his Democrat successor, Bill Clinton, one military operation followed another with increasing regularity through the 1990s. The landing of Marines in Somalia, the repeated bombing of Iraq, the bombing of Serbian forces during the Bosnian Civil War, the bombing of an alleged guerrilla camp in Afghanistan and of a pharmaceutical factory in Sudan, and the launching of an all-out air war against Serbia. It was not only the U.S. which practiced the new imperialism. Russia attempted to maintain its overall dominance within wide sections of the former USSR, using its military strength to influence the outcome of civil wars in Georgia and Tajikistan. France maintained a major sphere of influence in Africa, jostling with the U.S. for dominance in regions such as Rwanda, Burundi. Britain attempted to have an impact on events in Sierra Leone and Nigeria, while Nigeria intervened in other West African states, in turn, under the guise of peacekeeping. Greece and Turkey periodically threatened to go to war, as they clashed over their influence in the northeast Mediterranean and parts of the Balkans. The world of the 1990s was a complex hierarchy of states and connected business interests jostling for positions of influence. But they were not of equal importance, and each knew that its position in the hierarchy depended in the end on the armed force it could deploy. At the top, ever anxious to preserve its position, was the United States. The last year of the decade saw exactly what this entailed as the US-led NATO alliance set out systematically to degrade the infrastructure of Serbia because its leader, Milosevic, had not gained permission before emulating the viciousness of a score of US clients around the world and attacking the country's Albanian minority. Conclusion. Illusion of the Epoch. The 20th century began with a great fanfare about the inevitability of progress, exemplified in Bernstein's predictions of growing democratization, growing equality, and growing all-round prosperity. The theme dominated again in the mid-1950s and early 1960s, in the writings of politicians like Anthony Crosland, political theorists like Daniel Bell, and economists like Paul Samuelson. It re-emerged again in 1990, when Francis Fukuyama proclaimed the end of history, and persisted into the late 1990s with Anthony Giddens's insistence that the categories of left and right belonged to the past. If everything was not for the best in the best of all possible worlds, a few little changes, and it would be. Yet the reality of life for vast sections of humanity was at various points in the century as horrific as any known in history. The forward march of progress gave rise to the bloodletting of the First World War, the mass impoverishment of the early 1930s, the spread of Nazism and fascism over most of Europe, the Stalinist Gulag, the Japanese onslaught on Shanghai and Nanking, the devastation of much of Europe between 1940 and 1945, the Bengal famine, the obliteration of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the 30-year war against Vietnam and the 9-year war against Algeria, the 1 million dead in one Gulf War and the 200,000 dead in another, tens of thousands killed by death squads in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Argentina, and hundreds of thousands dead in the bloody civil wars of Croatia, Bosnia, Tajikistan, Angola, Ethiopia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Afghanistan. Industrial progress all too often translated itself into the mechanization of war, or, most horrifically, with the Holocaust, into the mechanization of mass murder. Nor was the picture any more hopeful at the end of the century than halfway through. Whole countries outside Western Europe and North America, which had hoped at various points in the century to catch up with the living standards of the First World, saw the dream fade away. Argentina, Mexico, Venezuela, Brazil, Russia. The whole continent of Africa found itself once again being written out of history, as income per head fell steadily over a 30-year period. Civil war continued to devastate Angola, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Congo Zaire. To the word genocide, born of the Nazism that arose in the 1930s, was added the phrase ethnic cleansing, coined in the civil wars of the 1990s. Even in the advanced industrial countries, the promises of endless wealth, endless leisure, and the withering away of class division that were so fashionable in the 1890s, and again in the 1950s, proved to be a chimera. Measured economic output continued to rise in most years for most economies, but at only about half the rate seen in the long boom of the 1950s and early 1960s. And the rises did not translate into improvements in most people's quality of life. In the US, there was a more or less continual fall in real hourly wages through the last quarter of the century. In Europe, the statistics continue to show rising real wages, but there is a great deal of evidence to suggest that the increases were eaten up by rising indirect costs associated with the changing pattern of work. Longer journeys from home to work, rising transport costs, increased reliance on fast food and frozen food, increased childcare costs, with one index of sustainable welfare suggesting a more or less continual rise from 1950 until the mid-1970s, and then a decline thereafter. There has certainly been no qualitative improvement in people's lives, as was experienced in the 1950s and early 1960s. At the same time, there has been increased pressure on those with jobs to work longer and harder. The average American worked 164 hours longer in 1996 than in 1976, the equivalent of 1 full month a year longer, with survey after survey reporting people feeling under increasing stress at work. Recurrent recessions and repeated downsizing of workforces, even during periods of recovery, created levels of insecurity among people about their futures not known since the 1930s. Mainstream political parties that had said insecurity was a thing of the past in the 1970s insisted in the 1990s that there was nothing they could do about it, because it was part of the new global economy, an unacknowledged revamping of the old left-wing phrase, international capitalism. There was another side to the growing poverty of wide parts of the third and former communist worlds, and the growing insecurity in the West. It was the growing concentration of wealth in the hands of the ruling classes. By the late 1990s, some 348 billionaires enjoyed a total wealth equal to the income of half of humanity. In 1999, the United Nations Human Development Report could tell that the world's richest 200 people had doubled their wealth in 4 years. At the end of the 1960s, the gap between the richest and poorest fifths of the world's population stood at 30 to 1, in 1990 at 60 to 1, and in 1998 at 74 to 1. Most of the very rich were concentrated in advanced countries. In 1980, the top managers of the 300 biggest U.S. corporations had incomes 29 times larger than the average manufacturing worker. By 1990, their incomes were 93 times greater. But the same phenomenon was visible elsewhere in the world, where even in the poorest countries, a thin ruling stratum expected to live the lifestyles of the world's very rich, and to keep multi-million-dollar deposits in Western banks as an insurance against social unrest at home. Everywhere, their reaction to social crisis was to accumulate wealth in order to insulate themselves against its effects, not worrying overmuch if, in the process, the basic fabric of society was undermined. The contracting out of state tax raising to wealthy individuals, tax farming, had been a recurrent feature accompanying the crises of pre-capitalist class societies, a feature which only served to intensify the long-term trend to crisis. The contracting out of state services became a growing feature of capitalist class society in the last decade of the 20th century, with equally inevitable long-term effects. Along with the reborn insecurity and the recurrent slumps, another spirit emerged from the netherworld, where it had been apparently banished after the Second World War. Various forms of fascism and Nazism. It became quite normal, even during periods of economic recovery, for far-right figures like Le Pen in France and Haider in Austria to get 15% of the vote, and quite realistic for them to hope to do much better with the onset of the next Great Recession. It became equally normal for mainstream conservative political parties to trade in the language of racism and ethnic division in order to pick up votes, and for social democratic parties to concede to that language in a desperate attempt to hold their own electorally. Socialism, Barbarism, and the 21st Century. Rosa Luxemburg, writing in the midst of World War in 1915, recalled a phrase from Engels. Capitalist society is faced with a choice, either an advance to socialism or a reversion to barbarism. We have read and repeated these phrases repeatedly, she notes, without a conception of their terrible import. We stand before the awful proposition, either the triumph of imperialism and the destruction of all culture, and, as in ancient Rome, depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a caste cemetery, or the victory of socialism, that is, the conscious struggle of the proletariat against imperialism. This is the dilemma of world history, its inevitable choice, whose scales are trembling in the balance. Upon it depends the future of humanity and culture. In this passage, she was challenging, in the most forceful way, the illusion of inevitable progress under capitalism. She was making the same point made by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, when they pointed out that the historical alternative to the transformation of society by a newly emerged class was the common destruction of the contending classes. This, as we have seen, happened not only with the collapse of the Roman Empire in the West, but also with the first Dark Ages, the early Bronze Age civilizations of Eurasia, the collapse of the Teotihuacan and Mayan civilizations of Mesoamerica, and the crisis of Abbasid Mesopotamia in the 11th century. It came close to happening in 2nd millennium BC Egypt, in 12th century AD China, and in 14th century AD Europe. Rosa Luxemburg saw the World War as threatening a reenactment of such disasters. In this war, imperialism has been victorious. Its brutal sword of murder has dashed the scales, with overbearing brutality, down into the abyss of shame and misery. Leon Trotsky made the same point in 1921. Humanity has not always risen along an ascending curve. No, there have existed prolonged periods of stagnation and relapses into barbarism. Societies raise themselves, attain a certain level, and cannot maintain it. Humanity cannot sustain its position. Its equilibrium is unstable. A society which cannot advance falls back, and if there is not a class to lead it higher, it ends up by breaking down, opening the way to barbarism. The founding document of Trotsky's Fourth International, written on the eve of renewed world war, posed the alternative grimly. Without socialist revolution, in the next historical period, a catastrophe threatens the whole culture of humanity. Both Luxemburg and Trotsky located, as few other thinkers did, the insane logic of capitalist society in the 20th century. The way in which forces of production had turned into forces of destruction, and human creativity been distorted into inhuman horror. The century was a century of barbarity on a scale unknown, in Europe at least, since the 17th or even the 14th century. If the century did not fulfill the worst prophecies of Luxemburg and Trotsky, in terms of a complete collapse of culture and civilization, there were also repeated lurches towards barbarism, in the strict sense of the word as used by Engels and Luxemburg, of rulers prepared to pull society down around them, rather than concede their power, the behavior of the White Armies during the Russian Civil War, the drive to complete the Holocaust by the retreating Nazi forces in the Second World War, and the willingness of both sides in the Cold War to deploy nuclear devices which would have reduced the whole world to a radioactive desert. In the last decade of the century, whole areas of Africa, the Caucasus, and Central Asia seemed caught in the same logic, with armies led by rival warlords massacring each other and ravaging civilian populations as they fought for scraps of wealth amid general economic and social decay. That decade also exposed terrible new threats alongside the old ones of war and economic slump. The most dramatic is that of ecological catastrophe. Class societies have always shown a tendency to place excessive demands on the environment which sustains their populations. The history of pre-capitalist class societies was a history, beyond a certain point, of famines and demographic collapse, produced by the sheer burden of maintaining greedy ruling classes and expensive superstructures. The very economic dynamism that characterizes capitalism has vastly increased the speed at which negative ecological consequences make themselves felt. 19th century accounts of what capitalism does to working-class communities, from Dickens and Engels onwards, are also accounts of polluted atmosphere, endemic diseases, overcrowding, and adulterated food in slum life. But at a time when a maximum of 10 million people worldwide were involved in industrial capitalist production, ecological devastation was a localized problem. Manchester's smoke did not affect most of England, let alone the rest of the world. The spread of capitalism to the whole world in the 20th century, encompassing 6 billion or more people by the end of the century, transformed ecological devastation into a global problem. The year 1998, one authoritative report tells, was the worst on record and caused more damage than ever before, forcing 25 million people to flee as refugees, outnumbering those displaced by war for the first time. With 1 billion people living in unplanned shanty towns and 40 of the world's 50 fastest-growing cities located in earthquake zones, the worst horrors are still to come. But that is not the end of it. The production of ever-escalating amounts of carbon dioxide is causing the greenhouse effect to heat up the globe, producing unpredictable weather patterns that are expected to produce freak storms and rising ocean levels that will flood huge coastal areas. The CFCs used in refrigerators are eating up the ozone layer, causing a proliferation of skin cancers. The use of antibiotics in animal feed is undermining their effectiveness in dealing with human diseases. The unrestricted use of genetically modified crops could create havoc for the whole of the food chain. Such ecological disasters, actual and threatened, are no more natural disasters than were those which destroyed the food supply of Mesopotamia in the 12th century, or which led to mass starvation across Europe in the 14th century. They are a result of the specific way in which human interaction with the environment is occurring on a world scale. Under capitalism, that interaction is organized through the competition of rival capitals, of small-scale firms in the early 19th century, and of giant multinational and state-owned firms at the end of the 20th century. Competition leads to an incessant search for new, more productive, and more profitable forms of interaction, without regard to their other consequences. States sometimes try to regulate the whole process, but they are themselves drawn into it by their desire to advance the interests of nationally based firms. Regulation, they all too often say, is impossible because it will undermine the competitiveness of locally based firms to the advantage of foreign competitors. And even when they do intervene, it is after the damage is already done, for there is no way state officials can second-guess every industrial innovation and foresee its wider impact. So dangerous were the consequences by the end of the 20th century that there was a tendency for people to turn their back on all science and all technology. Yet without the technologies of the last century, there would be no way to feed the world's population, let alone free them from the ravages of hunger and overwork that have been most people's lot since the rise of class society. There was a parallel tendency for people to adopt one argument of that old reactionary Malthus, and to insist there were simply too many people, or at least that there would be by the time the world's population had doubled in 30 or 40 years. Yet the eightfold growth in humanity's numbers since Malthus's time was matched by a more than eightfold increase in its food supply. If people went hungry in parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it was a result not of an absolute shortage of food, but of its distribution along class lines. The problem for humanity is not technology or human numbers as such, but how existing society determines people's use of the technology. Crudely, the world can easily sustain twice its present population. It cannot, however, sustain ever greater numbers of internal combustion engines, each pumping out kilograms of carbon dioxide a day in the interests of the profitability requirements of giant oil and motor firms. Once humanity covers the globe in such numbers, the precondition of its continuing survival is the planned employment of technology to meet real human needs, rather than its subordination to the blind accumulation of competing capitals. The use of technology for competitive accumulation also finds expression in its use for wars. In the 1990s, the military technology which gave us the carnage of the Western Front in the First World War, and the barbarity of the Eastern Front and of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the Second World War, looked incredibly primitive. On the one hand, there was the development of mega-billion-dollar military hardware systems. The U.S., by spending even more in absolute terms, although not as a proportion of national output, than at the height of the Cold War in the early 1950s, and by utilizing half a century of advances in computer technology, was able to wage wars against Iraq and Serbia, which cost it not a single soldier, while killing thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of the other side. It also began to embark down the path of waging its wars by remote control from its own continent, and looking once more to the deployment of Star Wars anti-ballistic missile, ABM systems, to protect itself against any retaliation. On the other hand, there was the resort to deadly destructive microsystems. Small states like Israel, and impoverished ones like Pakistan, found themselves with enough engineering graduates and enough access to modern computing technology to manufacture their own nuclear weapons. Pygmy weapons by U.S. standards, but sufficient, if the occasion arises, to fry alive hundreds of thousands of people in the capital cities of neighboring countries. For some at least, the lesson of the U.S.'s deployment of firepower in the Gulf and the Balkans was drawn by the Russian ex-premier Viktor Chernomyrdin. Even the smallest independent states will seek nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles to defend themselves. For those without the ability to develop those technologies, there were the cruder and cheaper technologies of chemical and biological warfare, developed by the great powers through the first 3 quarters of the century. In the second half of the 20th century, the apologists for great power nuclear programs argued they would ensure peace through the logic of MAD, mutually assured destruction. Neither power, they said, would use its nuclear weapons first, because of the certainty of retaliatory destruction if it did so. The Cuban crisis of 1963 showed how close this logic could come to breaking down, and in the 1980s, the U.S. threatened to undermine it completely by establishing a first strike capacity, with the deployment of cruise missiles in Europe, and its first abortive attempt to build an ABM system. If the threat was not realized, it was because the escalating military costs broke the back of the Soviet economy just as the US found that it did not yet have the technology for a functioning ABM system. And mass protests increased the political costs of European governments, keeping cruise missiles on their soil. But the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the renewed building of ABM systems brought the threat back with a vengeance. The world's greatest power, and many of its smaller ones, were once again attracted by the logic of first strike, responding to a sudden escalation of international tension by using nuclear weapons in the expectation of avoiding retaliation. This, in turn, increased the likelihood of preemptive military strikes, both conventional and nuclear, in a desperate attempt to keep rival powers and lesser powers under control. The barbarism that did not quite materialize in the latter half of the 20th century becomes a real possibility in the 21st. Any perspective on the future, which looks at it in terms of several decades, rather than just a couple of years, must rate the chances of nuclear conflict on some scale as likely, and with it, the throwing of whole parts of the world into barbarism proper. These chances are increased by growing economic instability. A slump on the scale of the 1930s would wreak political havoc in country after country, creating conditions, as in the interwar years, in which parties could easily rise to power, which resorted to military adventures as a way of dealing with domestic problems. The omens are already there with the rise of the far-right vote in important countries. Again, once the perspective is one of decades, the possibility of such parties getting access to nuclear weapons becomes a likelihood, unless a class alternative emerges to the present system, which sets out to reorganize the whole of society on a different basis. The alternatives of socialism or barbarism are posed more starkly than ever. A universal class. The 20th century was not just a century of horrors. It was also, as we have seen, a century of great upsurges of struggle from below, of working-class-led rebellions against the forces responsible for the horrors. The syndicalist strikes prior to the First World War, the Russian Revolution, and the revolts across Europe and the colonial world after that war. The waves of insurgency in Austria, France, and Spain in 1934 to 1936, and in France, Italy, and Greece in 1943 to 1945. The Hungarian Revolution of 1956, the events of 1968 and after, and the great Polish strikes and occupations of 1980. Only one of those great revolts turned into successful revolution, that in Russia, and that was soon isolated until the life was strangled from it. But the struggles were one of the great determining factors in the history of the century. And here again, the close of the century did not see an end to the struggles. Deflected class struggle lay behind the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. In Western Europe, the 1990s saw a collapse of the right-wing Berlusconi government in Italy after a wave of strikes, the sudden revival of working-class struggle in France, with a month of public strikes and demonstrations in November to December 1995, leading to the eventual collapse of the right-wing Juppé government. A wave of strikes and protests in Germany, a general strike in Denmark, successive strike waves in South Korea, general strikes in Colombia and Ecuador, and the fall of the 32-year-old dictatorship of General Suharto in Indonesia after massive spontaneous demonstrations and riots. These great social and political upheavals did not prevent superficial and fashionable commentators speaking of an end of class politics. Even Eric Hobsbawm, long regarded as one of Britain's best-known Marxists, could claim that, while Marx was right when he wrote of the instability of capitalism, he was wrong to see the working class as driven into historic opposition to the system. The proponents of such arguments relied on two sets of evidence. the decline in the proportion of the populations of advanced industrial countries involved in manufacturing, and the relatively small number of people looking to the revolutionary overthrow of capitalist society in these countries. Neither sort of evidence justified their conclusions. Certainly, the old bastions of the working class, the miners, the steel workers, and the shipyard workers, were much reduced in numbers in countries like Britain, where even the number of car workers at the end of the 1990s was only a half or a third of what it was 30 years previously. But other changes more than compensated for this. In the advanced countries, their places were taken by growing numbers of jobs in white-collar employment and the service sector. And many jobs, which used to be thought of as middle class, increasingly resembled those in old-style manufacturing industry. Everywhere, line managers played the same role as the traditional foremen. Everywhere, the pressure was on people to work harder and show commitment by doing unpaid overtime. Assessment procedures became near universal, with attempts to introduce payment by results, even in areas like school teaching. Far from the assembly line disappearing with the relative decline of manufacturing, it spread into new areas. Indeed, in many sectors, the distinction between services and manufacturing no longer made much sense. Someone who worked a machine, making a computer, was categorized as manufacturing, while someone who performed routine operations in processing its software was categorized as services. Someone who put hamburgers in a can was manufacturing. Someone who put them in a fast food bun, services. Both sorts of work produced commodities that were sold for a profit, and both were shaped by the continual pressure to create the largest possible profits. The picture on a world scale was even clearer. The second half of the 20th century witnessed an enormous spread of wage labor internationally. Textile plants, steel works, oil refineries, and car assembly plants were set up in virtually every major country in every continent. Along with them went docks, airports, trucking and rail terminals, modern banking systems, and skyscraper offices. Cities expanded massively as a result. In 1945, there were arguments over whether London or New York was the world's biggest city. By the end of the century, the argument was between Mexico City, Bombay, and Tokyo. The new industries and cities meant new working classes. By the 1980s, South Korea alone contained more industrial workers than the whole world had when Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, and it contained millions of non-industrial wage earners as well. Of course, the world's workforce was not made up only of wage workers. There remained many hundreds of millions of peasants owning small plots of land in Asia, Africa, parts of Latin America, and even parts of Eastern Europe. The cities of the Third World contained massive impoverished petty bourgeoisies, whose survival depended on the selling of whatever goods and services, however meager, they could find a market for, and who merged into the even vaster mass of casual labor to be found in the sprawling slums around the cities. The psychology of these groups could be very different from that of the industrial workers. Yet like them, and unlike the middle classes and peasantry of a century ago, their lives were completely tied to the market and dependent on the logic of capital. Karl Marx once made the distinction between a class in itself that has a certain objective position within a society and a class for itself that fights consciously for goals of its own. The working class existed as never before as a class in itself at the end of the 20th century, with a core of perhaps 2 billion people, around which there were another 2 billion or so people whose lives were subject in important ways to the same logic as the core. The real argument about the role of the working class is about if and how it can become a class for itself. The whole point about Marx's distinction is that no class that has arisen historically has been able to start off as a class for itself. It grows up within an old order of society, and its members have no experience of any other. They necessarily begin by taking the values of that society for granted. The prejudices of the old society are also, initially at least, the prejudices of the members of the new class. This changes only when they are forced, often by circumstances beyond their own control, to fight for their interests within the old society. Such struggles lead to ties growing up between them, creating loyalties and values different to those of the society. On the terrain created by this, new notions take root about how society can be run, which in turn form part of the framework for subsequent generations' understanding of the world. The change in ideas does not occur according to a simple upward linear movement. Just as the struggle of the new class is characterized by small successes and partial defeats, by dramatic advances and sudden, sometimes devastating setbacks, so there are ebbs and flows in the spread of the transformation of people's ideas. The history of the rise of the capitalist class provides example after example of such ebbs and flows. At each stage, groups begin to define themselves in ways different to those of the old feudal order, but then try to conciliate with it, making their peace with the pre-capitalist ruling classes, accepting their values, and helping to perpetuate their society, leaving it to subsequent generations to have to start afresh the fight for a different sort of society. There must have been many people who felt, during the wars in northern Italy at the end of the 15th century, during the religious wars in France a century later, or during the horrors of the 30 Years' War in Bohemia and Germany, that the bourgeoisie would never be able to transform the whole of society in its own image. Yet, by the 19th century, economic development had given it such a weight as a class that even the setbacks of 1848 could not halt a seemingly inexorable advance to power. There is nothing magical about workers under capitalism which enables them to follow some royal road to class consciousness. The society around them is permeated by capitalist values, and they take these values for granted. Even their exploitation is organized through a labor market, where they compete with each other for jobs. As well as the pressure which again and again causes them to combine together against the subordination of their lives to the inhuman logic of capital accumulation, there are also the factors which can all too easily break apart that unity. Unemployment, which makes each individual despair of any way of making a livelihood except at the expense of others, or defeats for their organizations, which break their sense of solidarity and make them feel that no amount of unity and struggle will ever change things for the better. The growth of new values that are thrown up in periods of successful struggle, embodied in notions of solidarity across national, ethnic, and gender divisions, can suddenly be disrupted, distorted, or even destroyed. They can also come under considerable pressure during periods of capitalist prosperity, when sections of workers find they gain from identification with the system. This happens to those who experience upward mobility to become foremen, supervisors, or managers. To those who manage to carve out a niche for themselves as small business people, and to those who become, as trade union officials and labor or social democratic politicians, the professional mediators of capitalist democracy. Such people can be the most outspoken and dynamic personalities in their localities or workplaces, and their adaptation to the system has the effect of blunting the consciousness of class among other workers. Finally, the process of transformation from the class in itself to the class for itself, is continually interrupted by the restructuring and enlargement of the working class as capitalism itself develops. New groups of workers emerge and have to undergo a learning process afresh at each stage of the system. In Britain, for instance, the core of the working class in the 1840s, at the time of Chartism, was made up of textile workers. In the years before the First World War, it consisted of workers in heavy industry, like shipyard workers, miners, and steel workers. In the early years after the Second World War, it was made up of engineering workers. Each had to go through the process again of developing notions already embodied, to some degree, in the consciousness of preceding groups. The differences between old and new workers can be even more pronounced when there is massive and rapid industrialization, as happened through much of the 20th century in many countries. The working class, which made the revolution of 1917 in Russia, was drowned in a vast sea of new workers by the late 1930s. The Italian workers who shook the Mussolini regime in 1943 were diluted by very much larger numbers of workers fresh from the countryside by the 1960s. Very few of the tens of millions of China's workers in the late 1980s were direct descendants of those who waged the great strikes of the 1920s. Yet in each case, after a longer or shorter time lag, new traditions emerged with similarities to the old. The Italian strikes of 1969 and after, the Chinese workers' support for the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989, the Russian miners' strikes of 1989 and 1991. In none of these cases did workers show full revolutionary consciousness, but they did, in each case, begin to break with the values and assumptions of the old society. They began to move towards becoming a class for itself, even if they did not complete the journey. What we witnessed in the last quarter of the 20th century was not the extinction of the working class, or of the development of its consciousness as a class. Instead, we saw the fruits of its massive expansion, an expansion which simultaneously gave it more power to shape society than ever before, but which also forced large sections to have to learn anew what smaller sections had already known 3/4 of a century before. The learning process involved precisely the deflection of the struggle that characterized these years. It left behind a mass of confused and contradictory notions in the minds of tens of millions of people. This was far from the class in itself, fully becoming a class for itself, but it was also very far indeed from the disappearance of workers' struggles as an active, shaping force in history. Writing at the beginning of the century, the future leader of the Russian Revolution, Lenin, commented that, far from the economic struggle of workers automatically leading to revolutionary consciousness, the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology. This was because that bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, is far more fully developed, and has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination. His famous conclusion was, "Class political consciousness can be brought to the workers only from without." It was a conclusion criticized by Rosa Luxemburg, among others, and Lenin himself admitted later that he had underrated the role of workers in developing socialist ideas. But he rightly focused on a point taken up and developed a quarter of a century later by the often misunderstood Italian revolutionary Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci pointed out that the members of a class are usually exposed to conflicting views of the world, those that arise out of the everyday practice of existing society, and those that arise insofar as the class, or a section of it, has experience of fighting to transform that society. As a result, anyone's personality is made up in a queer way. It contains elements of the caveman and principles of the most modern advanced learning, shabby prejudices of all past historical phases, and intuitions of a future philosophy of the human race, united all over the world. These contradictory elements are combined in different ways among different individuals and groups. Some are trapped almost completely within the views characteristic of existing society, and some have gone a very long way into breaking from these, but most are stuck somewhere in the middle, pulled first one way, then another, under the impact of those with more homogeneous views at either extreme. The concrete action of a class, at any point in history, depends on which of the extremes is most successful in attracting the middle group, as social upheavals, wars, economic crises, strikes and civil wars open it up to new ideas. The degree to which a class in itself becomes a class for itself depends not only on material changes in the world around it, but also on the formation of rival parties within it. This was also shown in the rise of capitalism. The Great Transition was not just a result of objective economic factors. It also depended upon successive attempts by sections of the new burgher or bourgeois classes to organize themselves around views of the world very different to those of the old order, and of other sections to work with representatives of the old order to subvert such organization. It is the history of movements of revolt or reform in the 8th century Islamic Empire and the 11th century Chinese Empire, and of the suppression of those movements, of the movements of the Renaissance and Reformation, and of the succumbing in Italy, Germany, and France of those movements to the old order, of the victories of the Dutch and English revolutions, and of the horrific impasse of the 30 Years' War, of the Enlightenment, and of the obscurantist reaction against the Enlightenment, of the struggle of the French Assembly against its king, and of the Jacobins against the Girondins. The transition was not achieved in one great leap, and nor was it a result of slow, piecemeal change. It depended on the formation, defeat, and reformation of parties built around a new developing worldview over several hundred years. The conquest of the world by capitalism has speeded up the historical process enormously. There was more change to the lives of the great majority of the world's population in the 20th century than in the whole preceding 5,000 years. Such sheer speed of change meant that again and again people were trying to cope with new situations, using ideas that reflected recent experience of very different ones. They had decades to undergo a transformation in their ideas, comparable to that which took the bourgeoisie in Europe 600 years. The fact that, at the end of the century, the process was not complete cannot be interpreted as proving it was not still underway. The history of the 20th century was the history of successive generations of people, ever larger in number, resisting the logic of subjection to the world of competitive capital accumulation. Once, in Russia, they were briefly successful. Sometimes, as in Germany in 1918 to 1919, in France in 1936, or in Poland in the 1980s, they settled for half success, only then to be defeated. Sometimes they were defeated terribly, as in Germany in January 1933, without even joining the battle. But none of this provides the slightest excuse for claiming the class struggle is over. The sort of struggles carried out by a small working class in the 19th century, a bigger one in the first half of the 20th century, and a much larger one in the last quarter of the century, will be repeated by sections of the billions-strong working class of the new millennium. Out of these struggles will emerge new attempts to remold society around the values of solidarity, mutual support, egalitarianism, collective cooperation, and a democratically planned use of resources. The ruling classes of the world, like their predecessors for 5,000 years, will do their utmost to thwart these attempts, and will, if necessary, unleash endless barbarities, so as to hang on to what they regard as their sacred right to power and property. They will defend the existing capitalist order to the end, even if it is the end of organized human life. There is no way to tell in advance what the outcome of such great conflicts will be. That depends not only on the clash of objective class forces, of the growth of classes in themselves, but also on the extent to which there emerges within the expanded universal working class a core of people who understand how to fight and know how to win their fellows to this understanding. There will be no shortage of groups and movements in bitter opposition to one or other aspect of the system. Its very barbarity and irrationality will ensure this in the future, as in the past. But the history of the 20th century shows that these elements can only be truly effective when they crystallize into revolutionary organizations, dedicated to challenging the system in all its aspects. The bourgeoisie needed such a crystallization with the New Model Army in the 17th century and the Jacobin Club in the 18th century. The Russian working class needed it with the Bolshevik Party in 1917. The massively expanded world working class is going to need it again and again in the 21st century, if humanity as a whole is not going to face destruction. The need can only be met if there are people who apply themselves to the task. The Irish revolutionary socialist, James Connolly, once pointed out, "The only true prophets are those who carve out the future." Understanding the past helps. That is why I wrote this book. This concludes A People's History of the World by Chris Harman.
Please thank @ Morbid Enigma